Is there a ball that's on fire?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's burning right now, bro. It's about to go down.
All
When do
right.
we know when we're up?
We're live.
Oh, we are?
Okay, somebody tell us in the chat there if you guys see us. We should be live. We're having technical difficulties. Okay, looks like we're live. All right. Okay, well, welcome to KSA. I've been told that I need to speak like a Gen Z person, but I have no idea how that works.
We already showed you.
Sup,
No.
KSA gang?
Yeah.
You know. Thank you for joining us. I'm just gonna speak. I can't pull it off. This is KSA. My name is Andre Galenko. Victoria can't be with us today. She should be back pretty soon, though. This is the Kingdom Soldier Armory, and I thank you so much for joining us. For those, be sure to hit that subscribe button, that notification bell, and hopefully you'll like this. Like, comment, share with someone. So today is a real talk episode, as you can hear in the comment. Yep, lovely ladies. Yeah, are you guys talking about us or them?
Yeah.
Which one? This
Gen
is a real
Z
talk
side.
episode, so we're gonna have a lot of
She means
fun.
us,
Yeah.
Looking
she's-
cute. I think Dennis is talking about us, Alex.
Yeah,
I think he's
that's
talking
totally
about us.
for sure.
Hopefully.
Okay, did I get everything in the intro?
I
Y'all are
didn't
distracting me.
hear it, honestly.
Okay.
I was looking
So
at the comments.
our real talk video or episodes, right? Even the word video sounds old now. Is it just me?
TikTok?
Real talk, we basically talk about, oh yeah, see the guys.
Wow.
We talk about whatever it is that we want to talk about, but for real. Meaning it's not scripted. We didn't have like a pre-planned conversation. We do have a couple topics that we kind of hold in reserve, which is, you know, choosing a church and
Roasting Alex.
roasting Alex. And what was the other one?
Hobby.
Our hobbies, biblical. And for those of you that don't know, those of you that don't know what a hobby is, it's something that you do for fun,
For chilling.
for chilling,
Chilling.
whatever. Yeah.
Do you chill?
No, it's
Apparently, chilling is a very popular Z word. Yeah, chill. Anyways, I'd like to introduce you to my guests. You've all seen Pastor Alex before, right? Pastor Alex Ovchinnikov. He's our youth pastor here at the House of Prayer, where we are filming. And then we have our beautiful young ladies. This is Julie Kravitz and Maya Misuk. Yes. Why don't
Single.
you? They are single. Yes.
One
How
of them
would
is
you
ready
know?
to mingle.
Just joking.
How do you? Well,
Just joking.
Whoa.
so why don't you guys tell us or tell the chat and tell the people that are watching a little bit about yourselves? You know, what you do for a living, what you do in church, what your hobbies are,
You can go
the
first.
chilling stuff,
Okay.
right? Yeah. Why don't we start with you, Julie?
What? She said she can go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Dang, bro.
So my name is Maya, obviously. No. I don't know really where to start, but I guess I'll just start with I'm on the worship team in our church, and I'm a Sunday school teacher. I've been a Sunday school teacher for about 2 years, and I've been
Really?
on
2 years
Yeah.
now?
2 or 3 years, I can't remember. And I've been on the worship team. I think it's already been over a year, but yeah. And then I guess my hobbies are
You know what a hobby is, right?
I think so, yeah.
Did Gen Zs
It's like
use that
chill,
term?
right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. My hobbies are I'm joking. Snowboarding.
Snowboarding?
Stuff. Yeah.
What about when there's no snow? Oh, by the way, if there's a camera that's not focused, I guess they're telling us which if there's a camera that's not focused, let us know, guys. We'll try to fix it. So, okay. What about when there's no snow? What do you do?
volleyball?
Volleyball?
You play volleyball?
What?
No. Yes.
What if there's no volleyball?
Football.
Football?
Quadding. Just a
What
bunch
about
of
like
relaxing
stamp
things.
collecting and crafts and
collecting.
stuff. No.
No, that's
Gen
like
Z-
grandma
Gen Z doesn't do
hobbies.
that. That's millennial.
Yeah. Is that what you do? You collect stamps?
No,
He's like,
I don't collect
he has
stamps.
an album like over there. He's like,
I try to hide it from people
Yeah,
so they
yeah.
don't see. It sounds like Maya's mic is off. Is that?
it
No,
says
it's on.
on.
It's on. Okay, so you just
Bring
gotta
it closer.
get a little
Oh,
closer.
Can
yeah.
you hear me?
Don't yeah.
Julie, don't look so nervous.
I know, right?
I'm very nervous, bro. I'm like,
Do we still need to click on a
shaking.
camera, guys? If we do, just let us know.
Can you hear me? Let us know in the chat.
Let us know in the chat.
it's so weird
one
because
of
there's
the-
like, I feel like I don't know what I'm talking
Julie,
to.
without looking so. Oh, the coffee is done. I forgot to get my coffee. Houston,
Hey, you
we have a
got
problem.
Almond milk.
Okay, I might have to, as you guys are talking,
it's better.
Alex, you might have to
works.
commandeer this thing because I need my coffee. Julie,
Yeah.
who are you?
Good question.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. How are you?
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I just moved up here like a week ago
How do you
from
like it?
Delta. It's pretty good, honestly. You don't have to drive 2 hours to go grocery shopping, so that's nice.
That's the only
A
plus.
blessing. For now.
grocery shopping?
For now.
Well, yeah, I've only been here a week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait, haven't you been here earlier?
Yeah, but I was just driving it up back and forth.
Oh.
Because we were like bringing stuff up to the apartment, but officially I moved here like a week ago.
Drink
Drink
the
the
milk.
milk under. I'm getting coffee,
on, they want
Dennis.
some
You're not my dad. You
ASMR.
can't tell me what to do.
Drink the milk. He needs some milk.
Got milk?
Need some milk. This is almond milk. Okay, so you've been here for about a week.
Yeah. I'm not in any ministries at the moment. But we'll
What do
see
you want to
with
be
that.
in? What ministry do you want to?
I don't know. Well, in Delta, I was in the media ministry for like
Media.
4 years.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then I also did Sunday school for like 2 years or something. But yeah.
Which one would you rather do?
I don't know.
Do you hate
It
kids?
matters. No, I like kids. It matters what age group they're in, though.
Hey, they're
But no,
telling
I
us.
do like kids.
They're telling us we gotta pan that camera a little bit to the left because Julie's not really. in
That's the
shot.
whole point.
No, we want you to be in the shot.
Joking, I'm
But
joking.
don't make sure you don't break the camera. Well, you gotta loosen it up a little bit.
Yeah, watch out, Alex. Good job.
The lens cracks.
How's that, people?
Hashtag
Cool Gen Z. Hashtag.
Gen Z, you know what
That's
Gen
right.
Z reminds me of? It reminds me of like the word zombie. Like Z.
I mean, yeah,
Generation
Gen Z
zombie,
are
bro.
zombies on their phones.
Literally on their technology
Okay.
24/7.
It's tilted, Alex. You gotta. Sorry,
Make it
folks.
straight.
We're kind of rearranging some things here, so we'll get into the action here pretty quick.
No. Daniel, I'm not going to smile.
She says,
Oh, for whatever reason, I thought that said juicy.
smell juicy.
I wasn't sure what Daniel was
Andre
talking about.
started smiling when you read that. Alex is telling you to smile.
Okay, all right, sounds good. So, Pastor Alex, things about to get real.
Why are we starting with me?
Are you going to go
We
get your
didn't start
coffee?
with you. We started. Well, I am. But we gotta
Why
get
did we
into
do
it
that at the
first.
same time? That was so weird.
Okay. So, as you guys might know already, but just in case you guys missed why don't you just introduce yourself again, just in case we have some new viewers. I was about to say watchers, but that sounds kind of creepy a little bit.
Yeah.
Viewers.
I
Talking to the mic.
I identify as a male.
He, him.
He, you I go by he.
He goes by for rancher.
I knew this was gonna be wild. I just didn't know it was gonna be this wild.
No, I'm kidding.
He's like, I'm kidding. I'll go by he.
My name is Alex.
This is how they usually are. They're not like high or anything.
We
This
promise.
is
the
good.
normal. This
Hi,
is
how
like,
are you?
Sober-minded.
Oh, hi, are you?
Hi.
Okay, I'm supposed to focus. So, Julie, can you, I think, tap the screen on the... There's a screen there. Just tap in the middle of it to focus it. I think that should...
Get out of my chair.
Yeah, let us know if that works.
Did that work?
I'm not
We
sure.
are the watchers.
What do you mean? Am I sure? Of course, I'm sure.
Are you sure you're he, him?
You gotta talk into them, not like this,
Yes.
but like this.
Hi, Alex.
Yeah.
LOL.
Okay. So you're a youth pastor then?
So yeah, I'm a youth pastor at a House of Prayer Church here in North Pole. Also new to North Pole and Fairbanks, but we drove here a lot, so not new. Love the church. Love the pastors here. They're super chill.
For now.
Super chill dudes.
I think that iMac is that what we hear?
Yeah.
We can.
Your own sound.
Okay. Yeah, Matthew, if there's a way to mute the Mac without muting us. There's a little bit of I think the Mac speakers are working. Okay. Well, actually you guys don't know.
I was not done.
Oh.
I'm just joking.
No, you're not, though. He's not joking. Though.
I have so much more I want to say.
I'm sure you do. Don't worry, you'll get your
Let
chance.
him shine.
This is real talk. You'll get your chance. Okay. We don't hear it.
Oh, so it
Oh,
has to be on.
we hear it from our. Well, now we don't. It's all good.
Maybe they don't hear us.
No. She's just replying to what I said.
Oh,
I think.
guess
Yes.
we'll never know.
Yes.
I guess
Thank
we'll
you,
never know.
Taste and See.
Taste and see.
Oh, we can hear it. Okay, it's
It's
fine.
okay, let's
It's fine.
just
It's fine.
keep-
We
yes.
shall rebuild.
We-
But
My bad.
We shall rebuild.
anyways, so Alex, he's your youth pastor. How is he as a youth pastor? I can see you guys just quivering. You know what I mean? You just have a lot to say about it.
Oh yeah. I don't even
This
know
is
where to
real
start.
talk. I wouldn't either.
Should I walk out?
No, you should definitely be here.
No, yeah, you need to be.
Okay, be careful because youth service is coming up. You roast me here. I roast you there. I'm just kidding.
Let us know in the chat. # roast Alex.
Or
If,
not.
You guys can roast him too in the chat. If you
You
like.
guys can feel free to roast Alex. I love Alex, which is why I love roasting him. Just like roast beef.
Alex likes the heat.
Daniel, he's your boy. He's like, no. Daniel, are you feeling better? You were looking a little rough this last Sunday. I thought you got in a fight with a bear.
The tree
honestly.
winded him out.
When did him?
He's
He's
had,
had better days.
I thought Daniel got it. When I saw him, I was like, he was facing away from me, right? Okay, Matthew, show the camera on me. He was facing away from me. I'm like, Daniel. He's like, that was him. I was like, oh, # roast Alex. Yes, I feel it. We're glad. Or does that say roastal Alex? Roastalex.
Roast the legs.
Okay, do you guys have topics that you all want to talk about? Or should we talk about our default topics?
Well, she
Choosing
was,
a
she was
church?
just trying to roast me, so let's see
She's
what
gonna
she's
talk
got.
about Alex
Oh
being
no,
a
that
youth
was all
pastor.
jokes.
Wait, you're actually
For
not
now.
gonna. You're not gonna.
Oh, maybe
You
we
better make
could.
good on your threat.
Oh yeah, no, we could later maybe when we get more comfortable.
Oh, you're not comfortable yet?
No.
# uncomfortable.
Yeah, write that down. No, I'm
Write
joking.
that down in the comments.
Write that down. Write that down. Okay, I guess let's default. Julie, do you have any topics that you wanted to talk about?
No. It's gonna go turbo on.
Pastor.
What? Why are you showing your fist
No, I
at
was-
me, bro?
I was,
Got
You
no
have-
topic.
no, that's not what I was trying to do. Alex,
She's scared. I am, bro. I'm shaking.
What's it like serving the Lord in their generation? Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one.
Thank you, Victoria, Pastor Victoria.
Well, actually, before we
or
go to
should
that
we say
question,
Pastor Taste and See?
yeah,
What a gurk. What is that?
What a gurk. So what is it? Wait, what were
Well,
you saying?
before we ask them that, we should ask them the question: what do they see a difference between their generation and our generation?
Ooh,
Because
that's
there's
another
Jay-Z.
good one. Hold on. Okay.
You write this
I
down.
can't believe. Yeah, I'm writing it down just in case the.
Right, your guys' memory hits different, huh? Just joking.
Because
Serving,
how do they see us? Because we're not Gen Zs. I mean, we can identify as Gen Zs.
Yeah, now you can.
Oh
What
goodness.
is that
Okay.
supposed to mean?
So, what? Oh, wait, what was your question? Yeah, memory. So, what was your question?
Yeah, you need to write down everything.
I wrote this one down, but what was your question? How do they...
How do they view us differently from their perspective as Gen
Right,
Zs and
because
millennials?
when we were their age, we had a certain view of people that were
yeah.
our age when we were their age.
Well, everybody's different. Like, you guys are cool.
Yeah, you guys are cool millennials.
Yeah, you guys are pretty
Yeah.
cool.
What?
Sometimes.
No cap.
Never mind, right?
No cap.
No cap. Okay, but for realsies, though.
For real.
Don't say that. That's
Why not?
That's cringy.
Gen
Is
Z,
that-
don't say that.
But I'm not a Gen Z, so I can say that.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
true.
okay.
Yeah.
Aha!
No cap.
I'm gonna have a scoreboard. Gen, or wait, no, we're not Gen. We're millennials. We're mills, and they are
Gens.
Gen Zs.
Gens with an M.
Here's a scoreboard. One score for me.
Why?
Us.
Why?
Us. Memory.
Memory issues.
She said,
plus
that's what
one.
it was. That's what it
That's
was.
a senior point.
By the time we get to the bottom, he's gonna like try to write the score. He's like, wait, what am I supposed to write down?
Wait, why are we counting scores again?
Oh my goodness.
What are these sticks on my paper?
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Literally, oh my.
That's a point for G's.
I put that there because
Because
I
why?
said for realsies. She said that's cringy. I said I'm not a Gen Z, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right. Point to the mills. Okay.
Literally still don't
I
make
still
no
don't
sense.
get it.
It makes perfect sense.
They all agree
Senior
with me.
point.
Senior point.
I'm not sure I like that.
Yes.
You Pastor Victoria. Might I remind you, you are also.
My wife.
No wait, I think she's a millennial. Yeah, you are a millennial. So
Yeah, 98 and what's it called? Up is Gen Z. I think.
98. Oh yeah.
1998.
That still sounds kind of new to me, but
98. You're like 23 or so. 24.
okay.
23.
So how is it for you guys serving with people of our age in general?
Honestly, I feel like it's not like that huge of a difference, especially with like you guys. I don't know, maybe it's just the way that you guys are.
Well, I'm sure you served with others that are about our age, in the 30s, mid 30s or so.
Well, yeah, but you guys all have like the same personality and like attitude
Like
and like
neutral.
yeah.
Oh. I guess that's
Like, you guys-
1997 to 2013 is Gen Z.
Oh wow.
That's crazy.
He just wishes he was like us.
Is Daniel Gen Z?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
Yeah.
Daniel,
Yeah.
you're old, bro. You're not with us.
Gen Z swag.
Yeah, right.
Just joking. Out.
He's like on the fringe of Gen Z. He's like barely.
right there on the
Literally,
fence.
Barely made it.
Has anyone explained the almond milk?
Milk on
You know
the
what?
table.
I'm
He
about to
forgot
get
his
coffee. All right. Almond milk is good. Plus, this is original, unsweetened,
Are you gonna read the ingredients?
Vegan
non-dairy.
and dairy.
Let me.
free.
Where's the ingredients? 25% vitamin D. Okay.
Nice.
So I guess there isn't that much of a difference. How is it for us
You're serving with
to
us.
serve?
Mm-hmm.
I look at them like they're so immature.
Alex,
You kind of
do you
look
wanna
that part right
do you
now.
want to recap on our conversation
Millennials,
yesterday,
Ben,
bro?
thank you so much. Millennials,
Who's
go Mills.
that?
That's one of our peeps.
Just been a slave of Christ.
That's right.
Cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Cool, cool, cool.
Cool beans.
I feel like you want to say something. No, wait, we're on the same team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag not
cool.
sponsored.
Not sponsored. Well, how is it serving with Gen Zs? I don't know. For me, there's not really that much of a language barrier. It's just really, you guys pretty much talk the same. You just use a few different, yeah.
Like WRIS.
What does that mean?
Weird, yeah.
It almost
It's-
sounds like
it's short-
WRX. you
It's
know?
short.
WRX.
It does, yeah. The Subaru WRX.
It's
What?
short for charisma. Although I don't
No,
know what
it's
charisma
not.
means.
Wait.
Yeah, no,
is
for
it?
real, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
But
Wait,
it just means like you
what
got
was it?
good game.
Yeah.
W Riz or wait, what was it?
WRIS.
W Riz.
Yeah.
W
Riz.
Riz with 3 Z's.
Like
Where-
you go like this, WRIS.
Where is the W in charisma?
Like this on
What?
charisma.
W stands for winner.
W stands for win.
Like
Like you
winning.
got it.
Yeah.
Win.
Yeah, like a win. Like
Plus
if,
charisma.
huh? Yeah. Yeah. Like if a dude can pick up a girl, like he's got W Riz.
What would you guys call that back then?
Yeah, what do you guys call that?
He's like,
I know. That's what I'm doing.
Slap in the face.
Yeah, we'll get to the.
Andre's actually hitting himself.
I was like, no way, this is genuine. We'll get to that question,
shut
Pastor
him
Victoria. Wow, what do we call it when we
Pick up a girl.
pick up a girl? I would say that's adultery in our case, but we don't do that because we're married. Not us.
No, I'm saying
I
back,
mean-
way back in your days.
Not
in your days.
Way back in your day, bro.
Hopefully no one does that who's married. But we're
When I never really picked up girls. No, wait, I did.
he picked
yeah,
up
he's
guys.
I did.
No, I did. I had W Riz.
I had W Riz.
You have a wife, so.
I had W Riz like way back.
Yeah, we
I've
call
been
it,
married for 13
Way back
years.
when.
we
Okay.
call it dating.
So I got married at 22. So back when I was doing my W Riz.
Deeds.
Rizzing up the girl.
What? Wait, what?
Whoa!
How'd you say it?
I haven't heard that one.
Rizzing off the girls. Wait, or what? I'm sorry, did that?
Rizzing up.
Were you bald? Yeah, actually,
most
No.
that's a good question. When
No.
did you make
No.
What did you say, Lucy?
Being married is ultimate
Oh,
risen.
it's yeah, straight up.
What is
Rising.
risen?
No
Risen.
cap. Same thing. It's
Like,
the same thing.
Okay, but without the W.
Yeah,
so
it's
you're-
like risen is in action.
Risen off the girls.
Rizzing up the girls.
Oh,
like,
rizzing up.
Yeah, like you're getting those girls. With
Hey, I
good
did
game.
that back in the day.
When you had hair, right?
I have hair. I just shave. Okay.
What's Daniel's question? Oh, when you were bald.
Yeah. Were you bald? Okay. Well.
You
what was
didn't
it?
answer that.
What?
Were you bald?
I was not bald.
How much hair did you have? Did
I
you
have
have
my
a bald
hairline.
spot?
No, my hairline was up to here. It's just.
Oh, okay.
It just started receding really fast, probably because of the stress from ministry. I don't know. Hair started
Not
falling
enough
out.
almond milk. You're
Alvin.
missing your vitamin D.
But you know how when I started serving in the youth ministry, one thing that I noticed they're different, because you asked me, like, what did you see them different between our generation and their generation?
So disrespectful.
I know.
I mean, I expect that
I
from
almost lost the
us.
train of thought just hearing the almond milk. One thing that I noticed is their generation is like very impatient.
That's,
Unpatient.
You
Yeah.
gotta align with the mic, bro.
that's true.
So their generation is like impatient. They don't really strive. They don't know where they're going. You know, like they need a sense of direction in the sense. But one thing that I really, really admired from their generation is their hunger for something, hunger for truth, hunger.
Are you saying we didn't hunger?
We
in our
did,
day?
but just because from the switch over from our generation, all the things that came into the world when they were born into, they needed to like step up their game. Basically, in our generation, we had a lot of things that got created: cell phones, internet, Wi-Fi, like all kinds of cool technology, and they were born into that, and now they need to come up with something. So they're always striving to come up with something better than our generation did. And so that's what it
Like
was.
trying to come up with something new.
Yeah, something new, something different. And that's what I liked that's one of the things that I like about Gen Zs, is because they're hungry and they want to get something. They just need a sense of direction. So
Well, if they don't have a sense of direction,
They really can't go anywhere.
well, no, I'm just. Ben says they talk a lot but don't say much. Making a lot of noise. That's what we called it.
yeah.
Whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking, like, who's. Not that I'm trying to blame someone for it, but. Like, Gen Zs are not our kids. Our kids are still small.
Yeah.
What's the other generation?
X.
Mm-hmm.
X is before millennials.
Is it X?
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, what did Gen X miss for Gen Zs to be directionless? I mean, I'm sure not everybody's directionless. You know what I mean? Like Julie, I don't know you too well, so I can't really speak for you. Maya, I know you a little better because how long have I known? For quite a while. Your family has been in the church since like...
I think like a couple years after you started.
Yeah. So basically, at least probably a decade now. So I've seen you. How old are you right now?
17.
So you were 7 years old, around there, when you started
that's
going to
true.
church.
I remember.
That's crazy. She's 7 years
Sunday
old, bro,
school.
when they started going to church, and here you are, 17. That's crazy. So I could say, I guess, well, I know you're definitely a lot better than Julie, so I wouldn't say you're directionless, but I don't know. Do you really think they have less direction than we did, for instance?
Like when you were our age.
Well, for example, let me maybe explain a little bit better. So, like, when we were youth, right? For us to get together, we didn't need somebody to like, hey guys, let's get together at the park to play volleyball. We just, between friends, we just got on in our cars and we just did stuff to hang out and whatever. We didn't really need to a leader or something to get somewhere, or we wanted to go to play volleyball or run to Fairbanks or go visit other youths. We just did stuff because I don't know if you remember the youth leaders that we had. They didn't really wanted to do much.
I remember.
It was pretty.
They didn't
much,
like me very much.
It was just us trying to do stuff.
Was it just me, Alex, or did the youth leaders not really like me very much?
Were you guys in the same youth?
Yeah.
Oh, really? In Delta?
They didn't like him because he was just always serious. He's not like everybody thought that he was like, up there and everybody's down here because he was tall, plus the hair. He was even taller. So.
You're acting as if I had like a afro or something.
No, but
yeah, I remember the youth leaders didn't like me very much.
But
Our youth leaders weren't like our age though.
Yeah,
our youth leaders when we were your guys' age, they were like in their 40s. Yeah,
very
50s. We didn't have youth leaders like this,
and they didn't want to do anything. That's the thing. Like we had to motivate them. Hey, take us out to Wasilla or whatever. Let's go visit other places and they didn't want to do anything. Versus these guys,
it's kind of like the reverse.
Yeah, they want to do it, but they don't know how to get together. So you need to like set it up for them.
What do you mean you guys don't know how to get together?
Well, like between just their own little families or cliques, but as a youth in general, like you would need to.
Well, I mean, with the Delta youth, we're like one huge clique. Like, that was an issue in the beginning.
But it wasn't always like that.
I know. In the beginning, it was definitely an issue. Like, everybody, like, our family hung out together, and then the rest of the half of the youth hung out together. But after, like, a year or so where we got to know each other, we all hung out, like, together all the time.
Yeah.
Like, especially, like, not last winter, but, like, maybe a few winters ago. Like, we'd hang out till, like, 3 in the morning, like, every single night. Like, no matter what. Like, let's go hang out. And everybody always, like, pulled up or something.
So, are you saying... By the way, Matthew, I wasn't called... Okay, I did say old, but... Older. There you go. Older.
Wiser.
Wiser.
Wiser in years.
Years.
What was I about to say?
Something about the youth hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Matthew, you distracted me.
But there, like, I agree with you. But I remember the first time I came in 2018 to youth, and I was like, "Hey guys, let's do this." And some people would be like, "Why?"
That's what I was gonna ask. So are you saying that Alex that he's just blowing steam right now, or what?
No, in the beginning, I would say that, like, we didn't hang out. Well, in the beginning, there was only, like, 3 people in the youth.
Are you trying to
like,
make us
it was
fight
you
or
and
something?
3 other people. Yeah, bro, give me a point.
Wait, you didn't prove your point yet.
Yeah, I did. I'm just repeating myself now. No, but in the beginning, it was the issue. But now, not anymore. Like, I wouldn't think it's an issue anymore. Especially, like, these past years. Like, the youth has gotten a lot closer together,
but
I would
why?
think. Just because we've grown a lot more together.
But who started it?
Him, for sure. With the
You're right.
Lord.
Point for the Mills.
What?
You answered
A point
it
for the
correctly.
Mills.
Get out of here.
You should
I
have.
answered correctly though.
It's not about answering correctly. It's
What do you
about
mean?
being right.
Okay, it was all Gen Z. Alex did nothing. Give me the point.
Nope. You literally walked right into that one,
What do
Julie.
you mean? I'm being honest, bro.
But was it really direction if you started it? But they're the ones that directed themselves to where they are now.
No, for example, like when we were in youth, like we didn't have a worship team. We didn't have a lot of stuff. So we were like, hey, let's do a worship team. We didn't need a leader to tell us what to create or where to go. We did it ourselves. Versus Gen Z's like serving in the youth ministry, we're like, hey, you need to do this. And then you help them through it. Versus our generation, we didn't have somebody
I
like...
feel like the reason of that is just because of the responsibility that you guys had. Like like maybe when you guys were 13, right?
Be careful
like
how you answer because we're
guys-
going to get another point.
Be quiet. You guys had a lot more responsibility than a 13-year-old does like today. You know,
Yeah.
you guys did a lot more in your time.
Like what?
Huh?
Like what?
Like you guys, like for instance, for him, like he had a full-time job. He had I don't know what you had.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
you're-
I
That's
started
not
working
everybody,
really...
though.
I know,
what
but-
she's saying is like we started work earlier, and because we couldn't rely, we wanted to help our parents, maybe financially, this or that, and so we had more responsibility on our shoulders.
And like
to,
the maturity levels changed
Yeah.
like crazy.
That's so true. Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe that's... I almost think that's a Delta thing.
Really?
Youth. Well, yeah, because everybody... You know, like for instance, when we moved to Delta... Building houses, it's either you build or you sleep in the cold.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, or
No, but I feel like with the maturity level, like through the generation, I feel like that's just like worldwide that it like changed, or at least like in America.
You know what it could be? When we came to when we came to America, we moved to Delta. We had a responsibility to help our parents to get up on their feet, and they're right now, their parents are set up. They don't need to try to provide a house for their family and whatever. They already have gardens, or like in Delta, for example. So they just have to keep going. And I think their parents' fault where they're messing up is they're not teaching to put their responsibility on them. And that's where maybe they're failing. Like you mentioned, where did the Gen X maybe failed?
well, or missed something. I
Or
don't want
missed-
to. I don't want
not
to make
failed.
it sound harsh. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, just maybe
Something was
X
missed.
and what's the one before that? Boomer.
Boomer, yeah.
But do you
Maybe
guys think that's what it could be? Like, do you guys think that maybe for your older maybe siblings, your parents put more responsibility on them than versus
the
you
younger
guys?
ones, for sure, definitely.
That could be.
Because the younger ones always have it easier, like versus the older kids.
Yeah, we're reading the comments there. So as in my early teens, right, when I was like starting from about 12 or 13. Before that, I remember we lived in the city, in North Dakota, the capital city, and I just I didn't do much. I just did what every kid would do, just run around, hit things, you know what I mean? Punch holes in the wall and whatnot.
Shave your head.
Shave my head, you know. But then when we moved out to the country in North Dakota, and so we had this huge potato field, not like your guys' gardens, right, in Delta, your little 10 by 20 garden, right?
So this guy, he says
Do
he
you
was
even
in a
have
city.
a garden?
No,
Oh, okay, then why are you hating?
because I grew up on acres of this stuff, not
But he didn't farm.
garden.
Oh, you didn't farm though?
Animals.
It was just
We had some
there?
animals, but just birds mostly. You know, like ducks, geese, chickens.
So you didn't have a garden.
We had acres.
What
We
ki-
grew watermelon,
of-
tomatoes, cucumbers, potatoes, a variety of other things. I hated the potatoes.
So that
though.
was like your guys' business?
No, we just literally ate all of it.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
You for real?
Yes.
How many siblings do you have?
8.
That's it.
Yeah, literally.
For that much food, bro.
Literally.
You
How
guys are
many
all like
acres?
giants.
They're just eat and go back to the garden and harvest and eat.
And just keep going, bro. No, we stored a lot of potatoes. We had a cellar. And so one of the things that I had to do when potatoes sit there for a while, as you know, they start growing those.
You'd have to clean them off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd sit there for days in the cellar. I hated it so much. It would like get stuck in, you know, like potato smell would be like in your nose. You couldn't do anything about it, you know. I remember one time we grew these, we were growing these mini watermelons. You guys ever had those?
No.
No? Are you serious?
Melons?
Watermelons.
Mini ones.
Like
They're like,
melons.
I don't know if they're technically watermelon. They look exactly like a watermelon, except they're just like miniature. Hashtag mini watermelon, somebody. If you guys ever had that, let me know because I'm pretty sure it's a thing.
Like it's like this big.
Yeah, they were like small.
Like the ones they have in the store right now, like the round.
I haven't
small
seen.
ones.
Maybe
I don't know.
your watermelons weren't fully grown.
Yeah, maybe you're
They
doing
were
something
fully
wrong.
grown. Okay,
Maybe
we
they
were
had
not
disability.
eating.
He got too hungry
We
for
were
it to
not-
grow all the way. They couldn't wait.
I mean, they had acres of it. They're
We were
like,
not eating
How many did you eat? a
green
day?
watermelons, okay? But anyways, I remember we were we would have to like gather them in a pile and whatnot, and they were so small you could toss them and they wouldn't break. And plus, we actually had dirt in North Dakota, not like Alaska.
What do you mean actually had dirt?
Because micromelon. Well, because Alaska doesn't really have dirt. Alaska has clay.
silt.
Clay, you know what I mean? Clay mixed with like a tiny bit of but there
Silt.
we actually had like black dirt, you know, like nice dirt. I mean, you could look at it and something gross, you know. It's really good.
Whoa.
Yeah. But anyway, so you
okay, I believe you.
yeah, no, it's some really
Grow.
well because there was a lot of animal. There
In
was
the
a lot
name
of
of Jesus.
Come out.
Be a big
Come out.
melon.
He like threw it
He's
yesterday.
like, no more tiny melons.
I actually liked the little melons.
Were
okay,
they, like,
because they're very
sweeter?
sweet. Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like they'd be
very
I
sweeter.
like the little melons.
Yeah, they were very sweet, and I remember I was taking the melons, I was tossing them behind me like this. I
You
tossed
weren't
one.
breaking them like that?
No, the dirt. There's just a lot of dirt, and they're so small that they wouldn't just crack open. They were pretty stiff, which was another reason why it was so good. You know what I mean? Like I hate when you get a watermelon and it's just like
Yeah, freaking watermelons, bro.
just
Like, we know what he's talking about. You know when you get a watermelon out of the dirt? Like, that's something everybody does.
yeah. No, I'm saying like when you go to the store, you get a watermelon and it's like soft and mushy. Can't stand it. This generation is more about technology versus us.
Hey,
doing
I do
things
farming,
hands-on.
bro. I got a whole farm in Delta. I think
Micromelons.
it's the Fairbanks youth. It's not the Delta
Great.
youth.
I'm not a micromelon farmer, by the way. That was just one thing that we grew for like a couple years. But anyways, to get with my story, so I'm throwing them behind me, and my brother's picking them up. You know, I toss it behind my back, and I hear, ow! I turn around, it hit his eye, it gave him a black eye. It was hilarious.
That's so sad. It was hilarious. Oh,
Yeah, there was some good stuff.
So for fun, you threw watermelons.
Back,
We do that with potatoes, though, but like on purpose, like a potato fight.
Hot potato.
I guess your voice is really powerful, so.
Oh, sorry, guys.
No, you're good. You're
I
good.
know my voice is
Just
really loud.
go like this.
Why?
The distance.
I
English?
can't fit.
This is a measuring tool. Oh,
This is a measuring tool?
it is.
You're touching the microphone. They can't
Micro
hear.
farming.
Microphone.
So, Pastor Victoria's question was, what's it like serving in their generation? Well, didn't we kind of,
We did go over that a little.
well, no, it
No.
was what's it like serving with
Oh,
us.
with you guys?
But in church in general, well, see, you guys are like almost polar opposites as far as like what kind of churches you served in.
Yeah.
You know, so I guess that's great. How was it for you? How would you describe the church that you served in, and what was it like for you? And then we'll go to you and ask the same questions. By the way, you guys in the chat, if you have any questions for our guests, you know, the girls or Pastor Alex, feel free. So go ahead, Maya.
Can you ask the question one more time?
So how was it like for you? How would you describe the kind of church that you grew up in? And what's it like serving in that church?
So the kind of church, I guess, that I'm in, obviously, is more like non-denominational or like Pentecostal, I guess. But when it was first started, it was more like Slavic church, just like pretty religious, you know, and then the old people and hymnals and stuff like that.
Never really had very many old people in the church.
Well, like,
Why, sir?
She considers Andre as old people.
No, I mean
No.
like 70s, 80s.
We never had 70. Like I could count on
Yes,
one hand how many
that
people
one
we had that were that old.
babushka. That one babushka, that was
One.
like
The one.
The one grandma.
Yeah, she looks. There's one 80-year-old. Yeah, a lot of old people here.
Okay, well, I was younger, so everyone was just older for me, I guess.
Oh, I guess everybody was
Yeah.
ancient.
Oh yeah, because she
Yeah.
was like 7.
I was
Yeah.
7.
She's a little baby.
So obviously I didn't serve then, but now our church, when it split and like to what it's now, is completely different from what it was before.
I was hoping she wasn't gonna say no more old people.
No more old people.
Alex was like praying over there in the corner.
I'm
But-
just doodling on my paper here.
Is that your hobby?
Yes, like stamp collecting.
But yeah, no, our church is definitely completely different from back then, or you know, yeah.
What's
then.
different?
Well, I mean, we're a lot more free. We do like, I don't know, the spirit is actually like free in our church, you know what I mean?
The service
How
is
so?
spirit-led.
Yeah.
What if somebody was to say, "No, I don't know what you mean"? Explain.
I'd be like, well,
Sucks
understand
to
me.
suck.
No.
No, just joking.
Sucks to suck. That's my line.
I would say it's just like you don't feel as closed off, or like you don't feel like you're being judged, like worshiping, or just like you feel like you're actually loved, and like people actually like understand where you're coming from. You don't feel judged. And the cool thing is we
You
have.
said that twice.
Yeah, sorry.
Must be a big thing. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it
not
is.
feel
It's a
judged.
very big thing, especially.
It is.
for-
It's a
yeah.
very big
That's
thing.
why I said it.
She
okay.
said it
Yeah,
twice.
That's
I
why I
understand.
said it.
It's a very big thing.
A ting.
She said it twice. A big thing.
It's a very big ting.
So it's a very big thing. No, yeah.
Yeah.
But
okay.
yeah, I don't know. I'd just say that. And what was your second question?
What's it like serving in the church?
Yeah, which I think you kind of already answered.
Yeah,
that.
I guess. Yeah. But just a lot more freedom.
What do
which
you do
is-
in the church?
I already said in the beginning.
Well,
In the
in
beginning.
beginning.
We're
Beginning-
Mills, so you have to
beginning-
refresh our
Remember
memory.
the memory, bro. It's slower.
Oh, right. Hey, point
Wow.
for
It
Jen.
hits
That's cold,
different.
Julie.
It
That's
hits
cold.
different. That's a point, dude.
That's a
That's
point.
not a
That's
point.
We'll write
Yes,
down
it
the
is.
All right,
point.
fine. I'll give them a point.
2-1.
Thank you.
I
thank you.
serve on the worship team and Sunday school teacher. And yeah, worship, I definitely, because before we did hymnals, we didn't have worship.
Yeah.
So worship now is like, I can actually raise my hands, you know, with
Oh,
the-
come on, Maya. Come on. It's not like back then you couldn't raise your hands.
Okay, I know. But it was just like, I don't know, like before our church
Maybe
split,
you
I would
had-
feel weird to like raise my hands because they'd be like, or like at least high up here. If it was down here, it'd be fine. But like up here, people would be
There's a certain height. Red
Carrying
zone.
the TV.
If anybody is watching from the old church, just Maya's expressing the things that she was
Yeah,
personally
you guys really
feeling.
Maya grew a lot.
Yeah,
too,
Maya.
okay?
Yeah,
She was
You
struggling.
have to excuse her.
7 years old.
No.
Yeah, it's like Ben said, with thousands of old people. There's 7-year-old Maya. She's like, look at all these old people.
Literally.
Yeah. The
No,
guy's like
it's
20
just-
years old. She's like, you're old.
It was just a
That's a wise
drastic change from what our church was to now. It's completely different.
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying, like, it's a lot more freedom now, as especially like a young person on the worship team. I don't know, but yeah,
You were not allowed to be on the worship team as a young person?
no, not joining.
We didn't really have
No.
a worship team.
Yeah, I joined
You
the
just had a
worship
choir,
team after.
right?
Yeah, we had a choir.
Yeah, we had a choir. But
Did
I
you stay in the
wasn't-
choir?
I was in the choir for like a couple months.
Yeah.
You didn't
Really?
like it?
No. Well,
Why
no,
not?
it was because it was, I don't know, it's just not
Did
really.
your
I like worship
perspective
more.
though like change?
Julie, you got to speak in the mic.
Yeah.
I was too loud.
I know,
I
but
don't want to
you-
be loud now. I feel
No,
bad.
it's okay. No, don't.
Their ears are like hurting. From
They're
my
not.
voice.
Their ears.
Do that.
Their ears are good.
And especially when I laugh and get hecka
What were you
loud.
saying?
No, like maybe it also has something to do with like the way that you grew, like versus when you were in that church, and like now how like far spiritually like you've gone and you've
Oh
grown.
yeah, for
And so
sure.
that also like
Julie, the
balances
mic.
out like your perspective on the churches.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
How do you not like singing in the choir? I love singing in the choir.
I don't know. It just how do I explain this? Well, when I went to youth camp one time, like a couple years ago, God revealed
Which
to
youth
me
camp?
Slavic Church.
Pastor Stanislav,
Pastor
Word of
Word
Life.
of Life. Delta Junction.
Word of
Delta.
Life. God kind of revealed to me that like worship was gonna be one of like the ministries that I was gonna be a part of.
Yeah, point for Gen Z,
And
bro.
I guess, and I always had that like passion for worship. I was always in love with worship. Choir, I don't know, it just seemed more like millennial kind of thing. I think worship is definitely more of like a Gen Z now. Gen Z would relate more to worship than, not relate, but like.
Well, no, worship.
Yeah.
It's a
For everyone.
millennial thing too.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
No, it's
just,
for everybody.
Yeah,
for
yeah, it
sure.
is, it
well, I'm
yeah.
saying like the further back you go, well, we come up. All four of us come from a Slavic background.
Yeah.
You know, so with the Slavs, worship maybe in the last 30 years or so started to kind of started to pick up. Would you say that, Alex?
30
No, not
years?
30,
I wouldn't
dude,
say
no.
30.
Because
I wanna say
when the revival broke down in Ukraine, when the Soviet Union fell apart, that was already in early 1998, where the first missionary trips with the where he put together.
I think you got your
team.
dates wrong, bro.
I'm serious.
98.
19
The Soviet Union broke up in like. Somebody Google it. I think it
97.
was like
It was in
1990.
Yeah, I'm just saying, people only after the Soviet Union broke, that's when the worship team kind of started to happen.
When did
So-
it end?
The Soviet Union. When did it break up? Yeah.
I believe it was like in the early 1990s. But besides the point, when
1991.
yeah,
There you go. Yeah.
but people started to do like evangelism on the street in the later 90s, like, and so obviously we were already born at the time, and when we came to America, the worship teams were just picking up. It was still a lot of hymns and stuff.
So, yeah, so I'm right. About 30 years ago is when it kind of really started to pick up in the Slavic churches.
Yeah, but not in all the Slavic churches.
Right.
It was mostly in like charismatic new movement. Whoa.
Bro, chill.
Nice throw.
that started, but like in the traditional churches, I would say 90% churches they never went into worship right away.
Yeah.
But we're talking about like Slavic churches, right?
Slavic
Yeah.
churches, yeah.
Which, yeah, that's true.
Taste
'cause
and
they're-
See, Victoria is saying, I believe the Slavs picked up worship in 2000s.
2000s.
Mm.
Yeah, it was pretty recent.
Yeah,
As far as picked up, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like there's probably more Slavic churches doing worship than there are not.
Yeah,
Whereas just several decades ago, it was the opposite.
Yeah.
because I remember when we came to Delta, we weren't allowed to have drums. We weren't allowed to have guitars, and that was already what. I mean, you should remember.
No, I
What
remember
year
when
was
I
that?
was a kid
That was
still,
like
there wasn't even a
2008,
worship
2007-ish,
Yeah.
around there, and we weren't allowed to have instruments. People still,
crazy.
yeah. So people fought over karaoke. You know, that was
This was
team.
before
No,
you
yeah, I
guys-
remember that.
Wait, what do you remember?
No, when we went to church, I remember when I was still a kid, though, like there was no worship team. Like there was a choir,
Oh,
and like
yeah.
there was huge thing
How old
over
are you
like
usually?
me.
Yeah.
I'm 20.
20.
Yeah. I remember there was a huge thing over
So
the
she was
drums.
she was a kid when we were going through all of that.
Yeah.
So I mean, but still, she was old enough to remember a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so that's why.
Yeah,
But
even
I
Dennis
think-
he remembers too.
I think we broke a lot of the ice for them, in our generation, versus them right now. Like, because
You're talking about For the Z's?
yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I think we got a
We
harder.
did a lot of work for you guys, by the
Yeah.
way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We
That's a
appreciate-
point for
Praise
us.
God.
We set up the
Dude,
conversation
this
for
point
our
thing
own
is
points.
really not fair. I need
Yeah,
a
it is,
pen.
though. No, I didn't give a point. We're gonna have the W Riz.
Yeah,
Right?
you give us a point for that.
I used it right, didn't I? Yes, I
For-
did.
W
Ah.
for what though?
We're gonna have the W Riz.
No, dude.
The W. We're going to have the W.
The W, yeah. You're not getting the W, but you used it correctly.
All right. Well, the reason... So, for the first about 10, 11 years in House of Prayer, we didn't have... What's the score? Was the score
2-1.
Mills 2,
But it's not
Gen
fair
Z
because
1.
Andre's tallying over there and he has...
No, I'm not.
His memory is off, so he doesn't
Yeah,
remember
right.
what side he's supposed to be
right.
adding points.
No.
That's
But-
a point for Gen Z.
No, it's
FYI.
not. No, it's not. I'm tolerating life, so that's a point for Mills. Yeah.
Having this conversation.
Yeah, so that's a point for us. So I remember in our church for the first 10 or so years, for the first decade, we didn't have worship, but I kind of had an issue with worship. Not that I believed it was evil. I never believed worship was evil. Because there are some churches like that. In case somebody doesn't know out there are churches that literally believe worship is like of the devil, and so are drums. Well, it depends. Some churches, like all music is from the devil. You can only sing just like that, which is crazy because I'm like, did you open your Bible? Like, music.
I'm not going to say the church name.
The Psalms, bro. The Psalms, it says to the choir, it talks about instruments. To those playing these and these kind of instruments.
Yeah, I remember I went to one of the churches and I brought a guitar. We went there to visit with some of the girls from our youth. And I brought a guitar with me, to jam out maybe a couple songs. And they told us, no, you can't bring a guitar. And so I had to go put it back in the car.
Is this in Ukraine?
No, this was here. This was in Ukraine. This was here in Delta.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. And then some churches are not that extreme.
I said I'm not gonna say the name.
But do we know it?
I don't know.
What's the church?
I'm not gonna
Give us a hint.
What does it start with?
It's conservative.
So
What's wrong with your eye, bro?
yeah,
why are you tweaking
okay?
like that?
So, but in some
Hi,
churches
hi.
they're not as extreme, but they still think worship is of the devil. I was not one of those people. I didn't think worship was of the devil. But here was my issue. I kind of looked at worship and
As an emotional thing.
as a very emotional
I
thing.
remember these conversations.
Like it's just about feelings.
No, I knew there were some people that were very genuine.
Uh-huh.
Like they were actually experiencing the presence of God.
Yeah.
But
So you didn't worship at one point? Like you wouldn't?
He would look
No.
at people and he was very judgmental that it's all about just feelings. Like if they don't feel,
Then
they
they're not
can't
worship.
worship. Yeah.
okay, now do you want to hear my thoughts?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I mean, might as well. I mean, we're
I
here.
thought we were on the same
We're
team.
here.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Well, no, the problem I had with worship is that I felt like it conditioned people to rely on their emotions to tell them that they had the presence of God. Like if I don't feel like I'm like
If I don't feel God.
if I don't feel it,
he's
then
not
I
here.
must not be filled.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. You could be filled and not feel
Not
a thing,
feel, yeah.
you know? So I just kind of like, whereas the hymns, some of them were a little,
Iffy?
kind of like
Traditional.
No.
funeral-ish, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But what I liked about the hymns was that they are very rich theologically. Like you can learn something. They're like almost sermons.
There's like a story behind
Right.
Because most of them
Yeah.
are from the Bible. Right?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
No.
I don't know about
it.
that.
A few of them are.
No.
Or-
The
a few
older
of them.
ones. The
Oh,
older ones
okay,
have a lot
okay.
of scripture quotations.
So
Yeah.
the first,
what I mean?
because there was 3 sections of hymnals. So the first section was written way before the communism fell apart. After when people were pretty much World War II. When World War II started, people started writing songs of like, God help us and
And,
like we're in
heartache and stuff
prison.
like that, yeah.
I don't know if you remember like Журавли, Журавли, возьмите меня с собой. Like,
yeah, like, take us away.
Take us away, Cranes, like...
had a deeper meaning behind it.
it's it's not that it's a meaning, it's a person's life. And so it was 2,800. I don't know if you guys remember the song books. It's 28. And then when me and him were already getting baptized, the song books changed to 3,200. So they had a 3 different waves of songs.
What's it up to now? Like 50 something?
I don't know, but the first songs were about worship, and the third wave of songs was about worship. That middle section was pretty much of people struggling and surviving.
Yeah.
And those are, for some reason, those are the only songs we sang in the church.
Which I don't know why.
I don't know because there was
we weren't being persecuted here.
I know.
You know.
And so like we would come to church and we would want to worship, glorify God, be
You
like
guys
excited,
singing about being stuck in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my favorite hymns are the very, very first ones, like the very early ones.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that have a lot of, they literally take scripture and they turn it into song. And so it's almost a way of reminding you what the Bible says. And they are more, they talk a lot about the blood of Jesus, his death, things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas worship songs, it's a lot of praise. But as far as theology goes, I don't really even...
Like the newer worship songs, is that what you're talking about?
Right, yeah. I'd say there's almost zero theology in modern worship songs.
Well, a lot of it is just like very repetitive, like just the same phrases over and
That's
over.
kind of why I like it.
Well, some people have...
Well, I feel like it goes really well with like spontaneous like prayer nights and stuff like that.
I think there's a place for everything, you
Yeah.
know. Like, for example, a lot of people, when they do evangelism and they would set up a concert, basically. I think if you're doing a concert style and you have an audience, I think you would sing those theological songs to get people.
Oh, wait, you think that's the setting for hymns? I would say that's the setting for worship. Like praise songs. Whereas...
Well, if it is a praise song, because there's prayer and there's praise. But for example, when you're in a group of people and you want to get into the holiness of God, and you're trying to get, the Levites are trying to get people in there. Those are the songs that, you have to choose between prayer and praise to get people into the holiness of God. And that could be a song. It doesn't have to be a theological song. It could be just a song about God's holiness, glorifying him and going into the presence of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. But that was just my issue with worship songs. I was just kind of looking around and I'm thinking, and I guess it was from some of my conversations with people where they thought, like, for instance, and I saw hypocrisy, and this is what I mean. Some of the people, the very same people that were saying worship is from the devil, those very same people would believe that if you're not like when you're filled with the Holy Ghost, if you're not feeling like you're flying or something is happening, then you're not filled. So you see the double standard.
Yeah.
It's like worship, it's bad because from the devil, because it's all emotion. But then when it came to being filled with the Holy Ghost, you have to feel something.
To know that
you're filled. Yeah. So there was quite a double standard there. For me, it was the conditioning. That's the big thing for me. I'm all about the noodle up here. You know what I mean? So you can't...
Just acknowledging that you are being filled with the Spirit.
Yeah, regardless of what you feel.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's a choice of believing and then taking action on that belief regardless of what you're actually feeling.
I think that's also like a big like misunderstanding with like this generation. Like it's all about feeling, what you feel inside, what you want to do,
You think that's a big thing
how you feel. Yeah.
For the Gen Zs?
Yeah. I feel like that's another way that this generation also gets lost. 'Cause it's all right now. It's all about you. You do what you want to do. You do how you feel. Whatever makes you happier. Put yourself first. I feel like that's like a huge thing for this generation right now too.
That's true. Yeah.
You agree with that, Maya?
Yeah. I do.
But I think, why that happened, I think it's because of I believe a lot of the older leaders that would present it that way off the stage to that generation. Because you see a lot of charismatic preachers, and they would be, feel the Holy Spirit and this and that. And it's all about feelings. And you would hear that a lot, do you feel the presence of God right now in the room? And when you hear that word so repetitive, and then you have the secular world that's trying to tell you, you know, your feelings are important to how you feel in school. Are your parents do you feel like your parents are too harsh on you? And that word feel, it really kind of, you know, drives into your mind. So.
Was feelings a big thing for us when we were youth?
No.
I think it has to do with social media too, and just like the internet nowadays, because you can say a lot and it can go like a long ways. But you guys didn't really have that back then, so you kind of had your own opinions. I don't know.
Wait, elaborate on that. So what you're saying is social. So we had our own. Okay, so we didn't have. I got my first cell phone when I was like 18, and it was one of those
Flip
like,
phones?
No,
No?
it was like a Nokia,
Oh, okay. I remember those.
the indestructible one, yeah. And as far as like social media, yeah, I mean it was pretty much non-existent for me at least, you know. And then there was MySpace.
I didn't know that one.
MySpace.
You don't know that one? Oh my goodness! Somebody put on there.
After MySpace,
Hashtag
Messenger
MySpace.
came out.
I don't know.
Messenger?
Messenger, yeah. After MySpace.
Glitter backgrounds.
What is
That's
that?
right,
I
MySpace.
have no idea.
You guys don't even know.
They
You don't
sent
even know.
letters.
We're not that old, okay? No, I didn't send letters. Well, actually, I kind of did. Oh, yeah, I totally did. Oh, my goodness. I sent a letter.
You know, the first, we didn't have cell phones back then. So we were doing services, you know, Sera Youth Service.
Right.
And so
notes.
we would write notes.
We did that
So
too.
I remember after youth camp, when I asked out Evelina, I wanted to, you know, like to see what she's going to do after youth service. So we started, I would write something and then we would pass it on. She write, and I still have that very first letter. Yeah, I still have it.
So sentimental. It's so
Did you write on the
cute.
letter?
Hashtag
Do you like
aw.
me? Yes or no?
Circle your
Circle
answer.
It was something like that.
Actually, you did that?
No, like, did you like change your mind or something? I can't remember. But
Do you
but I
like
still,
me?
but I still
No,
have
but
that.
like for real though.
It was on a piece of paper though. I still remember that.
That's so cute.
Do we get a point for that?
Why?
Okay.
What do you mean? No, you do not.
So,
I think you get a point for what Maya said. That was pretty good.
no, you only get points if you like prove the other generation wrong. She didn't
Oh,
prove me
since
wrong.
when was that?
Since like the
You
beginning.
know, like their generation, you know, is about feelings. I think like when you asked, something came to mind when you asked, what do you think about ours? I think ours, because we grew up in such a strict culture. I don't know if you remember, like laughing. Sometimes they would say, "Don't смехотворствовать," you know.
Yeah.
Don't joke around or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, and when our parents would spank us, they would tell like, "Don't cry," you know.
Like to hide your emotions.
Yeah.
To
So
not show your emotions.
I think
Yeah.
it was. I'm not gonna say it's dark place to how we grew up. It's just, it was almost like we had to hide our emotions, and it's almost like it wasn't the right thing to do is to feel an emotion or whatever, you know.
Speaking of hiding,
No, you can go.
can I?
Maybe.
Okay. Speaking of hiding, I remember as a kid, I would have to hide in order to play. Like if I wanted to play, just doodle around or whatever, I would have to play in a way or in a place where they couldn't see me out the window. Because if they spotted me, they'd be like, well, they speak in Russian, you know, бездельничаешь, right? Like, why are you not doing anything? Go work the fields. You know
Go
what I mean?
pick up watermelons.
Yeah, pick water, micro melons. You know what I mean? Go pull weeds or those nasty bugs off the potato plants.
Oh, I hate those.
See, for you guys, it was don't show any of your emotions. For us, it's
like
show
all your-
everything,
yeah,
you know, everything that you're feeling. Just put it out there.
Who's telling you that?
Huh? No, I'm just saying, like, with this generation, like,
pastor?
on social media.
Exposed.
So it's a point.
That's a point for us. That's a point for us.
Wait, what happened?
You missed it. Just put it down.
Did they get a
Don't
point?
repeat it. He's
Hey,
gonna
you're
forget.
using your hearing too now, bro?
They get a point. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was pretty
yeah.
fast. You caught
Thanks
on.
a lot, Alex.
I just
You're
helped them.
losing the points that I
Okay,
accrued for us.
I'll get
Time.
serious now.
serious.
So, anyways, well, what I was getting at so as a youth, it was basically as I was coming out of the youth age, that's when the social media thing kind of started to take off a little more. MySpace was cool for like a year, maybe. Facebook overtook it pretty fast, you know. When Facebook first came out, it
really?
was...
Snapchat was before Facebook?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
No, Snapchat was before
Snapchat,
Instagram.
It was not. Do not lose another point for us.
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
He did already.
No.
Yeah,
That was only half. Okay?
No, it was Facebook, Snapchat, and then Instagram.
Yeah, Google it. But anyways, when Facebook first came out, it was more for the older people, to
Still
post
is.
their pictures of their pets or
The
whatever.
only reason everybody else has it is for like
Exposed.
marketplace.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but then it overtook it. So, I was already like out of my youth years. But for you guys,
I just feel like with social media, like the kids. Oh my goodness.
yeah,
not like that.
Max
The
is
kids,
pretty
like
loud.
the teenagers, like you're so easily exposed. Like in 2 seconds, like they can be exposed to like so much that you guys like couldn't be able to reach as easily,
That's
you know.
true. That's
But like
true.
for us, it's just so easy to get exposed like to the everything that's happening outside in the world, you know.
Yeah.
Things that like we shouldn't even know or shouldn't even see or shouldn't even be an issue.
Yeah.
So how old were you when doxing?
When I got a phone,
What's doxing in real?
I don't know what doxing is.
Me neither.
We were married when we got Facebook.
Yeah.
Did
So-
you post them?
How? I feel like I should know that, but Matthew, I'm sorry.
What is doxing?
If you remind me, Matthew, I'm sure I'll know. You're not alone.
Yeah, I've heard that word, but I don't know what it means.
Boxing,
Never-
doxing.
I know.
That-
I thought he misspelled boxing.
I know there was voxing,
Voxing, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's the voxer.
which is hilarious.
That's
the
my
voxer,
thing.
yeah, it was hilarious. It was like a walkie-talkie. Anyways,
Yeah.
how old were you when you basically realized what social media was and started to get
well,
immersed
my
in
parents, their rule is like if you want a phone, you have to be able to pay for it yourself. Like if you can't pay your phone, then you can get a phone. So I got a phone when I was like 16.
I think that's a good thing, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm really happy that like I'm gonna do the same thing with my kids. Like I'm happy because I see kids nowadays and they're just sitting there on the iPads. It's really sad. But yeah, I was 16 when I first got social media and all that. So
16.
I don't remember what age
16,
that
I was
is that freshman?
picking potatoes.
I think 16.
Ask her the
Sophomore.
question
Is
that
it?
you asked Maya
Sophomore, yeah.
about where she comes from.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, with like my church background.
Yeah. But before we get to that,
Yeah.
thank you, Alex, so much for money. How old were you when you were basically not? I'm sure you've seen social media, but when you realized kind of like what it is that you could talk to other people, that you could interact, you know, when did it really hit you? What social media?
Pretty young.
What
14.
you were capable of? 14.
Yeah, 14. Which is, I think, like almost the prime age of where, like teenagers start to become very
Stumble and
curious,
stuff
and
like
then
that,
they
yeah.
want to go and like, and then that's how they get caught into like bad things, you know, is just by, I don't know, well, first at a young age because they're curious, but also just by social media. But yeah, 14 was when I,
Were you a good teenager?
yeah, I tried to be.
She tried, bro.
How would we know?
You would.
Yeah,
How can
I
it?
guess
you
we'll
wouldn't.
never know.
They don't get it.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, because
Millennials. No, I'm joking.
Yeah. Well, Julie, we totally forgot about you. All right, and no, it's not because of my age.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't get that point because we're on one team. So, how is it like, or what was my question?
How was it for her to be in the church where she was with that generation?
Right. Yeah. How did you view the church, and how was it for you? Well, you just
Serving.
left. Up until you left, how was it for you serving? So, how did you see it through your eyes? What did it look like, or how did it seem?
Like
And then how
before
it
I
serving?
was saved or afterwards?
Well, I don't know. Just while you were going to church.
Well, I grew up. I was born and raised going to church, like going to Sunday service, Wednesday Bible school, or whatever. But when I was like, what was it, 18 or so, maybe 17, around there, I got really bored in church. Like it had no interest in me, and I didn't know that you could have like a personal relationship with Jesus. Like I didn't know that was a thing. Like I just saw like the religious side of it. Like
wait, you didn't? How's that so?
I know,
because it's everywhere. I'm not picking on you. I'm
no,
just
no,
wondering.
no. I don't know. I honestly I have no idea. But I never knew that like you can have like a personal relationship with Christ and that God like wanted to know you personally.
Was it because no one explained it to you?
I guess so. I don't know, honestly.
Was it when you were going to youth services?
No, I wasn't going to.
Was it because Alex left?
No, this is when Alex. What's in my so
you
this happened.
Another point for us.
This happened right before Alex started up youth again. So there was a time where there wasn't a youth, right?
So
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
when Alex left.
Yeah. No.
It was.
Saw your
was when he
fart.
left? Okay. And yeah, there was
It
one
was.
part where there was no youth.
Did you say fart? It was your fart.
It's all your fart.
Stanky.
Yeah, it stank for a while.
Literally.
It actually did when I left. Not stink
Yeah,
like
yeah.
fart stink, but like stink, like it stunned.
It like sucked.
Stink.
No.
It sucked.
Alex,
Yeah.
stop.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
Don't
gonna lose
do it.
another point.
Don't do
It
it.
stanked.
Yeah. Okay. So.
No, yeah. So I just thought like Christianity was just really boring. I had no interest in it like at all. I didn't understand. Like I thought like, okay, you do good deeds, whatever, you're a good person, like you'll be fine. You know, you'll be saved that way. That was my perspective on it. But then at one point I just got really bored, so I stopped going to church, and so I kind of got stuck with the wrong crowd and fell away into the world for a little bit. And then randomly this one summer, Alex did this whole youth camp, and it was like a super last minute thing. Like we didn't even do teams or games or anything.
It was in the fall.
Yeah, it was in the fall,
like
super
August.
last minute. He's like, hey, we're just going to do like, it wasn't even really a camp. It was just like a hangout. Like we had like services in the beginning, at the end of the day. And then in between, we all just hung out. Like we didn't do teams or anything. There wasn't any like guests. It wasn't like
That's
this
the first time you
huge
came,
deal.
right?
Yeah, I think
I
so.
think so, yeah.
Anyways, and then that day, that night, we had a prayer. It was the first prayer, right?
It was when Holy Spirit exposed me to deliverance, and so I was trying to like do.
That was the service.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
Nice,
wanted to do
nice.
like a mass deliverance.
And that's when
And
Diana
I didn't
shared
know
her
what I was
testimony.
doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when Diana shared her testimony.
Yeah, about deliverance.
Big shout out to Diana.
Yeah, Diana,
Yeah.
big shout out to you.
Look at these beautiful
I mean, she's
souls
the one
here.
who actually came and prayed for me during that
Oh,
time.
wow.
Yeah, I remember that. Anyways, and then during her testimony, then I think Daniel Daniel was getting delivered. Yeah, that
so
same
it was
prayer.
Dennis and
Dennis,
Diana
yeah.
that shared their
One
testimony.
of you guys were like sharing like how like you can have a personal relationship with Jesus, and like anyways, and that was like a huge eye opening for me. I was like, no way. And then like everything just kind of like hit. So I guess it was also like just when the Holy Spirit like revealed it to me, just maybe my eyes were closed for that long, you know, and God didn't reveal it to me like until that day and until that service.
Man, that just sounds amazing to me.
What?
You know, like because you hear like on radio, on social media, the whole personal. I'm kind of like amazed that you never came across that.
They can have a personal.
Yeah.
I think
You know?
the big reason why is because the culture that we grew in, it was a systematic services. It wasn't spirit led, you know.
Well, no, not to. I know about the services. You know, I'm just saying, there's like you had access to social media, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you never came across something that said, "Do you want a personal relationship with Jesus?" or something? Like
I mean,
that?
I might have, but it never
Never
hit.
clicked.
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know, until like that service, and then after that we had a prayer, and then I was reborn there, and pretty much the whole youth was.
Well, praise God.
Yeah, it was insane. Literally everybody at one time, one prayer, and then boom, after that, like the whole like our Word of Life Youth Revival kind of started through that. So it was amazing.
Yeah.
And then after that, Alex, he was like, he wanted to start like a whole discipleship team and everything.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, if you want to like join a disciple team, he's like, come up to me. And I'm like this. I actually prayed about it first. Because I was scared of him. I didn't know he was like this silly dude. Like now, like I was like, that's ridiculous. Being scared of Alex. No, dude, I was like intimidated by him at first.
Really?
I didn't know
I
didn't know he was
funny.
Like I was like, dude, this kid
And you were
is
picking on
immature,
me.
bro. Yeah. Anyways, and so I prayed and I fasted about it for the first time, like ever. I fasted for that reason. Like in my whole life, that was my first time fasting.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was crazy. And then we had what's his name? I think it was Alex. Not Peckin. One of the Alexes. I think he was like the shorter one. He came to like a youth service or something. Anyways, we had like a guest speaker, and he came and he was talking about like what asking God like what he wants to do for you like in this season. And so they did a prayer. And I went down to that prayer, and he had a prophetic word for me.
Oh, Kalinyuk.
Yep,
Okay.
him. Anyways, and so he had a prophetic word for me, and he said that I didn't even tell him like what I was praying for or anything, or that I was fasting for anything. And he just came, he said, you're going to be a leader for my people, and I'm going to make you a great leader. And so through that, I knew that I was going to be able to join like the discipleship, and that God was going to use me through that. So then I went to Alex and I told him, I was like, hey, I'm going to join your discipleship team. He's like, are you sure? I was like, yeah.
You think that's
I was like,
what God
I
was
think
talking
so.
about, though?
I think so, yeah. Honestly, I do, especially for that season in life. I mean, maybe there's also something else, but I do believe that it had a lot to do with me joining the leadership team with the youth, because I learned a lot like through that season and through being a disciple and being able to serve in the ministries that I did like with the youth. Like, if I didn't serve in the ministries, like, if I didn't have ministry, I don't know where I would be at right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, ministry is just a huge part of, like, a Christian's life and, like, in their walk. Like, it's crazy to think that ministry does in your life and the way that you can grow through ministry.
That's pretty good. You should preach. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're saying that. You know, people will be watching this video and hear that. So, 2 questions. How... give us a little more detail of how that revival felt in the youth revival, and how common or uncommon is it to see your fellow Z's serving in a serious capacity in church? So let's start with that one first, because the other one is kind of a bigger.
The second question.
Yeah, how common or uncommon is it to see other Gen Z people in serious ministry,
like serving, like legit? Honestly, I don't really know how to answer that. I don't know. I think with like our youth, it's kind of pretty common, because pretty much every single member that's in the Delta Youth is either helping out or is in some sort of ministry. They're either helping with a ministry or they're either leading a ministry. Like, that's one of the biggest things that I like saw about our youth. Like, everybody is doing something, and like anyway. And so I feel like the fact that Gen Z like serving in ministry isn't like a really big surprise for me, I guess. But I don't know how it is like for everybody else. Maybe it's just because our youth is like a lot smaller, so you kind of have to help for stuff to actually happen. Like, everybody has to put in, and help out. Because I know there are these 2 guys from Cali. They're saying their youth is like huge. And so there isn't a lot for, like, if you're a newcomer, there isn't a lot, like, for you to do, kind of. You can do, like, little things, but they can't really help out. But they come here, like, every summer, and they say they enjoy it because there isn't a lot of people, so there's always a way you can help out, and there's always something for you can do, Like, there's no time for you to just sit back and relax. There's always a way that you can, like, put
I think it's
your help
because
in.
the opportunities are maybe not there.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, that's what was big thing for me, is to not limit. We could have just done worship, prayer, or sermons, and that's it. But that's where I was.
That's how it was for us.
In the beginning,
that's how the first stage of the youth ministry in Delta. That's how it was for us too. And I was doing pretty much everything myself because it was boring, and the youth did not want to sing. So I was leading worship, I was preaching, I was doing everything. And then after that after that conversion, I wanted them to do it. And then all I had to do is delegate and create ministry and set up things that they could do. and just delegate. And I think that's where it kind of.
I guess that's a good starting point for us before we get to you. How you saw the revival through your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Just before the revival, there was you,
Mm-hmm.
right? Did you? So you're saying before the revival hit, you were doing everything. And Victoria and I know how that feels. You know what I mean? Because when this church started, right, Maya, when you were like
7,
3 years old,
And everybody was so big.
and everybody was ancient and old.
Dennis. That's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, I just remember there were maybe a couple people that were willing to help, and whatnot.
I think it was him, Dennis, and Pasha in the beginning, right?
No, it was Daniel and Dennis and me and
Dennis.
Alex Gulliver.
Oh, yeah.
He was there. Those are the only 3 dudes that when I came back, those are the only 3 dudes there.
Mm.
And they, I don't know about Dennis. Maybe Dennis could say in the chat but I remember Daniel when I first came back and he was like, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, I'm the new youth
Really?
pastor. Yeah. He's like,
"What are you doing?"
Well,
Shade.
yeah, he's like, you left us. So because the first stage of ministry, and then at some point I got burnt out, then I left. I just dipped. And then when I came back, it was only 3 of those guys there. And so I remember Daniel hated me. Not hated, but he did not like me because he reminded me that I remember like that for the rest of my life. He's like, "You left us and stuff," and he just walked away. I was like,
Oof.
what do I do? And that was the hardest time for me. And there was no youth. They were all kind of scattered. I think that's when you guys all like left. You didn't want to do anything with the youth.
Mm-mm.
And that's when I started to fast. And I was like, God, I don't know.
Yeah, that was going to be my question is how did you feel like, well, that's even tougher, coming back to youth and people being hurt. And I would understand that too. You know what I mean? If you got close or were emotionally invested in something and then your leader just dips, that can be pretty tough. You know what I mean? So when you came back and things aren't really starting, they're just they don't seem to be moving. Were you almost at like a point where you're like, God, this is kind of pointless. I just want to leave it because nothing's happening. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So what was it like just before the revival, basically? Yeah.
So I remembered this meeting. It was your father-in-law, Pastor Victor Linick, and Pastor Stanislav, and it was a youth service, and there was only 3 people there. Dennis, we prayed, and I said a little word, and I was like, they had a prayer downstairs or something, and I was like, I want to talk to you guys. And so we went into the office, and I just started like crying. I was like, after Daniel,
really, you had a
breakdown.
You were showing emotions, bro.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
it was
was after
feelings.
Daniel said that, huh?
Yeah, after Daniel said that, and I was like, nobody listens to me. I invite people on Sundays. Nobody takes me serious, this and that. And I remember your father-in-law, he said, you're going to have to get their trust back. It's because you hurted them, and, now you're going to pay a price for it.
He said that, huh?
Yeah. I remember that meeting very
That's
well.
for realsies.
And I just started praying and fasting for a very long time. And this was in the beginning of the year. And we went to a conference in August to Wasilla, I think.
Wait, how long were you praying?
For about 6 to 7 months.
6 to 7 months?
Yeah. And we went to a conference, and that's when we were coming back. I was with my sister Diana.
Did the relations between you and that current youth in those 6 to 7 months, was it improving, or did it seem like it was just flatline?
It was just flatline. It wasn't really getting anywhere
Until after the camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't really doing much. We had maybe a few people that joined and stuff, but it wasn't really growing. And then when I prayed for Diana, that was pretty much my first deliverance.
That was right after the
and then Dennis heard too, and he came over to my house, and we prayed for Dennis, and me, Dennis, and Diana basically at the house. I remember we're like, dude, let's do a camp. And so Dennis and Diana, and I don't remember who else, maybe Christina, my little sister.
Yeah, I think she was doing the worship with you guys or something.
They were we decided to do that camp. So they were pretty much the first team that started this with me. And then we did that retreat in the fall. I think it was like right before, it was September or what?
September. It was 2019.
Yeah, because it was right before Dasha died.
Yeah.
And we did the retreat, and I invited people that wanted to serve after the retreat.
Right.
And it was like perfect because they experienced God. And it was pretty crazy because like I remember praying for Daniel and a couple other people, and people started manifesting at the front of the church, and they're like falling, and pastors like picking them up. They're like, "Don't fall, you're gonna hurt your head."
Don't fall.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Wait, were they like getting slain in the spirit, or were they manifesting?
They were manifesting.
How could you tell?
I could tell. One of them was one of the guys. His eyes like were when I picked him up. His eyes.
Just whites.
Yeah, and then another guy, he was just shaking. And I remember that was my first time praying for Daniel. I took him outside too, and we did. I led him through confession, dude. I don't even know what I was doing like half of the time.
Well, I don't know what you're doing, but Daniel, he's a fireball now.
Yeah.
You did something.
Yeah, the Lord really did a huge work.
Yeah.
Daniel's one of my favorite peeps. Shout out to Daniel.
Yeah, but that was very. It was difficult, but I had to pay a hefty price for that.
Yeah.
For that difficult.
Well, usually the things that are worth it are expensive. So
if I could go back and say that would, like you plan things, you can plan things ahead, and kind of figure out like where you're going, direction and vision. But like this was all just.
Would you change anything about the camp if you had the chance to?
No, like I wouldn't change nothing. It was just, this was all literally by the Holy Spirit because I did not know anything. And we had we in our youth, we had the most successful rate for rising up leaders from like the NSD district. So because Daniel Zakharchuk, he came to our youth multiple times, and he's like, dude, whatever you're doing, it's crazy. So they invited, I remember me and Daniel, they invited us to California, and they're like, share how you do discipleship. Like, do you have a program? Do you have a book? Really? And I'm like, dude.
Then you realize you should have been writing this stuff down this whole time.
I'm like,
I should have been writing it down.
I got nothing. And it was literally just, spending time with people at my house, mentoring
fellowship
them.
then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of arguments,
arguments,
prayers, open discussions and stuff, but it did a lot of good for our church. So sadly, the work that we were doing, a lot of the older generation did not approve of it. And but maybe that would be a good question for her, like how did she feel serving in the church with the different generation?
Wait, we already asked that question.
Did she?
We already asked that question.
We did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember.
That's not a point for you guys.
I never said it was.
I'm just saying.
Just putting it out there.
Just putting it out there, yeah.
Okay.
So, back to you, Julie. So how was it through your eyes, the revival, like kind of maybe a little bit more, maybe somebody's curious of what that felt like, and how was it through your experience, and did you recognize that it was a revival, or were you just like, hey, this is really cool?
Oh, yeah, no, I just knew right away because it was like, I don't know, it was just so real, and it was just something that just happened so quickly. And it just happened. You just knew, like, there's nothing else that could do this except for God, Like, there's no man that could put this together and, like, bring so many kids who just were so lost, and just through one prayer, like, their lives were changed, like, instantly, Like, through that, like, they all, like, everybody just had the desire, like, to go to youth, to go to worship, and just to, like, randomly we're like, hey, let's just go do, like, a worship night at youth. And, like, randomly all of us would just show up to church, and one person would just be playing piano, and we'd just be doing worship night. Like we wouldn't plan anything. Like you just knew like this was God like doing something. You know what I mean? Like there's no way like it wasn't God. Like there's just no other way to explain it, except it was just, I don't know, it was just like the most like realistic thing that could ever happen in your life, and it was just like the greatest.
Sounds really cool. Can't pour new wine, old skins. New can't pour new wine into old
wineskins.
What about this question?
Would you guys say that ministry helps keep you in the Lord? Pastor Victoria is asking. So Maya, what do you think?
Oh, when I was reading it, I was agreeing yes in my mind. Because, I think if you stay in ministry, because when you're in ministry, you have to, like, literally dedicate your time to it, and you have to be there. And so that definitely helps, because when you don't feel motivated to go, you, like, for instance, for me, when I don't feel motivated to go to worship practice, I still come, and then I'm, like, grateful that I came, and then it just, like, builds, like, a stronger relationship.
Like, it keeps you in check when you're in ministry.
Yeah. What about you, Julia?
No, definitely agree with that for sure. Ministry is very, very important. Like I thought it was just like something like just to like spend your time doing, but I never knew like it was something that could have like such a huge impact and such a huge like thing in your life. Like I didn't know it was that important until actually doing it.
Yeah. That's true, because I'm thinking back for myself. So for me, during youth, I didn't do anything, right? I didn't really have any. Sometimes I would speak, you know what I mean?
He would preach and he would play in the worship band.
Drums?
I guess, no.
I can see him with like what's that little banjo?
Banjo. How old do you think I am? My goodness.
Dude, that's a point, bro.
That's not a point.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
Oh Lord, my God! How I so wonder.
Oh my goodness.
Even Alex agrees. Alex is making fun.
You know what? I might just go get a coffee.
That's a point.
Not a point. You just roasted me. That's not a
That's
point.
what this is.
No, this is. I prove you. It's when one generation proves the other wrong.
Yeah.
How is that proving me wrong? As a matter of fact, I was a bass guitar, right?
Hey, we have electric guitars. You guys had
Electric bass guitar. Electric bass guitar.
We're not dinosaurs. Like we're not that old.
No, for real. But anyways, hold on. What was I saying? Right. Serious ministry was when Victoria and I got married. After about a month, so at the wedding, I believe Pastor Stanislav came up to me, or us, I think.
At your wedding?
At my wedding.
Okay.
He came up to us, to Victoria and I, and he's like, I need to talk to you guys. And I had a feeling I had to do something with the church. Usually is if he's talking to you, right?
Yeah.
And so after the honeymoon, we would drive down to Delta, to go, because there was no church up here.
You guys lived in Fairbanks?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We drive down to
He
Delta.
loves Delta with guts.
I do not like Delta.
I was about to say, I don't think I've ever heard you say anything good about Delta. Like, ever.
The sound just go down.
Did you turn it down yourself? Or is the microphone?
Microphone is on.
No, I think we just got a lot quieter, so that's why.
Yeah, it's getting,
It's
getting real serious up in here.
Yeah. We
Keep
just
it
got
up
serious,
close to your
Dennis.
mouth.
That's all. If there is no sound, just let us know. But
No, it's in that room.
I got almond milk.
Oh, the sound did go down. Dara's saying it did.
It did.
It does.
Well, we didn't touch anything on the board there. Okay, our tech is working on it. Can you guys still hear us though? If you can hear us, or is the sound completely off, or did it just?
Well, if they can't hear you.
It's really dull.
Oh,
Yeah,
just low.
Is it because we're not keeping the microphones to our mouth?
You know what? I think this would be a great time for me to get some coffee.
I think
And
so.
water.
While Matthew is working on it.
Little, what is it
15
called?
minute break.
Literally? Did you just say literally?
I said a little, What are they called? Like
I don't know. Whatever you're about to
something
say.
break, like a break.
It's just called break.
It's just
No,
break.
like that professional.
Oh, they can hear us?
Now we can hear. Oh man.
Okay, I'm still
Well,
getting
yeah,
a
you're
coffee,
still
though.
standing.
You guys are just quiet. That's the first time.
Can you
I've
hear
heard
me?
that one.
I need caffeine.
Don't give me water. Thanks.
We can
Can
still
hear
hear you
us,
guys,
it's
but
very
it got a lot quieter. Okay, well,
We'll wait, I guess.
yeah, we'll wait for just a few moments there, and yeah, look at the sound bar. Well, no, the sound bar is a little lower now. That's weird. Okay, we'll let Matthew click some things here for a little bit, and then we'll be right back at it. Oh, thank you. Alex, keep talking. I'm gonna get some coffee.
Yeah. So. Just
Oh,
kidding.
we're good now. Oh, it's working now. Hurry up, Andre.
Hurry up.
Run.
Okay.
Give me a coffee.
Okay. You want cream?
Yes.
No, he wants almond
Sugar,
milk.
yes.
That feels nice.
You know it's working. They can hear you.
You guys heard that?
ASMR.
Yes.
Sure. Okay, let's go, Alex. Let's see you lead this podcast.
So, ladies, I'm just kidding. What, let's see, what's a good question? It's a good question for...
I was
Gen Zs.
thinking, like, is
Okay,
there...
let's see if you can...
I have
answer.
a question after you.
Wait, what?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, do you have any questions, like, besides, like, ministry? Just, like Gen Z, political, like, or, like, anything besides...
It's his birthday.
You guys...
Should sing.
Okay,
happy birthday.
yeah, we'll do.
What? Yeah, we should. Since when?
Is it his birthday?
Is
though?
it actually
No, I
his
don't think
birthday?
I
so.
don't think so. I think Victoria would have said something.
Yeah.
Victoria, if you're in the chat, say if it's his birthday. Confirm so we don't embarrass him.
Confirm this message.
Confirm.
Approve.
But here's a question besides not spiritual.
December.
Okay, but we'll just do it for fun anyway.
Yeah. Early birthday. Okay, what was your question?
Like for example, what is the Gen Z generation known for?
Electronic?
Literally.
Definitely not electronic.
No, I think, yeah, because, a lot of the newer electronics...
You guys are using the electronics that we created. Our
I know, but that's
generation.
what we're known for, is that we didn't have a real childhood. We grew up with electronics.
No, not us. I didn't grow up with electronics.
Well, me neither. Yeah, me
That's
neither.
like the
but
younger. What's the other?
I guess, yeah, Gen X, that's
Gen
true.
X, yeah.
But I don't know, I've heard of a few older people say, like, oh, Gen Z. You guys
I don't
didn't
know
have
what
a
we're known
child-
So, like,
for,
if-
to be honest.
What would be if to describe your generation
like, what
as
are
a
you
whole
guys known for?
for social media?
No, you guys?
Yeah,
Really?
we created all the social media platforms,
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
all the electronics.
And that's
Z's
funny, because
known
you
for
guys don't
being
even know how to
bold.
use them. And you guys created them.
Somebody
I would say
said.
Gen Z is known for being bold.
I
No,
Mm,
I don't know.
I feel like we're.
I think more like liberals are known for.
Literally.
we
I
got the
don't
wrong people
know.
on this podcast.
No, I don't know.
What are you guys bold? Like what would be
I don't think
what would
I'm
you
bold.
guys be known
would-
for?
I think I would say I'm straightforward, but I don't know about bold.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm bold.
Yeah.
I would say like stubborn. I think
Mm.
it's stubborn generation.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah.
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 Definitely
I
brought
agree, the
this
social media
generation in a
definitely brought
box. Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like because of social media.
So that's a point
people
for us
aren't-
because we
No.
screwed you guys over.
Yo. I'm taking this
Hey yo,
away.
take
No.
independent learners, Gen Z.
Independent.
I don't know, because the
learners.
phones really helped us learn a lot.
Yeah, we're bold behind screens. I agree
Yeah.
with that one.
behind
Not
the screen.
face to face,
That's so
literally.
true.
Do you
Okay.
think social contagion is real? I don't know what that means.
I think like.
Daria,
Like,
you're
like
still a Gen Z, so you can write in a
contagious?
language they
Daria, what
understand.
does that mean?
Like contagious. Social media is contagious.
That's
Is
not
that?
contagion. What's contagion?
Contagion is is contagious, I think.
No, that's not.
But just
Social
like
media
in a
isn't
sense.
contagious. We created it for a specific
Millennials
reason,
are known for text.
but your
Happy
generation.
bir-
Are you guys ready? It's Andre's birthday, so
We're gonna sing.
we're gonna sing him a happy birthday.
It's not my
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you.
My birthday.
Happy birthday, dear Andre. Happy birthday to you.
Do you want me to close the door or leave it open?
For now, we can
Gen
leave it open
X
just to
is
get it
where it's at. We were born into a world without modern gadgets and life hacks.
Ask Andre what
So,
that means.
Learn the analog method, and we're young enough to get good with the electronics,
But
but
not
not
depend
depend on
on
them. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
true.
feel like Gen Z does depend on electronics.
Ask
a lot.
Andre what that means.
Andre,
He'll know
what
that
is?
means.
Can you
Contagion.
scroll up?
Contagion.
Contagion.
Contagion. What is?
What does
I told him
contagion
it's like contagious. I think. That's what
No.
it's called.
Contagion.
Contagion. Yeah. Daria
Contagion.
asked, do you think
Daria,
social
do you even know what it means?
contagion is
She
real?
just wrote it down.
Is your
because I'm
question?
smart.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm
Social con-
joking.
Ask
Contagion
Andre
is
what
real?
that means. What does that mean? Daria, he doesn't know either.
Here, let me look it up.
He is
I
confuzzled.
bet it means contagious.
It's
Dude,
confuzzled.
You're gonna give them a point.
No.
Imagine.
If you
No.
can't get this definition,
Imagine
we
it's
get
not even a
upset.
word.
Social contagion.
And imagine it's not even a word, bro.
Right? Daria's on a whole nother
Contagion
level.
is something that is contagious.
She's like in her own generation.
Daria's her
I-
own generation.
I mean,
Oh, it is.
Is it
The communication of disease
yeah.
from one person to another by close contact.
Dennis, why did he ask the same question though?
Dennis.
Dennis, do you even know what that means?
Contagion is something that is
It's
transmittable, is contagious. So
Oh, you were right.
So I was right. Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
that's a
So
point.
Sorry,
that's
guys.
a point for you guys.
That's
Yeah,
a
that's
point
a
for
point for-
us.
Why?
No,
She was
I got
right.
it
She was right before you even came here.
Yeah, bro.
You lost another point for us?
I didn't even get a
That's the
chance
first
to
I know what
answer
it-
anything.
Ah.
Even Daria's bashing
And
on
on
you,
top
bro.
of that, you were agreeing with what I was reading on the dictionary
Daria, I gave the right definition.
after I read it.
No, you didn't. I said it first.
Yeah,
I said
yeah,
it's
yeah.
something that can be
Oh.
contagious.
Oh, okay. Well, we still got a point.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you got a point thanks
I
to
did
someone
not
over
say
here.
that.
Social. So are
Thank
you
you.
trying to ask, like, is social
Oh,
media
is social
contagious?
media contagious?
No. Is it?
I
Is it?
does it?
I don't know what I walked into here.
Does it? Does it? Did it?
You don't have to go that far.
Yeah. You good, bro?
All right.
Hey, what does that word mean, guys?
I.
Does it mean?
Nope.
No, don't go there because we're
No.
gonna lose this game.
Andre,
We're
do
gonna
you know
lose our
this?
viewers. Okay. If we go into that word, we're gonna lose everybody.
Oh man, I haven't heard that one. Okay.
So many new words tonight.
So many. Did you guys know that in
So much
2010
vocabulary.
the word funner was added to the dictionary?
Really? Just because everybody used
Just
it?
because everybody used it.
That makes sense.
Oh, dude,
So we
I
were
knew
lied
it.
to in elementary school
Yeah.
because we would use that word a lot. Funner,
I know. I say, isn't
and
it
they're- It's
funner?
not a word.
I know.
they-
Who
everybo-
says more
it is
fun?
a
Even
word.
he told me
He
it's not a
probably
word.
says more fun. Yeah. You look like somebody
Yeah, you
who'd
look
say
like
more
someone
fun.
that was.
'Cause
You
it's
don't know
supposed to
what
be that
funner
way.
is, Andre.
I
Do you
don't know what
not? Do you
funner
not
is.
have funner?
You're not even funner, dude.
You're less
Oh.
funner.
Mm.
It's like peer pressure. For example, the pronoun garbage.
What?
Daria.
Yeah, you're smart, bro.
Yeah, no,
You
she's
need to
making
be in
no
here.
sense.
The pronoun garbage, you know, like they,
Like he, she.
you know, yeah.
They
I go
did.
by
Social-
they.
Social
I identify as garbage. I'm just kidding.
makes sense.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's a point.
That is so bad. Dude, I'm telling you, Friday is
Now-
coming up.
Now we're getting to
Dude, Friday is coming. You're gonna be so much.
Daria,
Maya,
I mean, Maya's gonna
I'd
be
be
your
careful.
mentee.
He might make good on his threat.
Oh, it's okay. I can take
What?
a joke.
Okay.
I don't think it'll be.
You can take garbage?
Okay. Before this gets worse. Okay, the question was, does ministry
Whoa.
help you, what was it, stay in the Lord or
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
stay
that?
with- yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was giving my example. So, as a youth, I wasn't really into social contagion is behavior.
Wait, we didn't
emotions,
even answer
or
Daria's
conditions
question.
spreading
'Cause we couldn't
simultaneously to a group.
It's
Pretty
okay,
much
Daria. I
trends,
feel
but I
you, bro.
think trends are always around with it.
Contagion is behavior.
Oh,
But with social media, it spreads faster.
yeah, I agree with
Pretty
that.
much trends, but I think trends.
Social
are
contagion. So basically, social contagion is whatever's going around socially,
Like
whatever's the big thing.
trendy,
It's contagious.
like it
Everybody kinda-
catches on. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's there, obviously, but social contagion is just a fancy way of saying
But that's what social
what's
media.
popular.
That's what social media was not organized. Invented for. Invented for is to get things done faster. You know, get the word out
To spread
faster.
the word out, yeah.
To reach somebody faster. That's what social media was initially, you know, invested.
To save time for everybody. else.
Whatever for. So I would disagree that social media is contagious. Like you can use the same thing for the good or for the bad.
Is social media? I don't think social media is contagious.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think it really depends.
I think
if
the
you want it.
trends are kind of.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like the trends, like
'Cause
as soon
it's
as
like-
something blows up, like everybody's doing that same thing.
I
you know
guess
what I mean?
there's a measure of truth to that. Yeah.
But then again, I'm thinking about it. Then again, I would say like maybe it is a little bit contagious because when you see on Instagram, you're scrolling and you're seeing like those people with a bunch of likes and comments, and you're like, oh, I want that. Or like for instance, little kids, and then they'll go post it. And
Then
I
you don't
wouldn't
have
call it
self-control.
contagion though.
but I think I don't know. I feel like that's kind of contagion, not more. I don't
Victoria's
know.
like, 2 topics. How do you choose a church and Arby's bad?
We'll get to those.
Yeah. We'll
sooner
get
or
to
later.
those sooner or later.
I forgot about those two actually.
Yeah. Well, anyways,
Anyway.
so at the end of the first month of our marriage, after
yeah.
every time service would end
interrupt.
down there in Delta, Victoria and I, well, me for the most part, we would just book it out of the building. You know what I mean? Because, you know, he wanted to talk to us, and I knew it was something to do with church, and I really didn't want to
Talk to him about it.
do that. Or you know, he was.
Pastor Stanislav?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
felt like he was gonna ask me to do something. You know what I mean? And so, oh my God,
The tea.
He's sipping on the tea.
that's coffee.
Andre.
I was wondering what that annoying sound was. I just didn't even register. But
Ridiculous.
and then finally he caught us.
Dude, you're
I'll
so immature.
I am.
Finally he caught us, and
That sounds so bad.
it doesn't.
Finally, he caught us.
All right.
It's not like that. We're already married.
What?
Finally, he caught us. We weren't planning for him to catch us, but he caught us.
And then he asked us to not start a church in Fairbanks per se, just open
the doors.
Yeah, so I was literally, my first job in ministry
Was it like a usher?
was a door boy.
That sounds so bad.
Door boy. Hey, door boy. Come
Dude, you're gonna give him another point. Hey, door boy.
Why is that so funny?
I picture like what is it called? Like
Water
dudes-
boy?
No. Like the guys who stand outside the doors like of
Bouncers.
hotels.
Oh.
Valet.
No, are you talking about the bathroom dudes? Oh my goodness.
Alex, I know this.
Door boy. Hashtag door boy.
Door
Dory
boy.
boy. Dory boy.
Dory boy.
Oh boy.
Oh,
My job was to open the door.
Door boy.
Okay? Be the door boy, yeah.
Oh,
The
that's
door
funny.
keep.
The doorkeeper.
No, just the door keep. Door
Now you
keep.
changed it. How many else you got in there?
oh
He was like, "Do
my.
you have the key?" I have the key.
I do. So
I ain't gonna open it for you.
what are you gonna do about that now?
Come and get it.
So
Who's the door boy now?
who's the door boy now? Yeah. So that was literally my first job was just to open the door. And
You can go so far off with opening a door.
I take my job very seriously.
Door boy. Oh, that's funny.
Okay.
Can you imagine the application and qualification for that?
I was a door boy.
I had to go to school for that one.
You
Check,
grabbed
check,
the doorknob.
check. Oh, this
That
was
there is a Home Depot lock. Well, it was a little more than that. So basically, brothers would come up from Delta, and so I would be like, "Can you go first? Can you go second?" You know, because we had like 50 sermons per service, so there was 3.
Okay, but you
Yeah.
guys didn't do anything else. You guys just said sermons.
sang and serve.
Well, there was a
Hymns,
prayer,
choir.
hymn, sermon, prayer, hymn, sermon.
There was
prayer,
a
hymn,
lot of
sermon.
sermons, yeah.
There was like 3.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
there's
know.
3 sermons.
And
They were
then-
long.
Did we do testimonies? I don't remember.
No, it was no.
I remember at some point you guys did testimony because you did the bean thing.
That was
I
after. That was
remember
way
that.
Yeah, I was
after.
like, dude, that's so cool.
Because you thought that was the coolest thing
I
ever.
know.
And he wanted to start doing that. I think we
Oh,
did
really?
at one point.
Yeah,
I
I think
think
you
we
guys
did, and it
yeah.
just
And then
like
it just
You guys did no.
didn't click.
totally went away.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
same with
what
us.
happened?
We still have the beans. They're literally up. But we don't do them.
Well, the thing
Not
is,
even like halfway full.
I know, but the thing is, all like bought like these 50-gallon drums, you know, and these little beans are like,
Literally.
and you don't even see it. You know what I mean? It's like
Literally.
100 beans later, and it's like that much.
We
But-
don't
So
do
true.
much.
Yeah, it's like, guys,
We
they're
don't
in there,
do
okay? For
There's
real.
100 beans in there.
Yeah. I'm serious.
It's a lot.
Send it
He
to-
doesn't only hold the doors, he counts the beans.
I counted the beans. No, we didn't have beans way back then. The bean counter. So, I was a lot of things
Two
back in the day.
Bean counter and a door.
Doorkeep, bean counter.
Literally, oh my goodness.
But and the thing is, I wasn't really responsible for preaching, just unlocking the door and just kind of like helping organize the service a little bit and kind of sitting through it, you know. But I took my job seriously, both Victoria and I, because a lot of times we would get to church. Oh my goodness! Yeah, are you guys still on that?
I literally can't. This
Say door boy.
Alex, you're not helping.
I wonder if they're laughing with us or if they're like, what are they
What
on?
retards? No,
What are they even saying?
Oh, I know I'm gonna hear about this later. I just know it.
Okay, we're serious now.
Hey, this is the best episode yet.
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
Next Sunday he comes to the door. Hey,
Hey, buddy.
Hey, door boy.
Hey, buddy.
we don't have keys. We have a pin on our door now.
We
Do you know the
upgraded.
pin code?
Well, I changed it. So. I'm back to being a door boy. Ain't nobody getting in this building. So.
Stop.
You got us crying over here.
Dude, I'm sweating so hard.
There were many times when we would show up, and we would literally sit on the you know, that first church that we went to was that little native building.
Mm-hmm.
It was like this tiny little church over there in downtown, or that way. We'd be sitting there for like half hour. Nobody would be showing up, you know. And I don't know what actually motivated me. Probably Victoria, I'm guessing, but I don't even know what motivated me to just sit there. It wasn't just like rare. In the first year, there were a number of Sundays where nobody would show up.
It was just you and Victoria?
Just we sit on the porch
Oh, really?
for half an hour. Nobody would show up. And we'd leave. But
That sucks.
But we would still keep showing up. And I have no idea what actually motivated me.
To
and
keep going.
And the group that we were ministering to, they were like conservative, like very conservative. I mean,
Was
you
it
know that
all in
group.
Russian at this
It was
point?
all in Russian.
Everything was there. There
Everything.
wasn't translation or
Was it-
anything.
No.
Was
No.
it intimidating for you because you were like a young pastor? Did
I wasn't a
anyone ever
pastor.
look down on you?
Oh
Or-
yeah.
He
Oh
wasn't
yeah.
a pastor. He was just
Well,
a
not
door
yet,
boy.
but
Yeah, I was just a
Just a
door
door
boy.
boy.
Yeah, yeah. No, did people look down at me? Of course. Of course, you know, and my Russian was rusty, like rusty, you know, because I mean, thank God my parents, they, you know, especially my mom, she like forced me to read,
In Russian.
you know,
good,
and write and whatnot. So, but then when I moved up to Fairbanks, I never had to, I didn't go to church. I went into the world, you know, I didn't have to speak Russian, you know, so it just kind of, I just kind of not forgot Russian, but I was just, you know, for several years I didn't have to speak it. And then suddenly, you know, well, a few months before I got married, God radically changed my life around. You know, when I started going out with Victoria, going over to her house for tea. You know what I mean? That's
Your guys is going out.
That's our going out.
That was your guys' dates?
That was our dates.
That's their W words right there.
That was the W.
Чай. Чай хочешь с кофе?
Yeah, for real. Можно конфетки, right? But anyways, when I started seeing her, I was doing drugs. I loved drugs. I loved drinking. I loved smoking.
Did she know this about you?
Probably not.
No.
I don't know.
Right in the
Victoria,
chat.
did you know?
Yeah, let us know in the chat if you knew that I was doing all those things. She's like, what? No.
What thing?
Did you tell her, or did you just like try to keep it a secret from her and just try to deal with it on your own?
You don't want to blow
I wasn't
away.
I don't recall actively trying to keep it a secret. It's not like I went around telling, hey, I do drugs and hey, I drink. You know, like I didn't go around announcing my lifestyle, you know?
Yeah.
Did I try to hide it though? I didn't care what people thought in Delta. I hated Delta. Everybody in Delta.
Hated you?
Yes. Yes, you were honest.
Oh, I guess I was then, huh? So, yeah, I was about to say, I don't recall hiding it. Did I sit down and say, hey, I do these drugs and I like these drinks? I don't recall that.
Hi, how high are you?
Yeah, how high are you? You know? But when I realized that this is serious, like, well, first of all, I didn't start going out, you know, to see if I liked her or not. Like, I had made up my mind.
It wasn't a feeling?
It wasn't based on a feeling. There was physical attraction, but I didn't have this, like, crush. You know what I mean? It was...
Yes, you did. Why you
physical
lying,
attraction,
bro?
there was, yeah. But I can't say that it's like...
So you went for looks instead of personality?
No. I use this up here. You know what I mean? Anyways.
Another point? No.
Yeah. You know, and I realized, so when I started going over to see her with her family and whatnot, it was all already for realsies, you know. But then it just kind of hit me. I was like, if I go into the marriage this way, I'm gonna ruin her life, and if we have kids, I'm gonna ruin their lives, and I'm gonna ruin everybody's life. You know what I mean? And so I just asked. I turned to God and I was like, Lord, I like doing drugs. I like drinking. I like smoking. I like going out with these kind of, hanging out with these kind of people. I was just real with God.
Yeah.
That's good, yeah.
I didn't say what I thought he would want to hear. Like, oh, Lord, I'm sorry. It's like, I like doing it, and I'm not even sorry for doing it.
Not ashamed of it.
But up here, some people point here, right? But it's all up here. Up here, I know that this is not what you want. I know this will destroy a family. I know that this is not what I was meant for. But I like doing this stuff, and I need your help to stop. And then he did. I just went cold turkey on a bunch of those things, you know? And that's what God did. You know what I mean? And I was living with my roommates. They were not Christian. You know what I mean? I didn't have any Christian friends. Definitely no Kingdom Citizen friends, that's for sure. You know, I wasn't going to church. Sometimes, but you know, it was whatever. Yeah. So God, it was all him. It was definitely him. And then, so that was about halfway. So from the time I said, can I come see you, you know, dating. Remember you're sharing how ministry kept you with the Lord. Right, I am. From that time when I said, can I come see you in Delta, you know, to the wedding was 6 months, and about kind of like halfway in is when I realized that things need to change, and God just changed my life around.
Yeah.
And so a month after we got married, then we started ministry work, you know? So I was pretty fresh. I didn't, as a youth, like for instance, you guys are in ministry and whatnot, and that's so valuable. So valuable. I didn't do that. I just did a bunch of stupid stuff. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I had no experience in ministry, so there was a lot of breaking points. It was very difficult in the beginning. People, they would talk down. They would kind of snicker and whatnot because my Russian was broken. I mean, I like to think and study, so that, I guess that went good for me. But thinking up here and expressing it in Russian were
two different things.
Two different things. Mm-hmm. But because of that ministry, for instance, because of ministry, I eventually came to the conclusion that I would just completely, for instance, alcohol. I would completely take it out of my life. Not because I think, you have a beer and suddenly you sinned. Mm-hmm. I don't believe that, and I won't agree with anybody who says that. It's especially the older generation, the traditional generation. They say alcohol is wrong, but then they have alcohol in communion. Mm.
Yeah,
that's that's. But anyways, the reason I decided to isn't there a term for when you're like you completely don't drink at all?
Sober?
No,
not
it starts
sober.
with like a C or something.
Yeah. Whatever, but you know what I mean, right? Like
Clean?
No. I decided to completely just cut out alcohol out of my life. And the reason for that was not because of sin, but because if I was going to minister to someone, and let's say that their parents were alcoholics, right? And they went through a lot of abuse and whatnot. And for them, it's a big deal. So for them, they associate alcohol with evil. Abstinence. Yeah.
Yep, that's the word.
So they associate alcohol with pure evil because their experience with it was, my parents were alcoholics and they beat me and all sorts of things, right? So if I'm trying to minister to a person with that kind of history and they happen to ask, hey, do you drink? Mm-hmm. And even if I allowed myself one beer a month, and the Lord had sent them, like the Lord will send you people for you to minister to them. Mm. And whoever the Lord sends to you, that's your assignment, And I would have, if I would say no, that'd be wrong, right? Even if you have a little glass of wine a month, you can't say no. Yeah. I would say, but they already don't hear the but, you know what I mean? All they heard was just you said
that you drink.
That's it. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. You can't. They don't hear anything you're saying. They'll sit there. They'll nod. Whatever. But in their mind, they're like, "This guy cannot be good."
Yeah.
Because they associate it with evil. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So, and that's why I decided to completely abstain from alcohol. Completely. Because it never brought anybody any good and whatnot. This isn't about alcohol. It's just a point. Yeah. That's just kind of an example of how ministry not only kept me in the Lord, but it really made me face some of my beliefs that I've had before. It made me change certain things. Mm. If you stick with ministry, if you just kind of do it off and on, nothing really happens. Yeah. If anything, your life becomes more difficult. You know what I mean? But if you stick with it and you're committed and you're doing it because you want to help people. Mm,
there's a lot of growth that comes with it.
Yeah. There's a lot of breakage. You know what I mean? Your pride gets broken. Your emotions get broken. There's a lot of things that break.
Mm. Somebody asked you, when did you start preaching at the church? Were you kind of forced in when people wouldn't show up from Delta?
Yeah. So what would happen is the brothers that were coming up, and this is not to bash anybody or anything like that, but the brothers, at first they would come up a lot, but then they realized, they're like, wait a second.
Nobody's showing up.
There's like 3-4 people here. You know what I mean? 3-4 families with their little kids. Because, the people that are married now, they were like
children.
Children. You know what I mean? which makes me feel a lot older than I am.
Trust me, I feel old sometimes too. But then I'm like, nah.
He's like,
You got the young spirit. Yeah.
And so I was forced to start preaching more because they wouldn't show up. And
there was no notice of it. You just kind of like, okay,
there were no
I guess
notice.
I gotta do this.
Yeah, pretty much. And so then it basically went to the point of I knew I had to have something ready every Sunday. So for several years, every Sunday, every prayer service, and then there was also youth that eventually, because we started to get a little bit more youth, I had to have something ready.
Yeah.
So several times a week I had to speak, you know. And the way I would do it at first, I would write out the sermon in English, and then I'd spend hours
Translating it,
calling people, how do you say this, how do you say that, you know what I mean? That was a lot of work.
You didn't want to do like a translator? Like while you were speaking in English, had somebody up there translating?
No, nobody could.
Really?
Really?
No way.
Yeah, nobody could.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
Point for us.
Later, Natalia started, but we
That
had
was way later, though.
But we had the little headphones or earphone thingies.
That was way later, Mike.
Yeah, that's true.
That was like years later. I'm talking about like the first 3 years or so.
How far along did it take for you to enjoy preaching? Like when did you realize, oh, I actually enjoy doing this?
Preaching?
Yeah. Are you?
I don't really enjoy preaching.
Or
What about
teaching,
teaching? Yeah,
you know,
teaching.
Teaching information to people. Because at first you were doing it because you kind of had to, because nobody was coming.
Yeah.
But when did that change to like
You're like,
you
I
actually
like
enjoyed
doing
it?
this. Yeah.
That's a good question. It was kind of like off and on thing. It was never like a...
Sometimes you enjoyed it, other times you not
Because
really.
one Sunday I'd go up there and I'd have a blast, you know, speaking. And then after service, somebody would come up
Let's say something.
and just have a lot of issues.
Dang.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why'd you say this
I
and that?
remember-
Or somebody would call me and scream at me, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, there's just a lot of stuff that went down that people
Yeah.
don't know about, you know?
Would you say it's a lot easier now?
Oh, like a million times easier.
'Cause
Well,
you're
there's
teaching
different
too?
challenges now.
Yeah,
See, when you're in ministry, when you're growing in ministry, you go from challenge to challenge.
There's always something.
Always a challenge.
Yeah. Yep.
What was a challenge for me then, to me, would be like
Right now, nothing.
The Russian?
absolutely nothing.
Ridiculous.
You know what I mean? Like some of the people that I dealt with, if I had to deal with them right now, yeah, if I had to deal with them right now, they would not be a challenge because I've lived through it.
Grown so much.
But it's
from
good to
that.
have challenges because it keeps you in check. It keeps you wanting to
You
grow.
have to.
Yeah.
You have to. Like when you're lifting weights, for instance.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how you girls work out or whatnot, right? But for dudes to
Yoga.
yoga. Please
Bro,
don't tell me
what
it's
is
yoga.
Please
wrong?
raise up your
Yoga.
hand.
Please don't say
kidding.
yoga.
I know.
No.
That's demonic, bro.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just
We
kidding.
do not associate ourselves with that.
Come out in Jesus' name.
The views expressed, yeah, was that disclaimer. But no, like for instance, when you want to grow muscle, you have to
Push yourself.
push it to the point where the muscle is to muscle failure.
It has to break.
You know what I mean? Without if you don't reach muscle failure, you're just basically you're just having a cardio session. That's it. But if you want, for your muscle to grow, there has to be muscle failure. I mean, you guys know what that is, right? Yeah. In case some of you don't know what that is, I'm pretty sure everybody does. But that's the point where, for instance, like you're doing push-ups and muscle failure.
Show them.
You basically
Somebody pan the camera. I'm gonna show.
you basically just
I'm gonna do it until muscle failure.
Yeah. You
What?
basically
Oh, it broke.
What? Oh man. Yeah.
Did you guys see that?
Muscle failure.
He doesn't
Hey,
get back
it's not the
up.
number of push-ups that count. It's the
doesn't
muscle
even come
failure.
back.
Oh my God.
Collapsed.
I
He's
just go
like,
to the
it
floor.
failed. I failed
You just hear-
miserably.
You just hear a crack.
I think you misunderstood muscle failure. It doesn't mean you fail. But anyways,
It does it.
no.
I fail every day.
He's
Every
like,
time I try to do a push-up, I just fail at it.
and then I
I
accomplish.
guess I'm growing.
My muscle failure.
Oh man, those were the days. And Victoria, man, she had it tougher than I did.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah, because people wanted time. You know what I mean? People wanted time, and at that time in my life, I didn't have the same kind of view and respect about my sisters in Christ. It's not that I was ever like, oh, you're nothing, you know, like it was never like that. It was just I didn't realize just how valuable and important my partner is. My wife, you know what I mean? I didn't have that high, and that's just me. She might disagree, you know what I mean? But I think there was a difference. There came a time when I realized. But anyways, I don't want to start on that.
I remember the first time I came to the church. This was like already when you...
Our church?
Yeah. This was probably like 2 or 3 years into it. And they showed up with their youth. And they had a beard. And like...
I remember.
And I had a person come up to me and they're like, do you know if you shave your beard off, the Holy Spirit will use you in a greater way? And I'm like...
I remember that. I remember you telling us that.
I was like... I was so like amazed.
I'm sorry I said that to you.
I was so amazed. I'm like, how does that even work?
You don't know how it works?
Did
How
you
is that
actually
possible?
shave your beard?
Heck no. No.
You had to think about it.
Come out.
I've had that said to me before in church. I've had that. Yeah. Somebody came up and they point to my beard like, what is that? I was like, it's hair.
That's so interesting.
Puberty
You know?
hair.
Yeah, it's like
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what the world does. I was like, is this
That's so interesting.
is
That-
this
yeah, I
seriously
would think
causing
it
you
would
to
be the other
stumble?
way around.
He's like, yeah, and so I shaved it off.
Mm.
I mean, I was committed to the church, regardless of some of the crazy. I was about to say
beliefs that
crazies.
they had.
Yeah, and regardless of some of those things,
Yeah.
I was committed to serving the people. And if you're serving a group,
And you know something's gonna stumble and don't.
Right.
Jesus says that, right? Or was that Paul?
no, that was Paul
Paul.
in Romans
Yeah.
14, I think, or 15. The point is, if you're trying to serve this group, then you need to make adjustments in your life to where your ministry is effective.
Yeah, for them.
Just like I hear this all the time. Man, don't be those are just religious people. Don't be doing that and whatnot. Well, it's the same principle as, like, for instance, you tell me all the time, you know, like if we're trying to reach the Z's, the Gen Z's, you know, then we got to make these adjustments, this and that and this and that. That's not how I grew up. That's not how my character was formed. That's not my personal opinion. And yet we have to make adjustments. Did you know that Jesus had a beard? And we have to make adjustments in order to reach this generation. Why does that suddenly go away if we're trying to reach people that are a little bit more on the religious side? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll change it for the world, but we won't change it to help the religious people.
Right. They're just as much in need.
Yeah.
And
if
our,
not more.
if not more.
Yeah.
You know, the point is to get them to a place of freedom.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's kind of like Paul says, you know, to the Jew, I'm not going to quote it directly, but he says, to the Jew I became a Jew, to the Greek a Greek, you know what I mean? So anyways, yeah.
But that would be so awkward to like dress up in the, you know, different types of clothing, like like
You did
clothing.
you said it a little funny.
Yeah.
He said clothing or
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
But you know, like how you already established kind of like the style, and your closet is a certain type of clothes, and then you want to go to serve somewhere and you have to change it up. That'll be like almost like a hypocrite, you know, that's not really who you are. And
But like if you know, like for example, like if you know,
I guess
that
if it's like for
if
one
you
time,
show
then
up
maybe.
in jeans and they're not gonna listen to you, but you know the Holy Spirit wants to use you, you're not gonna go
Absolutely,
and show
yeah.
up in
No,
jeans,
I gotta,
you know?
yeah, of course. I'm just saying, like, would that be just like a one-time thing, or would you actually like legitimately, is that the word?
Yeah,
Change everything out.
that's a word.
That's a word.
Well, that is a question. I guess it would depend if you were planning to serve there long term or not. Like if I think something is morally wrong, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try to reach someone and compromise myself morally.
Yeah. But if it's just wearing a different type of clothing,
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
humble yourself, bro.
Just put on the stupid slacks, okay?
Literally.
Yeah.
Wear that tie. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You know, but if I'm there just one time, but if I'm there one time, I'll do it. If I'm there long term, or they want me to be there long term, I'm gonna let them know
that this is
what my beliefs are. Like, are you guys sure you know what you're asking for?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess it depends on the situation.
Yeah.
I don't think people that are super traditional would want me there anyways. So
Before we ask those other questions, like
the ones that we originally put
I just
thumbnail.
wanted to say, you know, because a couple times we said how important it is for a Christian to have a ministry, you know, and for me, maybe for somebody that's watching, just something that I wrote down just right now, like why it's important to have a ministry. It's not just because, you know, it helps you to be in church or whatever, you know, like, or not to go into the world. But for me, why ministry is important is because it disciplines you as a person. It makes you reliable. You know, it shows to others, you know, who you are, and it shows also other people that they can follow you and trust you. So for me, that's why it's important to have a ministry.
Showing that you're dedicated.
Yeah. So maybe I don't know if you guys want to add something to that, like for people that will be watching.
Discipline.
It disciplines you. It makes you reliable, and I don't know, followable or what's the right word? It makes someone to see that you're like you know, they can follow you, they can trust you,
they can rely on you.
Trustworthy or what?
Maybe trustworthy, like, you know, because a leader is somebody that leads somebody. You have people following you. So that would be the third one, you know, trustworthy.
Well, that would be like exemplary.
I feel like that would go under being reliable, like they can rely on you.
Not necessarily.
No.
Being exemplary means that people can follow your example.
Yeah.
Or you are an example for everybody else to follow.
Oh, okay.
So those are the three things for me.
Victoria said validates you.
Yeah.
Validates? Validates to whom? To yourself, or validates you to others? I suppose both. Exemplary.
So, for those, I don't know if you guys want to add something. Why is ministry important for you in your maybe your generation or where you are? For people that will be watching, like, so they will be intrigued to go and get into ministry as well.
That's a great question. Why is
I feel
ministry
like I
important to
already
you?
shared mine.
Yeah.
But like maybe
on it.
like deep, maybe like just simply, like, how would you answer that if somebody asks you why is ministry important for you? What would you say?
Well, I already shared it.
Not like your background and like, you know, how it keeps you in check.
Yeah,
and
like
all
Alex
that.
said, ministry is important to him is because it teaches him discipline. It shows him to be reliable and kind of proves him.
Well, I agree with all those,
exemplary.
and it also allows you to be like responsible in your things, and allows you to just show that what you're asked to do, that you get it done. You know.
Maya, people want to hear what
You have to share.
What you have to share.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to like explain. I'm trying to like ask myself if somebody came up to me and was like, why do you do ministry? Why should I do it? So, but I'm trying to like.
Do you have people? Did anybody ever ask you that?
No, but if this would be good. Like if that does happen in the future, to have like a good answer, not to just be blank space, but.
Well, just simply put, we can sit here and try to think of smart words and fancy words like Pastor Alex just said, but just simply put, why is ministry important to you?
Yeah, because it teaches, it definitely teaches you discipline for sure. I agree with him on a lot of things. Discipline, and definitely helps you.
How has ministry disciplined you?
Well, it has...
Wait. Definitely what?
I don't even remember.
Oh.
I was going to say...
Man.
What was I going to say?
Oh, that's a point for us.
No.
That is a point for us.
You cut her off.
That is
You
a
cut
point
her off.
for us.
Andre, you cut her off.
I know, that's the point.
What do you mean that's
the point?
But you interrupted
When you guys would
me.
interrupt me, and then I'd be like, wait, what was I talking about?
Yeah, and you forget.
Okay, what if I
But
But
remember?
she
Remember
forgot.
stuff.
What if
But
I
she
remember?
forgot. Point
So next time he forgets,
Yes.
we'll give you guys a point.
I hope I don't have to leave the room
he's
again. Otherwise,
cheating
this
because
guy
he's
is gonna.
taking notes.
Yeah.
He's cheating. He's making notes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're doing it all
Continue.
in our brains.
What were you asking?
Another point.
No. You're asking something about discipline.
No,
What?
how did ministry discipline you?
Yeah, you said
Oh.
you agree that it disciplines you, but
Yeah,
How
I'm
so?
still obviously definitely it's still work in progress, obviously.
I
But
think we all are.
yeah, oh yeah, for
That's
sure. Like yeah, forever.
And she's
But-
like, for sure.
For sure.
Wow.
For sure you
Okay.
need discipline.
Okay. I see how it
in
is.
general. In general. No, definitely it's disciplined me like for time because like everyone knows I'm not good with my time. Well, not everyone, but usually I'm late, which is not a good thing. And that's like one way ministry can discipline you is you need to learn how to actually be on time, be on your ministry, and like be there for your ministry because it is very important. You need to take that role or whatever you're doing.
Also,
how-
I feel like it's an opportunity to not only serve like the people around you, but a way for you to serve God, you know? Not just during like service, not just like showing up on Sunday services and worship and through the word and prayer, but it gives you another opportunity to like to serve God, you know, and to give your time to God and sacrifice your time and your effort to Him, which is
How
also like
is
a huge
worship
thing.
serving God?
Maybe not worship, but
How's prayer serving God?
it's not.
So what is?
But just
serving
like
God?
giving your time like to God, not only through like service, but also through your ministry.
You don't
So
think
you differentiate.
worship?
Huh?
You don't think worship serves God?
No.
No, that's glorifying Him.
So basically, what
Definitely
she's trying to say
Oh, I guess,
to
yeah,
add
yeah.
to what is ministry is sacrifice, because to nice thing what she's saying, I think, I'm not sure, is nice to have a ministry is because it gives you somewhere to sacrifice your time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Like not just sacrificing your time, like showing up to Sunday services, but also like through other ways. You know? That makes sense.
That's interesting. A lot of people kind of throw that term around, serve God, serve God. You know, in our youth days, that's all you heard, you know, serve God, serve God.
Are you going to hell?
Yeah, but what does serving God actually mean? You know, like, I've seen all sorts of people say serve God. I'm curious to hear from everyone. And people in the chat, you can join in. What does it actually mean to serve God? And I want to start with Maya, because she's been quiet for quite a while.
Oh man, no, I'm joking. Serving God, I think, is obviously dedicating your time. Definitely to God
How?
and to ministry. Well, it's giving
How
your
do you
time up.
practically dedicate your time to God?
You like go out of your day, or for instance, you put aside work and you put time first to God and ministry. Although family comes first and then ministry, but God is always first. That's what I'm saying.
So you said a lot there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how does anybody else have any questions? I have a lot of questions about that. So putting God first in family, what does that look like? Because you said family first, right? Then ministry. So what does putting God first in family look like? Like, we can think of theological, lofty ideas, but this is real talk. So, for realsies, you know, like, in your home, in your family, what does serving God look like?
Well, I don't have a family.
Yeah, you do, a pretty big one. So,
I know, but I'm saying like of my own, where I would have to.
oh, come on.
Okay, like I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know.
That's a tough question,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it is.
Well, serving.
What? I'm sure you have an answer, Pastor Alex. Let's go around the table.
Which question do you want me to answer?
How do you want me to answer? Can you please tell me?
I'm not sure I appreciate the look that you just gave me.
What's the right answer? Pastor Andre, what's the right answer?
What does serving God?
Well,
What
I
is
agree
that?
with
And-
Anna. That's like the first thing that I thought of. Like when you're serving God, like you're serving His people. Like the main thing that God wants is for His people to be saved. So the main way you can serve Him is by helping His children. You know, that's how I perceive it personally.
So when you help people, you're serving God.
I think so. Like truly, not just because doing it, but with you're doing it like with your heart and like truly want to help them, whatever situation that they're in.
So you're telling me that if there's a dude on the side of the road who doesn't know how to change his tire, and so I help him change his tire, that's serving God?
It could be, in a way.
In a way?
Yeah.
In what way?
Not sure. I don't like
Man,
this,
Andre.
Andre. Not like this. Hey, Matthew agrees with me. Well, if he's struggling, then yeah.
Then
If
Julie,
only
pulls,
he's
Julie
struggling.
pulls up. She's like, "Let me change that tire." He's all like, "Thank you so much."
Yeah, bro. I can change tires.
Oh yeah. What you've done to the least of these, you've done to me.
Do you sound like you don't agree with that? Is how
I
you're...
never said that.
Oh, okay.
He's
Well,
He's
that's
always
what
picking
it.
your
That's what
brand.
it sounds like.
That's assumption.
He just likes to ask intimidating questions.
You sound like Alex.
No, I just like to ask why. Why? What?
He
why?
really makes you think. Like, just so
No, it makes you feel low.
No,
He's
Which
like
I
up
guess is
here,
not
we're like
true.
down here.
It's not true. I just like to ask questions.
Are you telling me I don't know how I feel?
That's right. You don't know how you feel.
Joking.
Pastor Alex, I'm sure you have something to say.
Man, I lost it now. I mean,
How do you serve God is the question.
see. I agree with the part where if you serve His people, then you're serving God. But at some point, a lot of people they're like, I'm serving. I'm doing this, and it becomes
A prideful thing.
Yeah, prideful, egoistic thing. So, and like it's weird. It's a weird thing because God could literally use angels to do anything He wants, but He still chooses us to do the work. And that's how much it means to Him, how valuable we are in front of His eyes. And the other side of it is, it's like, why would He choose for us to help us? Like, men messed it up, and He could have fixed it just with Jesus coming and fix it all, and one quick fix, and that's it. But why did He entrusted us to fix us?
Well, I have an interesting thought. I think we should get to that question as well. Max, I think the better question is, why would you want to serve God? We will get to that.
Because you have the love of
We will.
Jesus.
We will get to it.
Done. Point.
It's done.
Done.
Point.
Did it. Just joking.
Well, I actually heard an interesting teaching by Monroe on this subject. Why does God need us? I'm not gonna say whether it's right or wrong, or I'm not really gonna share my opinion. Maybe I will. I don't know. What's the point of me sharing it if I'm not?
Well,
gonna
that's
share
the
my
thing, though.
opinion?
He doesn't need us, but He chooses to use us.
Here's the thing. The thing is, okay.
Okay.
According to what Monroe was teaching, is God creates. So we are spirit beings in a body. We're not physical bodies with a spirit. We are spirits with a physical body, right?
Yeah.
And God created. So He gave us dominion over the natural realm, And so, in order for something to have dominion in this realm, it has to be natural. In other words, this is why demons need to do things through humans. This is why they don't float around and do. Sure, they can throw some pans around and whatnot, but I'm talking about like serious things in events. The fallen angels, how they move nations, they use people in power, right? This is why all the upper echelons of world leadership, they're all Satanists, under the control of the fallen angels and whatnot. But basically, in order for a spirit to do some kind of work here in the natural realm, it needs a body. A spirit needs a body to do work in the natural realm. If you want to put it in a nutshell.
Yeah.
This is why we need to, according to free will, like Minister Anna says, according to our free will, we, in other words, for lack of better terms, allow God to work through us. Because God himself set this law that there's spirit working through a physical body. Like, it's not like somebody else put the law and God's like, oh, well, I guess I can't do nothing. No, God himself set this law, and God does not break his own law. This is why he sent Christ, and Christ said, I didn't come to abolish or what do you say?
Abolish.
To bring peace.
No, I didn't come to
Abolish
abolish
the
law.
law.
I came to fulfill it.
Oh.
He came to fulfill the law, not break it, And so God is not going to break his own cosmic laws, which he has put in place. And Satan and his bunch, they know the cosmic laws very, very well.
So you're saying that God can, if he wanted to, move without the flesh, but he chooses not to?
He would be according to Monroe, right? He would be breaking his own law if he did.
If he did.
Like, that's why there has to be agreement on our end.
What about,
You know what I mean?
I personally never, witnessed it, but, I've heard testimonies about, different things that happen, with angels, though. It wasn't with the physical body, but God did something, through an angel. Is that breaking that law?
I don't know.
For
Probably
example,
not.
Mary, when the angel came down, it wasn't, another person in human form coming, Mary, you're going to have
Yeah, but look what she said, though. If I remember correctly, she didn't say, yes, I agree for this to happen to me. But
she said, I'm your servant.
yeah.
Yeah.
There was agreement on her end.
Consent.
You know what I mean? To be used that way as a vessel. So, I'm not 100%
agreeing with what he's saying.
Yeah, because I didn't study it,
I
in
kind
depth
of-
enough for me to say yes 100%.
I kind of agree with it. Here's a good example.
But it's a good case, I say.
I kind of agree with it in the way. I've never heard
Heard of it?
this teaching, his teaching on this, but I have a sermon that I talked about Elijah, when he was praying for there not to be rain and then for it to rain. And so obviously he used a prophetic word that God already established with Moses. If people fall into idolatry, this will happen. And so he prophesied that word, kind of brought it into a physical. See, so God already established something in the spiritual, but he needed a man to bring it into the physical. And the only way it will manifest in the physical if man agrees to grab it from the spiritual.
Yeah.
And so that's what Elijah did. He grabbed that, and then when the people, they came to God, they seen where they messed up, they repent, then he prayed for there to be rain. But for that to manifest, he needed to grab it in the spiritual to bring it into the natural. So that's why, we can probably find maybe more examples in the Old Testament how that works. So I can kind of see it like that.
Well, look at this. Why is it that when it says that in Genesis 4, when it says the sons of God saw that the daughters of men, or Adam, that's what it says there, were beautiful, they said, let's go down and, have children. Why would they want children? Think about it. Why would they want children? So they would have some sort of vessels to do. And what happened? Those children ended up being the Nephilim. Not ended up, but they were the Nephilim. And they wreaked havoc upon the earth. And it says they were the men of renown, which means they were like those famous, the demigods like Hercules and whatnot. They shaped society.
Aren't they the ones that are going to be released in the future, in the revelation, like...
The fallen angels?
The fallen
Those,
angels.
that batch? Yeah, because there's 3 batches. But yeah, that batch is
Doesn't
was
it say in
locked
scripture
up.
like they're the worst, the most scariest ones?
No,
or something like
no. Scripture doesn't say that. I made a point. I don't know. I forget. I was speaking at some sort of event at your youth or somewhere.
It was like a retreat at your church.
Yeah, where I basically
it was over there.
Yeah.
We just talked about.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
subjects
and I
like
basically
the
made the point that there was 3 rebellions. There was Lucifer, there was Genesis 4, excuse me, and then there was the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, I remember this.
You know, and I was saying, like, the Bible says that the sons of God, the angels, the ones that saw the daughters of men, had children, they're locked up under the Euphrates. Right? The Bible says that they're locked up. And I was like, why is it that Lucifer is still out and about? Because we seem to think that Lucifer is the most dangerous supernatural being, but he's not locked up. Those are. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I just made a point that why are demons so terrified of being cast into the abyss? And the way I put it is because their daddies are there. Quite literally. Their daddies are there, and they're freaked out. You know what I mean? And the Bible. Why is it that when God, who we know now as Jesus, right? But then he was Logos. He came to Abraham with 2 angels. Abraham made food, and they ate. Okay, so you could say, well, God, he can do anything, so he could eat. But what about the 2 angels? So they had physical form, and they consumed food. Right? So they can take some sort of a form, but why did they have to take basically some sort of a physical form in order to go do the work in Sodom and Gomorrah? Why couldn't they just do that without that?
Because that was probably God's law. Because
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, and so if I believe that God established that law for human, you know, we're in human flesh, to bring the supernatural into the natural. So if he made that law in the supernatural, that means that the angels have to follow by that law as well.
Right, and they know the law very well.
Yeah.
You know? And think of it this way. Is the difference between us and animals, because we have natural flesh and animals have natural flesh and there's plant life and whatnot. The difference is we are the only natural creature that's designed to bring in the supernatural. We're supposed to be that portal or that gateway. We are the doorway of the supernatural, for the supernatural to enter into the natural. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways.
Why do we go to that? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
But let's ask them the question. Man, time flies by fast.
Yeah, we're 3 hours in. If you guys are getting kind of
We
tired.
didn't even get to those questions.
We did one of them.
We did one.
We did
well,
what's
actually,
it like
not really. No,
we didn't do any of those 2.
We didn't get into those 2. Yeah.
Can you guys have the hobby or whatever? Something about hobby.
We did
Yeah,
talk about it.
Not really.
Huh, because she talked about that she does.
We just asked her what she
Volleyball.
does
What she
for a
was
hobby,
doing.
and she just said snowboarding and volleyball.
Okay.
Those aren't really hobbies.
Well, okay,
Yeah, they
what's
are.
a hobby?
They're not hobbies.
What's a hobby?
What's a hobby for
Hold
you?
on, I'll look it up.
Collecting stamps.
Yes. Collecting
Yeah, then
stamps.
I don't do hobbies.
Hobby for me, like snowboarding, is going
That's
every
not-
Saturday.
I don't.
Or
Or
when
is
you
that-
An
can.
activity done regularly in one's leisure time for pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can be
That's
snowboarding.
yeah.
For Alex, it's snow machining
Dude,
or like
literally.
fishing.
Do you
and
guys have any intellectual
fishing and
hobbies?
hunting? That could be a hobby. Yeah.
He means like reading a book.
No,
No.
I do
I-
not like reading.
I can't.
You need
I only read the Bible. I can't. I can't.
Do
try not to mess with the microphone because they can hear that.
Sorry.
Just
when I
point it up a little bit so it's pointed at you. There you go.
Do better.
Do better.
Do better. Don't be sorry. Do better.
Can Christians have hobbies?
I don't see why not. Well, apparently I don't have a hobby.
But you
so
were just talking about sacrificing time, and that's what serving the Lord.
Yeah.
I don't
Wait,
have
who was saying that?
hobbies,
Was that Maya or
No, that
Julie?
was
That was
That was
both
her.
of us.
yeah.
Don't take credit. Just
No,
kidding.
I was.
She can take the
well,
credit.
she
I
was
don't
saying
mind.
sacrifice time. I said give time. So I don't know if it's the same thing.
That's the same thing.
Give.
But,
Yes.
So can you? Is it normal for you guys to have hobbies?
Apparently I don't have hobbies, so I wouldn't know.
Do you collect
Taking
stamps?
pictures.
No.
I guess you don't have a hobby.
Well, whatever you consider as a hobby.
What do you guys do for a hobby, you guys in the chat? Let us know what it is that you do for a hobby. Unless you do stamps, don't put that in there. Don't embarrass yourself.
Andre already did.
I already did that. Yeah. I can't
various
imagine
times.
how somebody would do that though. Like what?
Collect stamps.
Yeah. Like,
Or like-
ooh, or pennies. That's another.
Okay,
Well,
what is your hobby?
no, the pennies is different because
Is your hobby collecting armor? That's what it looks like.
no. Although
Recently.
Recently.
it's just called Kingdom Soldier Armory.
Oh,
So I wanted, like weapons around here. What I do for a hobby? What
He-
do I do for a hobby?
Shoot guns.
Oh yeah,
I
you
shoot
do
guns.
that.
Yeah, but recently, like this last year, I didn't really shoot anything because I didn't have anything to shoot. This year should be a little different. Shooting long range, that's a hobby. Yes, Christians can have hobbies if they are healthy choices.
What are your hobbies? Read and gardening. Gardening? That's slave work. That's not a hobby.
Gardening is. Some people really enjoy gardening.
Yeah, my wife
I
loves
know.
gardening.
My
Some
mom.
Maybe
does
people
it's
just
too.
like that.
Yeah.
It's just.
It's
Actually, I heard that gardening
It's like
is
relaxing.
therapeutic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
I heard that
my,
too.
my wife loves it. I don't know.
Yeah,
she
my
like
mom
she
does
can
too.
go.
I
For
know.
her,
just
that's where she
for
relaxes.
hours.
Yeah, she
literally.
can go there. Like, what does she do there? And she'll be gone, and she just clips. Does I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird.
Interesting.
I like to build furniture.
Oh,
Dude,
really?
I love to. Yeah, wood. I love.
I like
anything
Carpenters.
that has to
I
do
mean, I
with-
suck at it, but I
Carpenters.
like to do it. You know what I mean?
At least you try.
At least I try. I'm good at shooting. I mean, better than this guy, that's for sure. You guys should have
I
seen
only
him, man.
shoot
He
to
was so
kill.
mad. Okay.
If
Is that
I
why you
had
didn't
a-
hit that plate? Okay.
Yeah, it was metal. It was
Yeah.
like, what's the point of shooting a piece of metal?
Yeah, what if
It
the
was a
hobby is
Yeah,
an
target,
might as
addiction.
well just hit the ground. I mean,
Yeah, I know, right?
right?
So, okay.
That's what I
let's-
did.
Let's say your hobby is a healthy choice. Let's say it's gardening. But what if it is an addiction? I wonder what went
what
wrong.
went wrong?
Nothing went wrong, Angela. You're good. You're good. Julie's just
I'm just weird.
no. She's good. Yeah. What if a healthy choice or a healthy hobby, but it's an addiction? Or at what point?
Is
Ah,
it
that's a good one. At what point does it become an addiction? Maya, let's go with you.
When you can't stop. When you feel like you
Are
have
good.
to do it because it like pleasures you. To a point where like
No,
you-
it's supposed to
well,
pleasure you.
No, well I'm saying to a point where like
Yeah, right. I hate this. It's my hobby.
where, no,
I can't believe I'm doing it.
to a point where it's like you chase the feeling of that and then you just I don't know, don't stop.
I feel like it's when you put it above like doing what God needs you to do. Like if you put it above like serving God and spending time with God, that's when it becomes like an issue. You know, if you're choosing to go shooting right and you haven't even like spent your time with God, like that's when it's an issue. I think.
I remember when I love snow machine. Anytime I'm in the mountains, it's like I just love the feeling, and I love to chase the adrenaline on the snow machine. But when I broke my leg,
So adrenaline is an idol.
sure,
Addiction.
I guess.
Adrenaline.
Anyway, that's besides the point. Like I got to a point where like I would do youth on a Friday. Friday night we would be working on the snow machines, and I'll be working on the snow machine during the week, and then Saturday, every single Saturday, we would be hanging out with the guys in the mountains. And I broke my leg, and I'll remember this for the rest of my life. I got to a point where I would hardly spend any time with my wife and kids because I would be working from Monday to Friday. Friday was youth and ministry, plus we were pretty busy. And then Friday night, boom, we're out snow machining. And Sunday I would be pretty much just resting because Monday I gotta go back to work. And when I broke my leg, I was laying in bed, and we had a barn. We had all of the things going on. We were struggling with bills, and my wife was doing everything. She was hauling the water in the buckets to the barn and the 4-wheeler. She was doing everything. I was in bed. She would bring me food into the bed and stuff, help me go to the bathroom. And I was laying there one time, and I was like, I'm really sorry, that I can't help you, this. And she said, I'll never forget this. She said, I'm so glad that you broke your leg, because this is, it sucks that I'm doing all of this, but this is the first time in 2 years where I get to spend time with you.
Oof.
And that's when it really hit me hard. And I still snow machine, but I would go I would go a few times a year, whatever, not as much, because it was like a drug. It became literally an idol for me.
Well, the snow machine wasn't the idol, the adrenaline was.
Yeah.
The snow machine was just the method,
tool,
the tool. That reminds me, when we first got married, I was really big into the high horsepower motor scene, you know what I mean, and whatnot. I really wanted to. Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Amen.
Amen.
That right there is serving God.
Coffee.
No, I was talking about Matthew 25:40.
No, they're saying coffee's their hobby.
Yeah.
Oh, coffee's a
I agree
hobby?
with that one, though.
Yeah, that's can't argue with that.
Yeah.
Belly team, Dennis.
What is that talking
Belly.
about?
That's their snow machining name.
So they we started 4 or 5 guys. We started a group, and Dennis was like, we should name our group because everybody names their group names. I'm like, dude, what's the point? And he's like, we're gonna be the belly team, because I was the chubby one, I guess.
Oh yeah.
A little smile on his face.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, are you kidding me? And then he literally named the Snapchat
Yeah.
Belly
a group
team.
message,
I
belly
remember
team and
that.
stuff. I was like, this
Oh
guy.
goodness. You know what we should do this summer?
What?
We should, our little group of guys, have a long range shooting competition with a different group of guys, maybe from Delta. Completely smoke them. I don't mean shoot them. I mean
Why not?
the steel. The steel.
Whoa!
The steel.
Whoa, this is so...
I'm joking. I'm joking,
That
bro.
escalated quickly. But anyways, I remember. So I got this. I really
She
wanted
couldn't
the
find a guy
whole
in Delta. So.
the whole racing and all that stuff. Oh my goodness. I'll just power
Stop.
through this.
People can hear you.
The racing and all that. And so I bought this motor, which I had to pay off, and so
The ladies.
all the motor.
Yeah, we can shoot probably better.
Gen Z
What?
versus
BB guns.
millennial.
What?
That's what you guys should do. You guys should do Gen Z versus millennial shooters.
Are you kidding me?
No,
we will
I'm dead
smoke you
serious.
guys
No.
with our
Oh,
eyes
not
closed.
me, bro. The guys.
They ain't no Gen Zs that I know of or that you
Vince.
know of. That
Hey, Vince actually
Vince,
got,
I love you, but I will smoke you.
Vince actually got pretty far last year. This is what I heard.
Oh,
You gotta be careful. Daniel is also on the chat.
Oh, yeah,
And
Daniel.
Daniel's gonna be...
I will smoke Daniel with my eyes closed. Okay, all you Gen Zs.
Oh man. Is Dennis
Focus,
a Gen Z?
focus.
Okay, Maya, don't get me started with that. Okay, Gen Zs.
Oh, he's getting riled up.
Ooh. Okay, all right.
Focus.
Focus, focus.
Oh, you
Is
guys
that a
don't know that?
millennial
No,
thing?
yeah, that's a millennial thing.
Hey,
That's
a
a
point-
black.
All right. So I had this Camaro, Chevy Camaro.
Camaro?
Yes,
Okay.
I thought it said Camry. I'm like,
I was like, camera?
What?
Chevy Camry. No, Chevy Camaro. I got a motor for it. Well, I got the motor, and then I wasn't patient enough to put it in an actual sports car, so I just put it in my truck. Then that blew up, and then I put it, got a Camaro. And anyways, I was putting a lot of time and money into this thing, and it came to a point where it was affecting my relationship with my wife, And it just kind of suddenly hit me after we had this, an argument over it. Not the first time.
Disagreement.
Yeah, disagreement. And not the first time. And now I was like, I realized that this thing is such an idol. And God had dealt with me too because it was stolen.
You stole it?
You stole
This girl.
No.
You
My
stole
rig.
your own
She
car?
thinks beyond what we.
My rig was stolen after I had put a bunch of money into it.
Oh, okay.
And then it was stolen.
Oh, okay.
And it was just a shock to me. It was a shock. The shock only hit me after like a couple days.
What was your emotions like?
He's like, I don't have any,
Yeah.
remember? You guys
At
are
first I didn't
millennials,
have
you don't
any.
feel.
But then I just, I don't know, you just kind of
Whoa,
like, you
stolen
start
car?
hyperventilating.
truck?
and
What does that
whatnot.
mean?
The truck or the Camaro was
The
stolen?
truck was stolen.
Oh, okay.
The truck was stolen. I had just put a new tranny in it. It had to be, because the factory tranny blew up, and so I had to put a racing tranny in there and whatnot.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure, yeah.
For
We
sure.
totally understand what you're saying.
I know.
Anyways, it was
Yeah,
stolen,
totally
and it was
dig.
just such a shocker.
We
But
dig
then,
it.
what had happened was the guy that stole it, it drove down the road for a couple miles, and then it ran out of gas,
Oh, no.
and it stopped in front of a little church.
Your church?
No, just a little church.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, it's parked at your
He
church,
like
bro.
walks up on Sunday service. I need to repent.
Yeah.
I stole a truck.
Well, no, there was a church about a couple miles down our road, and that's where it ran out of gas,
Oh, okay.
where we lived.
Yeah.
And but I didn't get the message, you know what I mean? And so I still kept idolizing that whole, because for me it was not so much about, it was just like the snow machine thing, that the motor and the horsepower and all that was just a means, but it gave me a sense of accomplishment and value. Like, look what I have, look what I accomplished. It means
You're something.
Yeah.
I'm something.
Yeah.
Whereas that's not what gives us value. That's not what validates us.
Yep.
The adrenaline made you feel alive.
For a second.
All the horsepower, the car stuff made me feel like I accomplished something. But it was all fake, and God was trying to show that, but I didn't get it. And after the cops called, the cops thought I had arranged for somebody to steal it out of the shop so I don't pay the bill.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it was a hefty bill,
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, that is.
I'm not giving anybody ideas. Am I?
She's like,
Yeah.
you gotta write that down.
The shop owners,
No,
they
she
told the
has
cops.
Millennials are so smart.
Yeah, the shop owners told the cops that they suspect that I had done it, because when they told me, I just like, oh, okay,
Oh.
because I was like traumatized that happened,
Oh.
so I wasn't showing any emotion.
But acted like you already knew what was going on.
Yeah. So they thought
Dang.
a couple days later, that's when the emotions hit. But
Yeah.
anyways, I didn't get it, and then the truck, there were some issues there, it kind of grenaded in some areas and whatnot, and I was like, oh, I know, I'm gonna leave this because it's an idol. No, I got another car, and I did the same thing. You know what I mean? And I think we already had kids, but I wasn't giving time to the family. That's all I ever thought about. Like at work.
Was the car?
Yep.
No
Just-
way.
That's all I ever thought about.
That's
And
crazy.
and then trauma. It was. Okay, it's not an LOL. That's my wife on there. And then what happened? Yeah, I just came suddenly. I was driving to work. That's such a Gen Z thing to do,
What?
Maya. Like under the table.
She has her phone's right there, bro.
Oh. Wow, that's even more Gen Z.
I'm just feeling off the tag.
She's like,
That's how you know.
This is so boring.
Why did you go
It's
cross-eyed
how
for
I
a
need to
second?
focus. I just need to I don't know. It's I don't know.
It's a Gen Z thing.
Yeah, no.
ADHD.
Yeah, ADHD.
is that your hobby?
Peeling chapsticks. Maya just has a pile of unpeeled chapsticks in her room.
Why do you need so much? Well, it just helps me focus.
I gotta keep my lips chapped.
My lips are fine. It's just,
My finger.
yeah. So I was driving to work.
She feels accomplished.
I was driving to work, and it just kind of like it came to my mind, like, look, dude, like I am choosing this medal over my family, and so
That's sad.
it is.
That is
Very sad.
That is very sad.
Julia trying to relate.
At least it was metal and not plastic.
That's
Some
facts, though.
Yeah.
That's
Some machine
facts.
has metal in it. Are you
Not
kidding
as
me?
much.
Yeah. The crankshaft is probably
His
the only
is
metal
definitely
part
more
on
valuable than your snow machine.
Dude, you're
there.
gonna
Separate
lose.
scoreboard, Andre versus Alex.
That was like a point for her.
For us, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
For
Thank
her.
you.
Yeah.
No, it
'Cause
wasn't.
I dissed both of you.
Yeah.
No, you
both-
didn't.
Both for
Both
you.
of them.
Both for you.
Both of them. Okay, well, I'll be vulnerable with y'all.
Okay,
But
get serious.
Put on your serious mask.
on my way to work, when I decided to sell it, I was so attached to that
You
stuff.
cried.
You cried because you.
Did you really cry?
Yeah,
What?
You're joking me, bro.
I'm not joking.
Wait, Alex, did you cry when you broke your leg?
No.
Okay. Wow, Andre.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
rough, bro. No way.
I
you
cried with my
cried.
wife. Told me that though.
Oh wow.
Bro, you guys relate on a whole nother level.
It was a big deal.
Wait, how long was it? Like a tear, or were you like sobbing?
Sobbing. No, come back. I
He's
need
like,
you.
he calls Victoria. He's like, babe, I just can't do it.
I need my truck. We're done.
Camaro.
Which was down the road.
His truck is gone. Remember?
Oh yeah, the truck's
The
stolen.
Camaro was supposed
Now
to
we're on the
fix the
Camaro.
issues.
Right.
You did cry, you liar.
Well, that
He
was
called you
pain.
out.
That was pain. That was not crying.
Sure.
Look, it was a big deal, okay?
Another point for us.
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
Yes.
No, it's
hey,
not.
guys in the chat, Gen
You
Z
guys
gets a
are-
point, yeah?
Hey, Dennis
You
is
guys are
Gen Z.
insensitive. I can't
Den-
believe I'm saying that.
Wait,
I
Dennis
can't
is.
believe you cried over a car.
Literally.
He doesn't cry for anything, but he
Oh,
cried
my
over a car. His kid is hurting. He's like, get real, bull.
He's like, stop, I have a flat tire, get away from me.
I have a flat tire.
Somebody help me in the chat. Okay.
Hey guys, remember he was being vulnerable.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Oh my goodness. You guys remind me of those like bad movies where somebody's like,
Like depressed, and everyone's making fun of
oh my goodness.
It's our way of coping with you.
Oh my goodness. It's like that
This
one.
is how Gen Z copes,
Yeah,
bro.
It's like that one
Facts.
movie, the spoof.
He's eating popcorn.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Dude, you should make a clip of just your truck story.
Oh my goodness. Wow. It reminds me of that movie. It reminds me of that movie, a scary movie. It was a spoof. It's literally called Scary Movie. And it's based, I don't know what movie it was based off of, but it was like Eminem the rapper or whoever, and then this guy and this kid. The kid's parents died, and his uncle was about to tell him, but this other uncle, the younger one, he's like, no, let me do it. He's like, okay, just break it to him easy. He comes up to the he's like, okay. He comes up to the kid. He's like, your parents are dead. And the kid's like, ah. He's like, ah. You know, that's what you guys did. You know what I mean? Yeah.
He's like, I cry. You're like,
I know, for real.
over a car? Your
Easy.
sword.
Easy.
Your sword.
Don't start crying now. You know how us millennials go. Okay.
Dude, I almost got killed by your sword.
That's the pommel, bro. If you got killed by the
Oh
pommel,
man, that was so
Oh, my head.
cops balloon
Andre.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Oh man, I can.
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain.
no,
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if you want to. You've gotten too far, Andre.
Yeah, a little too far.
Uh,
Look.
He trusted us.
Wow. This
Not
sounds like a
anymore.
sob
He's like,
story.
I'm
It's gonna sound even more like a sob story. I can't. I'm like digging myself a hole here.
Oh yeah, big one. Even the chat.
Remember
is
the
in on
part
it.
about validation and whatnot?
Oh,
You know, feeling like you accomplished something. Well, to me, building a muscle car that actually worked. You know,
But you got rid of it.
building a muscle car to me was like a sense of accomplishment because, you know, God bless my parents and whatnot, but growing up, I grew up with the impression that I couldn't really accomplish anything, right?
Yeah.
So I liked all the car stuff, and I was like, okay, what if I actually built that? Then it, you know, so to me that was like validation that I could actually accomplish something big, something that I liked.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know? And so when I finally got there's this Camaro, there's this, you know, built motor, it's fast, it's loud. You know, I've always wanted that. I actually built it, you know, and now I just want to perfect and whatnot. But then I realized that it's in the way of my family, so I had to make a choice. My family or this thing which gave me a sense of validation. I'm not saying that's right. That's wrong. We should not be getting our validation from stuff, you know what I mean? I'm saying there was a very unhealthy part of me that instead of getting my validation from the Lord,
you got it from this car.
I got it from this material. You know?
Did you sell it? Like, did you make money off of it though?
No, I sold it for pennies.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
How much?
It was like
That's where I would have
$2,000.
cried.
What?
Yeah.
Now it makes sense. Right?
Yeah.
Well, no,
That's not why he cried.
that's not
bro.
why I cried.
That's
yeah.
why I would have cried. I gotta make my money back.
I did not make my money back.
Oh man.
Not even close.
That sucks. Yeah.
It sold like the next day.
Now I feel you.
Now I can relate.
Yeah.
I remember I wanted to sell my phone, but it didn't work out.
No.
And that's when I started writing my idolatry book.
Oh.
Yeah. It was from that.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember that book.
That's cool.
So like the
I got the first copy.
This one.
Yeah.
Ooh, promotion.
No. We pulled it off the market because
Oh, you did?
we just need to make some changes and whatnot.
Oh, okay. Oh, someone's
You know.
reading it now. Matthew.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
reading it.
Sauna. Why sauna?
Yeah, but
Oh, is that a hobby?
No.
maybe.
A few times a
Oh
week.
yeah, sauna.
They're late on that.
Yeah. But that was I started when my truck was stolen. When my truck was stolen, I realized how it impacted me. And I started asking questions. Like, wait, was that an idol? You know, and so I started reading the Bible. I remember sitting there during my lunch after the cop called me. Or no, this was the next day when I was still kind of like traumatized, so I wasn't really feeling anything. I was just kind of like in disbelief. And I remember sitting there in my car during lunch, and I opened up 1 Corinthians 10, I believe it's 10, and it talks about idols and whatnot. And things just started opening up. But then I fell back into it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just a little delayed, that's all.
Is that you?
No, that's not me.
He's like typing underneath. He's like,
Walking my dog. You have a dog.
No, I don't. Walking the dog, yep, good company, yep.
Haha.
So what the last question was about choosing a church. That was the first.
Choosing a church. Oh, yeah.
How?
You guys should go first.
Why?
No.
Because-
We've been going
Yeah.
first every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're the Z's.
Yeah. So how would you choose a church
We
in your
respect our
generation?
elders. You guys
Oh, wow.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
That's a
Right.
point.
That's a good. Yeah.
And this elder is telling you guys got to go first. And if you
Okay.
respect the elder.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a point for us.
No,
Ooh.
you
That's a
can't
point
steal
for
my
us.
Point.
No,
Nope.
yeah,
You
you're.
can't steal my
That's a
point.
point for us.
I made like 4 points already by dissing
Yeah,
you.
literally.
Even
By dissing
Alex
you.
agreed. Even
Literally.
Alex
That's such a Gen
agreed.
Z thing. We made like points by dissing you.
Yeah, bro. What do you
Let's
expect?
start with Maya.
What? No, you'd start with her first.
Stealing all your time.
Yeah, the comments are just delayed. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's that Kingdom Citizen?
I don't know, but that's good comments.
I think they're a citizen in the kingdom.
Really? No
Really?
way.
What gave you
I
that
didn't know
impression?
that. Yeah.
Do you think there's a fine line from enjoying a hobby to becoming addicted, having
Yes.
it
Yeah.
be an idol?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, I mean
Yes.
that's what I've been talking about for the
That was his
last
car
Yeah.
story.
25 minutes. Yeah.
No.
No,
That
I don't
is
think
you,
his
Andre.
comments were.
It drives you.
Oh,
What?
no, it's still delayed. Wait, what?
I'm
I'm
not sure.
so
Yeah, the comments are
confused.
delayed, so I'm not sure what it's speaking to, unfortunately.
I think that
Oh,
was your
yeah,
birthday
that
party
was-
part.
Oh, yeah.
Birthday
wow, those are
party
really
part.
delayed.
What drives you?
I wonder who that is.
The truck?
Okay, Maya, we have to
Yeah.
kind of wrap this
Oh.
thing up, but we need to
How
get
to
to that.
how to what?
How do you choose
What
your
is the
church?
criteria of choosing a church? Like, how do you choose a church?
Honestly, I don't really know because I've been in the same church my whole life. But for her, that'd be a good question because she.
But pass it on back to you, Jim.
Back to you, Jim.
Literally.
But because she actually isn't part of a church, and
Well, I am. I haven't left the membership yet.
Well, yeah, true. But
Okay, but like for example, for your generation, like what would be if you were to go to a church to hunt for a church? What would in your generation? What would be the things that you would be looking for?
definitely nothing like conservative or religious. I would want something more like charismatic.
Wait, do you consider conservative things to be evil?
No.
That's just her personal.
Yeah,
preference.
it's just
Oh.
I just would want like something more like charismatic because I don't know.
What do you consider as charismatic?
Yeah.
Our
It's
church.
a good one, Jim. I mean, Alex.
Our church is not charismatic.
You don't think so?
No,
Why?
not even a bit.
Well, charismatic just means praising the Lord.
Well, I mean the charismatic that she's referring to, because there's charismatic. They go beyond.
Yeah, what kind of charismatic are you referring to?
Well, I'm referring to like as our church, where it's like in between. Or not in between, but it's just like again like just more free, like free spirited.
See, you the reason why you're saying our church is charismatic is because somebody has identified to you as that from a traditional or maybe a religious church. Like, I don't think you were sitting there on the bench one day. I'm like, my church is charismatic.
You think so?
I don't think you got that impression. I think because, like, for example, when I used to go to Word of Life and people from other churches around us,
and they're like, you guys
the word is like, yeah, you guys are so charismatic.
Yeah.
I guess,
I didn't just sit there on the bench and be like, my church is charismatic.
Yeah, somebody told you that.
But for them, like, when I would tell Pastor Andre, I would be like, hey, dude, Word of Life is charismatic. He would laugh. He's like, charismatic.
I'm still laughing. So.
I mean, he probably remembers. But for the
charismatic.
churches that we were around, for them, we were charismatic.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't just sitting on the bench and be like, I'm charismatic. So, like, when you say that, like, our church is charismatic, what do you mean?
It's like Pastor. Well, yeah, that's what Pastor Victoria means, but. This is true though, because I remember when we were pretty conservative. Yeah, there were people so there was rumors all the time, obviously, but some people would say we were way too conservative, and others would say we were like way too charismatic.
That's true, yeah.
And we're talking like we were old school. You know what I mean? We're old school.
So charismatic then wouldn't be a good word for in
Like,
general.
what do you mean by that? Because for me. Like, I look at this church. For me, this church is not like. I mean, I wouldn't identify it as charismatic because charismatic to me means maybe a different thing. But for a religious person, when he says charismatic, he means like jumping, dancing, like all of that. But I wouldn't say.
That's what I guess that's true. Yeah, because I guess now that you explained it, I would see like jumping, dancing, but not like for. I mean, I'm not like I don't know.
I'm just saying because you say my church is charismatic, that's why I would choose it. What do you mean by that for you personally?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Like,
I already said just like
you said more free.
Well, I said more free, not like you don't feel judgmented or judgmented.
Are you judgmenting me right now?
I feel so judgmented by you.
Judgmented.
Sorry, you guys know what I mean. I meant judged. I don't feel as judged. Like that's what I meant it. Yeah, that's what I meant.
That's what she meant.
It's judgment.
You meant
she
judgmented.
Meant
yeah, that's what I would.
Okay, you said the whole judging thing several times. How can you tell somebody's judgmenting you? No, for real. Like, how can you like? Do you like? I totally feel like somebody behind me is judgmenting me right now.
Well, yeah. For instance, like I was saying before our church split,
right?
I would feel like I was being judged. So
okay, but what made
by
you
raising my for instance, I wouldn't
feel
comfortable raising my
hands. Okay, so just because you weren't comfortable, you feel like you were being judged.
Like the atmosphere?
Yeah, the atmosphere.
Oh,
People would be looking at you weird. It was.
Wasn't just.
How
were they looking at you weird?
Because it wasn't normal. Like it was. Most people
wasn't
didn't.
normal?
Most people didn't think it was normal.
Maya,
was what I'm trying to say.
What made you say? Like, did you think that I would stand there and be like?
No, not you. I'm saying like.
You're not normal.
Yeah, like. Oh, can you believe she just raised her hands?
No, I'm saying like just I don't know. I just felt it or like. I don't know. It just,
Are you sure it wasn't something that you were imposing on yourself?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just maybe
because
the
there were
atmosphere.
people that raised their hands, like especially if we got filled with the Spirit or whatnot. You know what I mean?
I could be wrong, but what I think you're saying is like you felt the religious spirit in the place, like if you do a certain thing, you'd be judged by it.
Yeah.
It's not that somebody was judging you.
Yeah.
It's just like, for example, because we grew up in the religious churches and stuff, traditional, and when the religious spirit is so heavily, like you would think like, oh, if I do this, I'm definitely going to get in trouble. And the reason why you think that is because you're judging or assuming things because maybe you got in trouble for something earlier. So you're making that assumption that that's going to happen. But it's not because it's happening. It's just because that's what you're thinking is going to happen.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is sometimes what you're thinking is not based on reality, but on assumptions or from things you've heard from other people. Because, for instance, like your parents raised their hands.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why I'm wondering, did somebody come up to you and say, like, why did you raise your hands? Like somebody came up to me and says, why are you growing a beard? So I have reason to make that conclusion that if I grow out my beard in this church, that's wrong because somebody came up to me and actually said it. But did somebody actually come up to you and be like, hey, why did you raise your hands?
No, I think it also has to do with like personal conviction too, because now that I'm thinking about it, when I actually like gave my life to God, I didn't feel that anymore, and I didn't care about anyone's opinions. So
really it comes back to personal.
Personal.
You're just scared that somebody is gonna say something.
I guess And a religious spirit, like sometimes you can feel the atmosphere, if it's like good or if it's like you just don't feel
your spirit doesn't feel comfortable.
Well, I don't disagree with the religious spirit thing, but even in the days that we were somewhat, I wouldn't say we were like super traditional. I wouldn't say that. Like you've been in super traditional churches. There are churches that are so traditional that even you say the word guitar, and they'll hang you by your hamstrings. You know what I mean? So we weren't that.
Just on the conservative side.
We were just more leaning conservative. And we'll get to your question, Angela.
That's actually a really good question.
Yeah, it is a really good question. But there were, and people say like, oh, it was so religious, this and that. But I'm thinking, even in the times when we were leaning the most conservative, because as the years went by, slowly but surely, we kind of like started leaning more towards the charismatic kind of atmosphere. Even in those days, I remember, my wife and I, we looked forward to go to church, even with all the drama that I had to deal with. And because with the Slavs, they came from the Soviet Union, and everybody came from their village, and they did it this way in their village, and then the next guy, they did it this way in their village, and then these churches fight, which is why, for instance, like the church that you came from, that's why the pastors in that kind of church, they gotta, and you served on the leadership team, it's a big issue because everybody says, we gotta do it this way. Why? Because my village did it that way, So I had to deal with some of that, even though at a smaller scale, But even in those times, I still felt filled with the Spirit. I looked forward to go to church. It helped me grow. And especially as the years went by, so I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I get what you're saying, and there was definitely some of that, but...
So again, we're talking about the negatives, but what would be, for example, if you were to go right now, like, let's say the Lord is, telling you to go somewhere else, and you move to a city, and you wanted to find a church that's suitable to you, that you'll feel like you're at home, right? Like this is where you need to be. What would be the things that you would be looking in that church that would draw your attention to be in that church?
The first thing that popped up was youth, I think, because I don't know, yeah, if I would go into like California and
Why California?
I don't know, it just popped up.
I know, right?
It just popped up.
You don't want to be there at this point.
No. I just first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah.
And if I was looking for a church there, I think I would look for a church that has like a lot of youth or like a good youth, because I don't know, I just feel like I would since they would have a lot of youth, they would like take me in as in, because it's like we're in the same
next generation.
Yeah, we're in the same generation, and I'd relate to them, and I would just feel welcomed. Because
what about teaching wise? Like, I totally get that. Yeah, I mean, if you go into a church and there's, and no disrespect to the elderly, I'm just saying, like, if you at your age went into a church, I've done that. By the way, I went when I was single. I was just kind of looking around. I go to this church. And the first thing that happens is everybody goes, that whole deal, and with the like kind of look. And then I'm just kind of sitting there as mostly older people. I'm not talking about like 30s, 40s. So relax. All right, chat. I'm talking about like, 60s, 70s, and up. And I just kind of sat there. They did their thing. And after church, these elders come up, the church elders. And they just kind of sit one in front of me and to the sides. I kind of felt like they like surrounded me. They started interrogating me. You know what I mean? I was like, bro,
what are you doing here?
Why are you more here? like these theological questions but sort of with that tone. I was like, I never went back there again. So I totally understand what you're saying. Like, if you go to a church, you're gonna be looking like, what generation is this? But what about as far as teachings? Their theological stance, like what are some of the things that you're looking for as far as what they teach, or is that even part of the is that part of the criteria as far as choosing a church?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't want to go to a church that's like, for instance, now there's like a few mega churches that literally bring in drag queens, and apparently are, I don't know, Christian or whatever. So I definitely wouldn't want to. I would definitely look for a church that has deliverance in it, for sure. Specifically deliverance. And yeah, but mainly like, I don't know, definitely would look out, like if they would talk about like new age stuff, it would be a red flag. So
would it matter to you if the main leadership, so I'm not talking about leadership as in like the sub ministries, but like the lead pastors and things like that, like the main leaders, would it matter to you if they were, like Gen X or boomers, or do they have to be closer to, let's say, like our age or closer to or basically on the very young side? Would that matter?
I think maybe it would a little bit, because they would understand more of, like, for instance, where a teenager is coming from. But I don't think it would really matter to me.
I personally would want somebody that's older, because I feel like they would just
know
more.
Yeah, they would have more wisdom.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of young, new churches that erupt kind of right now. Basically, how they come to be is if there was a split in the church, and the younger generation would leave their older generation because over arguments and tradition and so on. And so it'd be a young church, and they would definitely put in a leader that's very young,
as like
20,
the senior.
Yeah, that would be their leader, their pastor, lead pastor, because they can relate to him. But I see that as a red flag, because not very much experience in.
They haven't proven themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and
true, yeah.
it could set up a lot of churches today. For those reasons, they fail. The split was.
And for those reasons, I'm out.
Yeah.
Shark Tank.
The split was maybe genuine, and maybe they left. There's churches like that split up, and they say they leave with the blessings. I've seen some churches leave with the blessings, but they fail. They literally fail, and I know of a few. I'm not gonna say them live, but and they just the people scattered, and the reason why is because there was a younger.
I think
Wait.
it's okay for like a youth pastor. Like I feel like that's okay. Like if he's younger, because I feel like he's able to like be with the youth, like understand, have a bigger understanding with them,
I
and
would
be
say
able to
for me,
relate with them
as a
more.
lead pastor, I think the person should be over 30.
Are you
Like, it's
Julie?
just me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, Julie, would you mind closing that door?
But for me, I think for a senior, when I would come to a church, I'd definitely be looking for the senior pastor to be over 30.
Yeah.
That's just me personally.
Well, I'm not like this. Okay, you could take this totally wrong, but like when I started ministry, I was 22.
Yeah.
I wasn't called a pastor though.
But yeah, were
But
a
you weren't
senior
in the
pastor?
lead. You weren't.
Well, I was responsible.
Yeah.
I didn't have the title,
No, but you were doing the duties.
but I was doing basically the same thing, minus a few things that would be the privilege of a pastor, you know.
Yeah.
But I basically had to work up my way as far as titles go. But as far as responsibility goes,
You had that same
It was the same.
responsibility.
same responsibility. So what's the difference?
What's the line?
Well, for
Right?
me, why I say 30, for example, I'm over 30, you know, and I have a family, and there's things that I've learned that I can input into relate to people that I, you know, minister to, or at least have some sort of experience that I could know what people, you
But
know.
then that's kind of like contradicting, like about like Timothy. Like,
I know, that's what I
you're
was gonna
young in
say.
That's a good
age.
one.
That's I was gonna say, because Tim got called. He was
Yeah.
24, I believe, or a little bit
Well,
younger.
some scholars say like 17.
Well, he went on the
in
Paul with the
Star
journey,
was 17, yeah.
but when a leadership position, he was
bishop.
about he was about 24, 25 years old.
and the thing is, yeah, he was a
That's-
bishop though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's young
That's
You know what I
insane.
mean?
for a bishop, and I think 2 or 3 churches at the time.
Yeah.
You know, that's
So his job as the bishop. So just in case people out there don't realize, but back in those days,
I think Andre is over 30. Oh, I agree with what Angela's saying, that every church is different, leadership is different,
communities are different. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Check
for
the
sure.
fruit of this, the fruits of the
Spirit,
spirit
yeah.
within the
Yeah.
church. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
for sure.
yeah. But back in that day, so you had one city, and they didn't have just like one building or like Word of Life Church and House of Prayer. No, they just had Church of Ephesus, and they had house churches because they couldn't gather openly, otherwise they'd be imprisoned, killed, whatever. And so they would gather in secret, and the job of the bishop was to visit each house church, and within each house church they had elders. Not shepherds but elders. And the elder was in charge of overseeing the house church. The bishop
Overseeing all.
over the city, so he had to visit all of these churches, make rounds.
Well, so that's why I wanna-
That's what Tiny Tim was doing.
that's why I want to fix what I said, because I was trying to explain in the modern way.
Backpedaling back.
No, in the modern way. But for example, why I say 30? For example, yes, you had a pastor's position, and but you had somebody over you that oversee, like Pastor Stanislav. He would be the senior pastor. That's what I mean. Like, for me, it's problematic if you have no authority over you.
Problematic. Yeah.
For example, Tim, he still, even though he was young, but still, he still had Paul. He had the Jerusalem church that he would, answer to. There was people that he would still mentor him and correct him.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of your senior pastors, they're super young, which I'm not saying that that's a problem. Like Angela saying, I agree. If there's a pastor that's 25 and, it's a young church or that culture, that place, city where they're in. But if that person doesn't have a senior pastor over him or in the back,
accountability, basically. If there's no accountability.
a bishop. Well, see, the reason why I say senior pastor, because today it's not proper to say to the younger generation bishop. Like, a lot of people don't even know what there is, or a presbyter.
Yeah.
But that's what I would want to see in the church as a person, as a pastor. I would want to make sure there's somebody over that I could answer to, or that pastor answers to.
No, it's true. I did. Pastor Stanislav would call a lot. He would check how's the service, this and that. I would share my concerns. I would ask questions. So that's definitely a huge factor. I want to get to starting from the top there.
Well, let's have a quick answer, Julia. What would the things you would be looking forward to in the church?
Definitely the first thing, like when you asked that, was the youth for sure. I think that was the biggest thing. I think mainly like how would they like receive me, like if it would be like with open arms or not, and just how the youth would kind of go with things, because that's where I think I would.
So like,
spend
let's say
most
you
of
came
my
into
time.
a church,
Mm-hmm.
you walked in through the front door, and from there on, what would the things be that you would be looking for?
Well,
the reason why I'm like detailing that question is because as this church grows, it's also important for me, and I'm sure for Pastor Andre, well, maybe what are the things that we need to put in our church, or so be more welcoming for people. Like, for example, you're new to Fairbanks, and like, let's say if you were to walk through this door, to the church, what would be the things you'd be looking forward to say, like, I want to be in this church?
Well, yeah, first thing is whether they're like open arms, whether they receive everybody and whether everybody's all nice to each other and like coming up to be like, hey, like, I noticed that you're new, like, how are you doing? Like, are you interested in like coming to our church or anything like that? Just like somebody coming up and talking to you, because I know that's a big thing. Because I was actually talking to somebody. She just moved recently, and so she's kind of looking around, like going to a church and stuff like that. And she's just realized like how much like thankful she is for like the youth here in Delta. Like, she never realized how big of a deal it is, like, to like go up to a person, like say hi to them, especially when they're new, like the big effect that makes, because she's like been going to youth, and she has to be the one to come up to people and say hi, even though it's her very first time going there, like,
so
nobody
being hospitable.
Yeah, I think that's just, and that's like the main purpose of a church, is to be there for a person. And also, I agree with what she was saying, like the fruits of the Spirit. Like, what is this? Like, is the church doing what they're saying? Is they're acting upon like their words and like the things that they're teaching? Like, are they following through with everything that they're doing? That's what I kind of would look at. I think so.
Hospitality.
Yeah, being hospitable, meaning you're welcoming visitors, foreigners, aliens. Did
you visit a House of Prayer church?
What?
Did you visit yet a House of Prayer church?
Are you asking like you don't know that answer?
I do, but our audience don't.
Yes, I did. I feel like
how did you feel?
So
I feel like this is like investigation.
We are interrogating you right now.
Yeah, literally. No, yeah, I did feel very hospitalized.
What?
Hospitalized. We hospitalized.
We hospitalized our visitor.
We hospitalized our guest.
Somebody dialed 911.
I don't know how to say that.
Hostile?
No, not hospitable. I don't know how you would say that.
Welcomed.
Okay, how would you say it with that word though?
You don't say it with that word.
Okay.
That word.
Okay. I felt very welcome. We'll keep it simple.
What else?
I felt so hospitalized. Oh yeah, it was great.
You were in
Somebody's
the
like, "What? You got hospitalized?"
Well,
yeah,
the church is
dude.
supposed to be a hospital,
They were
so it kind of goes. It kind of goes.
hospitalized. They're great hospitalizers.
Hospital? Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's it.
What?
Hospital.
Hospitaled.
Hospitalized.
Oh.
Hospitalized.
I know. That's what Julie was saying. I felt hospitalized.
I feel like there's a way that you can use it. I'm just
no hospitality. You can't. You cannot use it that way.
Hospitality. Oh.
Being hospitable.
A
It's a hot
mess.
Being like they were hospitable. But you can't be. I was hospitalized. You know what I mean? Like you can't.
Hospital of
Andre teaching Gen Z vocabulary.
This hurts.
Oh.
There was. Man, it sucks that we can't control the screen. Can whoever's controlling the screen? Can you scroll up a little bit? There was
to the previous comments.
Yeah, there was. Okay, hold on. Angela, every church is different. Okay, I got that one.
Right here,
The online church?
That
the online
one.
Church?
Yeah, I got that one.
No, we didn't talk about.
We didn't
how
talk
to
Well, I'm saying I wrote it down.
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
on
remember
this
his memory?
on this
remember his
tree right
memory
here.
problem?
Y'all need to take notes. Okay.
What What do you mean?
Hey, we got good memories.
What about all those Gen Z videos? They're like, write this down. What do you guys really do? What does that mean to you?
Write what down?
Yeah. What am
Anything.
What do you,
What do you
where,
mean?
Where?
When they're teaching, they're like,
where-
write this down.
In my brain.
The
Oh my
teachers?
goodness.
I got a notebook and a pencil.
I got
up there.
Jesus.
Bless your heart. Oh, thank you.
Bless
You're
your
like-
heart.
You're like,
Who
what? You
is
don't
that?
do that. You don't.
Edge
do that?
of enlightenment.
That's our
Mary
intercessor.
Sue.
Oh, that's Mary Sue.
That's
Yeah.
her phrase. She
That
always
sounds
says
like
that.
her.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
That's her phrase.
Bless your heart. No, walk in your blessings. That's her phrase.
Yeah, she says that too.
Both of them, yeah.
And bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
I
Bless
started
your
using that. By the way, Intercessor Mary started using that term after I heard it from
Copyright.
you.
What, you want a medal for that or what?
No, for her.
Oh, you want a medal for her?
Yeah,
Wow.
she should be honored.
You hear that?
I love
Intercessor,
that
you're
phrase.
getting a
Walk in
medal.
your blessings. Now I started to use it every
So that's
day.
a good question that Angela posed.
What was it?
That means asked, right? She asked how you guys feel about strictly online churches and yeah, I know. I wrote it down, wife. So,
Why are you looking at that screen when she's right there?
oh yeah, that's right. I'm like, look right there. That's
Whoa!
a computer screen. That's the camera. Oh my goodness.
What does
I
she
know,
mean
dude.
by strictly online?
So there are some people that don't physically go to a church. They just
Cool.
alive or whatever. They just it's online, and they even have online memberships. And Angela's
Really?
asked, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Isaiah Saldivar started a church like that.
Online?
Yeah, online church. He has a lot of people.
That's so crazy.
So Angela's asking, how do y'all feel about that?
Cool.
But I
Cool.
personally.
I guess that's one way to put it.
Cool. Yeah, very cool.
Cool.
All right.
Your wife-
Kool-Aid, cool.
Let's wrap it. Computer wipe. Oh, that's from SpongeBob.
Yeah, but
Plankton. There you go.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
Anyways, any other comments besides
Cool.
cool?
Pretty rad.
Oh,
Pretty
Dig
dope.
Pretty dope.
We dig it.
totally Riz.
We dig it.
W.
No, I don't think I could do that personally.
Really? Oh yeah. No, me neither.
She's like, yeah. Oh wait, really? Oh yeah. I can't do it. No way.
She's like, oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, me
Yeah,
neither.
what she said.
No, I was saying cool as in like that's cool that other people want to go online because obviously you can't fly every Sunday to a church.
You can't fly.
Do you fly to a church every
Yeah,
Sunday?
that's what I'm saying.
You can
But
drive.
would
Oh, she
I-
lives in California and she flies here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
you guys didn't know.
I didn't
No.
know. Where's your
But
chopper?
personally, obviously,
Chopper.
I wouldn't want to do that. I would want to be actually physically a like member of a church and actually do
Be
stuff in the
there,
church
yeah.
Why?
because it's just like
Because
I've never experienced like being an online.
Yeah.
I don't even know how like
yeah.
you just attend the service for the
You
2
sit
hours
in your
and
shorts.
that's it.
like the
Just
people
kidding.
that watching this podcast, they're just
But this
you know,
is not
chilling.
church.
But this
is
is-
podcast.
Well,
Yeah.
you should
I'm
know.
just saying
Actually,
this is how they do it. They
actually,
just
you
literally-
should know what online church is
Oh
like
yeah,
because
we
during
did do it
COVID,
for a little bit. That's
during
facts.
COVID, we did online church.
No, I personally I would not because it was just so like I don't even know how to explain it. It was like there's so many borders with it, you know what I mean? Like it was just a service for the 2 hours to watch online and like I don't know, it wasn't
You mean limitations?
yeah, it's
Okay.
very
Yeah,
limited.
yeah.
Yeah, I just couldn't say. It just felt
That's a good
very
point,
limited because it was like I don't know, it just wasn't the same. Like I feel like it would have been better if we did like a home group type of thing than just sit there and watch the live, you know? Because you're just sitting there watching them sing, watching them pray, and then doing like the service and stuff like that. Like I understand like watching like a YouTube video and watching like a sermon, like I'll do that no problem, you know? But being like a member online, like I don't know how that would be really like a family, you know? Like a church is a family, you know? I don't understand how you'd be a family, like a connection
Fellowship.
with
There's no
everybody. Yeah,
fellowship
there's no
Mhm.
fellowship with that. And there's no, like, I don't know what kind of like other ministries that they would do or how they would serve each other. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good one.
You know what?
Serve
You
each
said
other.
family, and I just realized that the difference between a living church and a dead church, regardless of how conservative or liberal they are, meaning, charismatic, I think the difference is if they are a family or just an organization.
Yeah.
If it's just an organization, it's gonna feel like you're going to your job. You know what I mean? You just clocking in and you clock out. But that for us, that was the biggest thing in house of prayer. Well, back then it was evangelical house of prayer. But I've heard people, and this sounds like we're tooting our own horn, but I'm just, that made me think. I recall people coming to our church and just, regardless of what they personally held to regarding their beliefs, they just said that they feel like we're a family. Mm-hmm. And there is the distinguishment, right? Distinction. Mm-hmm. The distinction. It doesn't matter whether you're like we had the whole 9 yards as far as conservative churches go. Mm. We had, women had to be in skirts and the head covering. I couldn't even have a beard. You know what I mean? We could only play certain types of music. We had to sing hymns.
Can you imagine
couldn't have a worship
church,
team.
No skirts, no nothing. You're so free.
But even through all of those like rules and regulations, like you guys were still a family. Yeah.
And
like
it's fulfilling.
Yeah.
Because God created the family and Satan wants to destroy the family.
Yeah.
And so when a church is not functioning as a family but functioning as an organization, in that church, I don't know how to say it, but it's like it's almost like Satan won in that church.
No, and like the purpose of the church is just to be there for each other, Mm-hmm. But, yeah, I don't know how that would work online personally. I don't know.
Well, church, ecclesia is a body of believers and that gathers together into one. So for fellowship
is a legislative body.
Yeah, all around the world, but still they gather wherever they're at. In the local, in their local church. And so I think it would be a big problem because you can't fellowship or you can't serve one another. Like in the, Corinthian church, for example, we find a lot of writings about Corinth church. They were practicing their gifts, right?
Yeah. And
they got to minister to each other and so on. Like, how would you do that in online church? Like you would have pretty much one speaker or, you can rotate or whatever, but like, how would you, I don't even know how you can minister so everybody, the whole body is effective in the online church. Like how can you do that?
I mean, I've prayed for people over the phone for instance, for like deliverance, even over text, but you're definitely limited.
But you were serving as a pastor. But for example, like if you're a pastor and I'm sure you're serving, you're praying for people, preaching. But let's say you have 1,000 online members. So how would I benefit her and her benefit me or whatever? Like how would that work?
I think in online church, it's not evil.
Yeah.
It's not wrong.
It could touch people or
it could work in some ways, but it's severely limited.
Yeah.
It's handicapped because you can't meet with them in person. Mm-hmm. Where's the accountability?
You can't see their emotion or what they're going through, what they're feeling, what they relate to.
You can't even look in their eyeballs. You know what I mean? Like, because the way that we grew as a family is we spend time with each other.
With fellowship.
You sit there and you listen. You're there for someone. You go have dinner with them. You change their tire. You just. You know what I mean? Like, you're there with them. So an online church, I think it has its purpose as far as maybe, like, introducing somebody to the faith.
Yeah.
Bringing somebody into the family of God. Mm-hmm. But for them to become a living member
just in that way.
Of the ecclesia or ecclesia, it has to be local. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, when somebody calls, for instance, from other states, like for deliverance and whatnot, in which... happens when we got on the map, when we got on Saldivar's map, we started getting a lot of calls and interest.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you guys were on his map.
Yeah, we've been on his map for a while.
You guys still are too.
Mm-hmm.
We still are.
That's
but
cool.
When we first got on the map, interestingly enough,
we still are.
Interestingly enough, we had a lot of calls.
Out of state.
From out of state. Mm-hmm. Somebody would like from Texas or Florida or,
And did you guys just like send them to somebody else when that happened? Or what did you guys do?
You would do it over FaceTime.
Either over the phone. There would be a lot of counseling. I think at one point somebody flew in, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Or sometimes you would lead them to someone around, or.
Well, I wouldn't know who's around.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I would encourage them
To find somebody.
to find someone.
Yeah.
Right now, what we do is if a person calls in, and you know, obviously we ask questions, and if they're like, well, we ask them, do you go to a local church? Are you part of a local body? And like, well, no, I don't go to church, this and that, blah blah, and for whatever reasons, we tell our ministers we do not minister to those people. Like, we'll tell them, we'll give them a word of encouragement, you know what I mean?
Or advice.
But we are not going to be praying for them and binding and casting out and loosing and all that stuff, because you have to be part of a local body. If you're part of an online church, you're just sitting there on your couch, where's the accountability? What are you actually, who's keeping up on you, or checking up on you, making sure you're actually putting in some effort?
Well, that goes back
doing
to
something.
the conversation we had about ministry, why ministry is important, because it disciplines you. Like, how would you know if that person's, you know, improving in his discipline? If that person's reliable, if that person's showing up on time, all of these little things, how would you see that in the online church? You can't. You know.
Yeah, and just like people are pointing out, you know what I mean? Like Matthew says, sometimes you just can't make it, or like me, I'm only there 2 weekends per month. I can put a value on the fact that I can still attend. Yes and amen, you know what I mean? Like I said, I think online church definitely has its place, especially for people that can't make it. But if you are fully capable, like for instance you, Maya, right? Like you live here, bless you. Bless you. You live here. You have a means of transportation. There's no reason why you shouldn't be in church, which you are. I'm just using an example. You know what I mean? Or you or me or Alex, there's just absolutely no reason. And for people to sit there at home when there's a church 15, 20 minutes away, be like, wow, I'm part of this online church. That's just, you're escaping responsibility.
Yep. And I think it makes them feel like, oh, because I'm watching it online, like I don't have to go there because I could just watch it online. And then they don't actually make the responsibility to go. And then sometimes that can prevent you from actually growing your relationship.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Man, we almost went for 4 hours.
Yeah, we should probably.
It's
wrap
amazing
it up.
that the people are still with
still
us.
watching.
Literally.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
We must
so
be
much
so
for
interesting.
your support.
We must be.
We must be. Yeah.
There's no other.
There's no other way.
We got to get another point in though before we.
Yeah.
How do
I
do
think
that?
we got 4 points.
No,
you
you
just
didn't.
didn't
No,
tally
you
them
didn't.
down.
No, you
yes,
didn't.
yes.
You know what? We should establish the rules first.
Yeah.
Next time.
After the podcast.
After, yeah.
We make rules as we go.
Literally.
Yeah. I wanted to thank all of our viewers especially for all the comments. By the way, why is it that, as far as I could tell, I couldn't see any of these comments after the live? Like,
What?
I go in there and I can't see the comments.
Oh, the comments are all gone.
I'm
You
wondering,
probably
Matthew,
have to be an admin or something. I don't know.
maybe, yeah, Matthew, if you could check that out, or somebody.
Sometimes you just have to.
Not
click
Matthew,
it
but,
open. Like sometimes it'll be hidden and it just says show comments and.
I'd try. I think there's a thing where it you can set it up to where all the comments during live just go away.
No, it's probably a setup where after the video is posted, you don't want people to write comments, like to type nasty things.
Yeah, you can do
There's
that.
an option that you have to select for people to be able to comment.
I'm sure everybody wants to hear this conversation that we're having right now.
Oh, yeah.
They only show up for after 24 hours.
Yeah. Well, first of all,
Well, I think what would be cool before we quit. What would be advice that we would be able to give to the
you
Gen
should
Zs?
probably talk into the microphone.
What would be the advice that we would be given to what would be one thing that you would say to Gen Zs, and what would Gen Zs say to us?
Let's start with them to us.
Yeah.
You guys
Seriously?
start every
Yeah,
time.
literally.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Yeah, guys, perks of being the elders, as you had pointed out. That's a point for us.
Well, I didn't. What?
What? Who
That's
said
not
that?
a point.
Yeah, you called us elders. And
What do you call us? Youngsters?
Gangsters? G's?
Actually, you used that one time.
OGs?
Youngster. You all
No, I
youngsters.
didn't. Are you kidding me?
I
did
Are
not
you
say
kidding
youngsters.
me?
Who did I
Maybe
hear
my
that
dad?
from?
Yeah, it's probably Cuesta.
Yeah.
So, Gen Zs, what would you tell us, the Mills?
The milk.
Intercessor, what? I don't know what you're doing. Come on, Julia. What?
I like it. I don't know what she's referring to, but
Okay, we're all ears, and all my fellow Mills out there, maybe some X's too.
Or
And
you mean
boomers.
boomers? Yeah.
Boomers.
And who's before? Well, no, it's millennials,
Bo-
X's, boomers.
Zoomers.
I don't know.
Zoomers.
Zoomers.
I would have believed you, bro.
Oh yeah, probably.
You were good right up until that moment.
Before boomers, there were zoomers. Zoomers were facing the boomers.
Oh my goodness.
Zooming around.
Zoomers are zooming around for boomers.
Oh my goodness. What was the generation before boomers? I'm pretty sure it's not Zoomers, okay?
That'd be so funny if
The silent generation,
What?
That's so bad.
also known as the traditionalist generation,
That's what that's their name.
interesting.
Tradition.
is the Western demographic cohort.
They just gave up on
following
making
the-
words for the genre. They literally gave us letters
Literally a
They were
Z.
silent, and then it was boom.
and then Z.
Yeah, why?
No, it
Last
was
letter
X.
of the alphabet.
X.
No, it was X. We give up. And
Wow.
then it was
Dude.
millennium.
So
No, Y. I think
Before-
it was Y.
check this out.
It was
That's
white.
just the
What?
alphabet.
Hey, check this out. First, it was so even before the silent generation, there was the greatest generation.
Whoa.
So
Whoa.
What
great-
happened then?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Something great, maybe.
I want to be
Something
there.
great.
Martin
I wanna be
Luther Jr.
Silent because they're constantly
Because they're constantly zooming. That's a good one. They're
Okay.
constantly zooming. Zoom.
So greatest generation, silent generation, baby boomers,
And that was me, boom.
and then Gen X, and then millennials, and then Zs, and then after you guys is Alpha.
Alpha, yeah.
Alpha?
Yeah, why
Alpha.
alpha, dude?
Our kids are
Because
alpha.
That's
they're,
Ain't no way.
they're
Why?
probably
People say they're going to be the greatest generation
We
of all
should be
time.
alpha.
Literally,
Alpha is
who
what
does
you
thinks
did.
of these names?
say that to the
Literally.
silent generation. They'll probably just not say anything.
Literally.
Dude, that sounds so cool though.
The alpha?
Silent.
We're the
Silent
silent generation.
We keep
It's
silent.
mysterious.
We keep
I
silent.
feel
bro.
the first thing that keeps them popping up is because they literally couldn't say anything. As in,
Because they're like cavemen.
Maya.
as in like, no, I'm not gonna go in too deep into
She can go deeper.
Yeah, you could go deeper, okay.
Because like,
How deep can you go about the silent generation?
oh, because they didn't have any rights to speak.
Whoa,
That's
you
funny.
are.
So the silent generation is generally defined as people born from 1928 to 1945.
What happened during that time? There had to be something quiet.
The Great
sneaky going
Depression
on.
Oh. The Great
that
and
makes
World War
sense.
II.
Yeah,
Oh, that
that was pretty loud though.
Yeah.
Dude, these girls.
Oh my goodness.
The war was pretty loud.
It
Ba-boom,
includes
ba-boom.
most of those. Oh
You have
my
to
goodness.
watch the quiet ones.
Be afraid.
Be very afraid. Dude, that's sketchy.
It includes
That
most
is
of those
scary.
who fought during the Korean War.
Oh man, I'm literally crying over here.
I'm literally saying.
Upon coming of age in the post-war era, silence. Ooh,
You guys
silence. Silence. That's what they call them. The silence.
Silence.
No, silent. Like not silence. But silence.
Difference.
What's the difference?
There's a T.
There's the T, that's
Oh,
all.
right. Sorry, my bad.
We're going to spell it.
Right there.
Look.
Silence.
Mariana.
Silence. Silent. Silent
Okay, my
plural.
Okay, which one
Silence.
did you say? The T or the S one?
You could
The T, okay? The silence.
Instead of the T.
Where was I? Silence were sometimes characterized as trending towards conformity and traditionalism, as well as comprising the silent majority. However, they have also been noted as forming the leadership of the civil rights movement and the 1960s counterculture and creating the rock and roll music of the 1950s and 60s. So I guess I should say thank you to them, huh? Oh, goodness. That was funny to me. Anyways. Oh, yeah, your advice. You guys didn't give us Mills.
We're trying to think. I'm silent.
What do you guys need? Did you say what do you guys need?
What do you
No,
mean?
we're trying to think.
Oh.
What was the question? Your guys' advice?
No.
You need advice
Your
from
guys'
me?
advice. So Gen Z advice to the
millennials.
The Mills.
Man, that's a tough one.
What?
Really?
Well, because it's always the older people giving advice to the
Correcting
younger
us,
people.
yeah.
Well,
And so
we're,
it's like
Dude,
confusion.
I had
between-
so many things to say to a lot of the older
Really?
people.
Maybe you
at
guys
the
are just
church.
perfect.
Maybe,
Didn't you?
you're just
Like
perfect.
when they come to correct
I
you,
still
you
do.
had so much things to say. You know what?
you ain't getting through my door.
I got the key.
You got the key, son.
I would say try not to get too attached to metal and plastic.
He's like, I'm done.
Oh my word.
That's
Matthew,
another
cut the
point.
line.
That's a point right there.
Yeah, bro.
That's a roast. That's not a point.
And what happened to that? No.
No.
So that's your advice. Don't get attached to metal and plastic.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something like, but I already forgot it.
Hey, what happened to our sign? See, even the sign was like, no way.
I'm not gonna touch
Oh,
that
look,
for-
Dennis
no,
is
just-
in there.
Hold it. There's tape
What
on the
happened
back,
to
so
the
you gotta
logo?
press. You gotta press it.
Don't want to
Well,
make
it's
finger.
crooked.
It's
Oh,
okay.
my
Let's
goodness.
just leave. It,
No, it looks
It is.
straight-ish.
No, it's
Yeah, it's
crooked up
definitely
there.
crooked.
Oh, it's definitely crooked. It's fine. We can
Oh
fix
my
it.
goodness.
It's
OCD's kicking in.
Yeah, don't get too attached to that.
He's like
either.
getting irritated.
I was gonna say, don't
Touch the microphone.
touch the microphone. Yeah,
I
sorry,
got
it's like-
one.
You do?
I'm not gonna
Oh, boy.
say it. No, I was just joking.
Oh, you were joking.
come on.
I'm trying to think of how to say it.
Oh, Dennis was like, what happened to the logo? There's a little bit of a lag, Dennis. So, hey, look, it's lagging. Go ahead. We're all ears.
I know. I'm
don't know
trying
what
to
to tell you
see
guys.
like how to like
Verbalize it.
write it out.
Are you just
say it
buying?
out.
Are you just buying time?
Yeah. That's why you guys to look at me.
She just wants you guys to look at her.
Put it on the table. Oh,
I'm
well,
thinking,
we're waiting,
I'm trying
intercessor.
to see how.
I literally,
okay.
I don't know. I
We're
actually,
waiting.
I don't know what to
Yeah,
tell.
I was gonna say don't like. How do I say it? It's not. It's like in my head, but I can't like.
Just say
Mhm.
it. Just say it however.
Mhm.
Say a word and then I'll finish your sentence.
I'm sure you will.
We
You guys-
got that Z connection.
Yeah.
We
We've
be
seen that.
zooming.
She would say no and you would say yes. And she's like, oh, yeah.
We should call them Zoomers.
I know,
Gen
right?
Zs.
Zoom.
Yeah, Zoom. Oh, that's good.
You're the one who zoomed.
That's
No,
a point.
oh, no.
That's a point.
That is
that
a
is
point.
a
No,
point.
what?
That is a
No,
point.
we roast you guys so many times and that didn't even count.
Literally.
She wants this literally. Why literally? Literally, guys.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
come
what
on.
sets us apart from the other podcast.
Hey, Dennis, just give us something.
You say yours.
He's
so
not
I'm-
a wait. Is Dennis
I-
a Z?
Yeah,
think
Dennis
so.
is a Z.
He's not a guest here, so you guys are the
Okay,
guests.
you say yours while I'm
I
trying to
don't-
think of it.
I don't even know
Look,
what to
even
say.
Intercessor says now is your chance.
Don't worry about the words, Maya.
Just make
just
sounds.
express
So, great advice. Great advice. Just like a Gen Z would say. So.
Just express your feelings.
She's like, I don't have the emoji that I need. Maya, just
Oh,
type the
goodness.
emoji and then show it.
Man, you
So-
guys are peer pressuring.
Pushovers.
Don't do that.
That's what they
That's
are.
some good advice.
Whatever you're doing, don't do that. That's our advice.
Whatever this is.
Just don't do it.
Stop.
You need to
Don't be scared.
I think they're really scared.
I'm
Okay.
certified.
Scared right back to the silence.
Crying.
We're going to have to crop this out.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh, if only.
Guys,
Well,
I don't know what to, okay, you guys say
thanks for the
something
advice.
and it'll backfire.
I'm sure it will.
Let's go. You guys give us something.
Yeah.
Alex, you asked the
Wise
question,
men.
so you give
Well,
them
my
advice.
advice to the Gen Zs,
The Zoomers.
the Zoomers, would
We're coining that, by the way.
Huh?
Just saying. You heard it here on KSA first.
yeah.
Gen Z
So
or the
if it,
Zoomers.
dude,
Yeah.
if it becomes popular, this is where it happened.
Yeah.
Like,
This
you
is the
you
regime.
heard
So
it right.
everybody
You heard
knows.
it right.
This
No
is.
copyright.
I should give that to us as a point.
I'm
Why?
telling you.
You
Because-
didn't think
No.
she thought us Zoomers.
Oh.
That's
But
so
we
facts, that's
associated
facts.
Yo,
with
you
Gen
guys
Z.
just steal it, bro. You didn't even think
Yeah,
of nothing.
That's
literally.
good.
Half a point for both of us.
No, what the? That's just a
I'm
tie.
joking.
Okay, I was about to do it. Go ahead, Alex. Lay it
My
on him.
now, I want to finish on the good note.
Okay, let's finish it on a good note.
So, what I would say is continue, because again, what I seen in the Gen Zs is their passion for their truth. You know, their hunger for something that's real. Not, you know, and that's why, like, in our churches and stuff, the Gen Zs, they just they don't. That's not enough for them to say, "Oh, it's because I said so," or because just trust me.
Thank you, Intercessor.
So continue having this hunger that you have for the truth.
Bro, you're acting as if we as youth didn't have any hunger. We're just
We
like,
d- no, but you see,
plastic and metal.
you see, they're so stuck, and they have it, I think, a little bit tougher for themselves because we were a little
Are you
bit smarter. Our generation is a lot smarter.
I didn't say that, guys, but
But
I agree.
No, I agree.
Oh, that's a
Ooh,
point.
that's
for
a
us.
point.
No.
That's a point.
I know. Who said that? She didn't
We did.
agree.
No, it's not a point. You can't just decide if it's a point or
I
not.
have the
Literally.
clipboard
No.
and the pen.
But
Why do you agree? Maya, you realize what you're agreeing to?
That we're done.
No.
whoa,
I didn't say
you
that.
need to rebuke those
Yeah, I
words.
didn't say
Yeah,
that.
did
Your
you
dad
not hear
literally
your
said
dad
the
this
sermon.
Your
weekend,
dad,
bro?
yeah.
I wasn't saying.
Why you acting
I was
like
saying
you
our
were
generation. Hey, I will say there is more people in our generation that are like not really smart than
They're
that.
Well, again, you're doing it.
No,
oh my
because-
word.
Well,
Hey,
have
she's
you
a
not,
Zoomer, so she
yeah,
can
have you
say it.
not like seen what
Our
goes on in our
generation.
generation?
Have
Are
you
you-
not
No,
seen the
seriously,
dumbness?
they can't even tell their genders anymore.
Oh!
Wow.
They're literally no, it's true.
Dude, that is
It
a
went
good
from
one.
roasting.
That is a
it
good
went-
one.
I'm gonna give you a point.
Yeah, you
Ah,
have
that's what's up.
to. Yeah, that was a really good one. I gotta
It
give
went
you
from
that.
roasting Alex to roasting our own generation.
They literally roasted their own generation.
And we gave him a point for it. We should get a point for that.
Oh.
No, they are lost for sure.
Yeah, goner.
Gone. They're gone for sure.
Zoom.
Not
They're zoomed.
Just zoomed right on out of here.
No,
But,
it's true though.
Like, our generation was.
I did some dumb things, bro. I'm just saying.
I know,
No, they
but
didn't.
but our generation did create a lot of stuff. If you look at millennials, like
Debt?
no, like the technology and everything that came up, and so now they have a big role to play is how to step over that or to create something greater, and they can't find anything. So now they start to do this.
For real.
Very
yeah,
distracted.
that's
Yeah,
that's
that's super
facts.
true.
Yeah.
Angela to the rescue.
Yep.
Yes.
She come in clutch.
And so that's why for them they have to create something a lot greater for their generation to be known for.
Man.
And so a lot of them are striving to do that, and
Pastor
they
Alex,
can't.
you have a high opinion of millennials.
Yeah, he does for sure.
Yeah,
I
'cause
never-
I
Maybe
am
it's
a
about
You
himself.
kinda do.
Well,
You're like millennials.
I'm
was
trying
this
to.
God's gift on
They
this
just did so much.
on this this green earth.
We created
Why did you do that
social
voice?
media, literally.
Gang, gang, gang. I don't do that.
He just did so much.
I'm just saying.
Millennials.
You sound like that sloth from
What?
from Ice Age. Oh,
goodness.
So I'm trying to give them. I love that
Wait,
about
pause.
them.
Bro,
They're
you're-
hungry.
Pause. You're supposed to give us advice, not talk up your gender.
I know, bro. You're saying to the Zoomers.
I was trying to explain
Hey, I
why.
have some advice for you guys.
You're
You
saying
need
to the Zoom-
humble yourself.
You're saying to the Zoomers, like, yeah, you guys have a
You
lot.
guys suck.
Yeah, you guys don't.
Sit down on
You
the
guys
ground.
have. We set the standard way high.
Why are you guys roasting me?
Good
Like,
luck. Okay.
Wasn't this what it was all about?
Sid the slot. Oh
Us
my word.
millennials are like on the moon. You guys are still like under the earth.
It's not my fault they were born in this
It's not my fault. I'm so good, smart, intelligent.
All I'm saying is they will figure it out. But
You're not helping the case.
Bro,
Okay,
just
so-
give us advice
so
already.
during us growing up, those things were created. Obviously, I didn't create those, but this generation did. But it was a lot easier for us in a way.
Look what our creations did. We created like social media and all
Yeah,
that.
you guys messed us
and
up.
no, they're messed up.
It's all your fault. Yeah.
It's all our
They
fault.
well, I guess you can say that.
Oh, look
Now
at that.
he's stuttering.
But what I still like about them is
Hey, you try to make something that affects people millions so
Yeah.
negatively
Literally.
so much. You
What?
try to do that.
oh Daniel.
Daniel's a
Oh no way.
Oh, you're like
Were
5
you
hours
with
late.
us the whole time?
Hey, we're almost done, bro.
Daniel, you're a little late to the party
Hey,
here.
recap. Let's start from the beginning.
Yeah, no. So,
Just joking.
Well, hello, Daniel.
wait, is Daniel an X or a
I
millennial?
think he might be a Z.
No way.
No.
Hold on,
No
hold on.
way.
Daniel, type in the chat what year were you born? Because I know he's younger than me, but I don't know how much.
Daniel's younger than
He's
Yeah.
not 23
No
though.
way.
No, he's not. No, he's not 23.
Then
He
he's a
just
millennial.
turned 30.
He's a millennial.
We gotta wait.
I don't
for
know if
this.
he's gonna do it though. Daniel just got here. Daniel, are you a Gen X or a millennial?
Are you zooming?
or are you a Zoomer, a Gen Z? We
No,
thought
I
of that,
think
by the
he
way.
is a millennial.
What I was trying to say is what I like about their generation is the hunger that they have. Like we didn't.
It's confidential.
It's confidential.
It's past your bedtime, millennials. Oh my
For
goodness.
real.
No, it's not, by the way.
Real.
Almost.
Past my
That kind of
bedtime.
is.
So the point that I was trying to make is for us, our generation was different. So it was like, again, we didn't have to have leaders to tell us what to do and all of this. We kind of like figured it out on our own. But for them, it's a lot more difficult. The culture that they are growing into and they're integrated into, and with all of this social media, everything that's going on, is a lot harder. Oh, he is a millennial.
mil.
Barely. Anyway, and so the reason why I'm giving them so much credit is because of for that reason, and they're still
Millennials?
no Gen
Zoomers.
Zs, yeah.
Okay.
That they're fighting for themselves and to get somewhere and to get out of this mess that the culture created for them and set it up for themselves. And so that's why I'm giving them a credit. And what I'm saying is just to keep going there.
You know,
keep
that
doing that.
I think I would have to agree with you because X's and Mills, we've created a world for Z's where it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. It's all social media. It's all online. I can't even believe we're having the discussion of, is online church, the whole online church thing. Like, it should be a thing. We should have online things. I mean, for goodness sakes, this is online what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
But
There's benefits for sure.
there's benefits, but for us to have a conversation, like, is it okay to be just
a member
purely online or not? It's like being part of a local body physically shouldn't even be a question. Like, that should be like a no-brainer, but we're having that conversation.
Yeah.
And I think it's not because of Zoomers. We coined that phrase, by the way, Zoomers and Mills. It's not because of Zoomers. It's because of Mills
Just the
Yeah.
society.
and
Yeah.
Xers. We coined that too.
What do you mean Xers? I thought they're boomers.
Gen
No,
X.
Gen X.
Gen X. and
Gen
then
X
Z.
is younger.
Gen X
than
was
Z-
before
Z.
millennials.
No, it's
Was it?
the youngest generation now is Alpha, and then there's Zoomers,
Oh,
Mills.
okay, okay.
And then,
then Gen X,
Yeah.
like for instance Matthew,
and then boomers.
Oh, okay, okay. that
and
makes
then
sense.
boomers, and then silence, and then
And then
The
the,
great-
the
greatest,
great generation.
The
Hey,
greatest.
they actually were.
Actually, yeah, probably
Was
they
it
had
just
to fight with like
slavery
swords
during
and stuff.
What? Oh my
Did they fight with swords?
God. No, they didn't. Well, yeah, they did.
Yeah, probably. See
Yeah, because in World War One they still
So
had
The
smart.
swords.
armory of God, right?
what?
KSA, dude.
You didn't get that?
No. I'm just saying, like for instance, even the silence. T. Silent plural.
They got quiet for the first time. It was like,
Even the silent generation, right? They had to.
Why you guys
I
keep
hope I'm
looking
not
at me?
misrepresenting, but they had to milk their cows, and they didn't have.
people still milk their cows.
That's not what I mean.
What happened to the cows?
What happened to the cows? We got no more cows. We got
Just
fake
AI. There's just AI.
Guys, actually, the chickens are going away, though. Did you guys hear about that?
No.
Our chickens are going away.
No way.
No.
We're like
I've heard
low
of
on
eggs.
eggs right now, yeah.
Well, yeah, because they're short of chickens.
What happened to the chickens?
I
Same
don't
thing
know.
that happened to the
The
eggs.
greatest generation.
Okay, I got the big
Matthew.
question. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
What? This was literally about
This
advice.
was a setup. I knew it.
Oh my goodness. The chicken.
What?
The chicken came first.
I wouldn't know.
That's so smart.
Yeah, God made chickens first. He didn't make the
How do you know he didn't make an egg? I can't believe we're having this discussion right now, okay? I almost got roped into that. I can't believe it.
rabbit hole.
He literally did. He's like, okay, let's go to what God said in the beginning.
Oh.
In the beginning.
I'm
There's about to be a fatal tech failure.
Guys, this needs to end.
Yeah, I know. Dude, we've been doing this for 4 hours.
Oh man, wow!
What was-
Really, it's like
Can you
a.
imagine this
a
is your
different
longest
time.
podcast?
This is my longest podcast.
This is
Podcast.
podcast.
This is a podcast. We own that word too.
We coined that on KSA. Punkcast. Podcast.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying, back in the day, like in the 1920s and 30s,
They were milking.
when they were milking cows and when chickens ran abroad. Okay,
We had chickens.
what's a chicken?
That's gonna be so sad. That's gonna be a question one day.
They just had to do so much more manual labor and all that kind of stuff. Zoomers, you guys were born practically with a phone in your hands.
No, that is
No.
not true.
Yes,
I
it
didn't have a
is.
phone till 16. Dude, I remember.
Which was like 2
I
years ago.
remember flip phones.
What?
I thought they were
Yeah.
the coolest thing ever. I would just go on to
Flip phones.
the music, the tunes, and I would just play those. I thought that was so cool.
Yeah, but how long did you have a flip phone for?
It was my dad's.
She didn't have a
I
flip
didn't
phone.
have one. It was my dad's.
Okay.
But I had the little blue thingies, you know, where it flips like that. Do you remember those ones? Do you
That's a
remember those
That's a
phone.
black.
That's
Oh,
a
the ones
that
with
Blackberry.
The
It's a
Blackberry,
Blackberry,
yeah.
The flip keyboard is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
Flip
those
keyboard.
Flip keyboard. You don't even know what it is. That's a zoomer
I
right
thought
there.
Those
There
were
you
so cool.
The flip
Yeah.
keyboard thingy.
Yeah, we had computers with a big box at the end. Okay.
The Razor was the bomb.
What's the?
Love the Razor.
I don't know what that is.
See, Matthew, right there, Alex. You don't even know what the Razor is.
That's a point.
Dang. Yeah,
That's
Do
maybe.
you
a
guys
point
know
for us.
MiFi? No, that's not. Do you guys know MiFi? Do you remember that?
My five?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember MiFi?
Yeah, dial up. Do you remember dial up?
Mi-Fi.
Do you know what dial up is?
Do you know
Yeah,
what
the
a dial-up
calling.
is? What?
The phone call.
The phone? Nope. Not that.
No, not the dial-up.
That's more of a silent generation thing. Wait.
No, dial up came in our generation.
No, not the dial-up. That.
I had a
Oh, that
we had
one,
a
yeah.
home phone with the whole cord and everything.
Yeah.
Wow. It had the cord and everything.
It was
What is
curly.
that rope?
It was girly.
What is? It was curly. Oh.
No, that you
My
can pick
goodness.
up and you can hear somebody else's conversation on the other line. Yeah. We
What is
had
that
those.
curly thing? Dude, I was watching this movie like way back in the day, and these kids, they ran upstairs and they're like running from aliens. And like, we gotta call somebody. And they look at this phone with the one of those dials. And they're all like, here, this is like a phone. Somebody, like one of the older kids, and they're like, no, they didn't say it's a phone. Man, I totally butchered it. They're like, what is it? They didn't even know what it was, and then they, never mind. You know what?
Dang, bro.
You guys, the deadness on your face, you're just like.
Can you imagine when they first picked up a cell phone? They're like, where's the cord?
Exactly.
No.
That's exactly what I did.
These are Zoomers.
I know.
They don't even know what a cord is.
Honda cord.
I thought you said a hot dog corn.
I don't even. What happened? How
were
did we get
supposed to-
here?
What happened?
What happened?
You were supposed to explain the silence.
You're supposed to give us advice.
Advice.
Oh, he was
right.
giving you advice. We
Yeah,
set the
he
standard
said-
so high, and you guys suck.
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
That ain't no good advice.
No.
No, he said keep going.
yeah. Oh, that's what I was
Although
saying.
you suck, you should keep going.
Yeah.
Because we're so much better
Exactly.
than you. But you'll get there.
Yeah,
Never.
You know, like that football team, like, or soccer, they not really good, and the coach's like, just keep going, you're gonna get there. That's kind of
Yeah, they lose.
Yeah, literally.
they lose, they don't win.
You get
They
a
need more
trophy for
practice.
participation.
No, but in reality,
That's what I was saying,
okay.
Alex. Remember, this is what I was getting to. That I think that the Zoomers, actually, I agree with you that Zoomers, alphas, I don't even know, but Zoomers, for when they started to come into an age where they could kind of, where they had to start figuring out what's what, make choices for themselves. It's kind of hard now to tell, artificial things from
Realistic.
reality. Because everything is online, everything is social media, everybody, it's like emojis and whatnot. Whereas in our day, which wasn't that long ago, you know what I mean, but like when we were youth, what's social media? What are you even talking about? The social media was on site in the flesh, talking to each other, whereas for you guys it's a whole lot different. And it almost seems like you guys have to learn how to communicate in a way that for us
It comes naturally.
it was just natural. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So that kind of sucks for you guys.
So how's that advice?
The advice is do better.
Be better.
Be
Do
better, okay.
Don't be sorry.
If somebody has millennials, if you guys have advice for Zoomers, put it in the chat. Buy a flip phone. Buy a Razor. There's my advice.
But for them, for us, it was a little bit easier than it is for them, because our generation, like for example, this transgendered, all this, homosexuality that picked up recently, it didn't start from their generation. Our generation is the one that promoted to that, and
Don't say
politics,
that out loud.
Politics behind it. And so for them, this is what I was trying to head and give them encouragement. For them, they're trying to fight for what is truth, and to see, to figure it out, because that's what they cared the most about. And for when I was in the youth with millennials, for example, in our generation, it was so easy for us. We were hungry for God, but we didn't have to like force ourselves into it, to find it. It was a lot more accessible for us for some reason. But for them, like they have to take an effort into going into the word, studying, fasting. Like I don't even remember myself fasting when I was 15, 17, 16 years old.
Can you see if you can just pull that off, maybe? Just careful, don't let it fall.
And it was a lot easier for us. And for them, I think it's I'm trying to give them credit because that's who they are.
Yeah.
Like I almost want to say that they are more hungrier for God and for the truth than we were. Not where we are today, but where we were there at their age.
I would probably have to agree with that. Boomer advice: trust the voice within you. Strive to be the you God created you to be. Don't compare yourself to others. Push yourself. Don't settle. That sounds way more wise than what we're saying. But no, I agree with Pastor Alex. There's this thing at work where I work in the mine, and it's because when one crew, the mine runs 24/7 and it doesn't stop. That's why we have 12.5-hour shifts, because once our shift is done, the next shift, and that's 24 hours. But there's this saying: is set up the next guy for success, or set up the next crew for success. And I feel like Mills, for the most part, we didn't really do that. Even though, like, for instance, like these guys, they wouldn't be our children because they're already too old for that. You know what I mean? But maybe as like big brother, big sister, maybe we dropped the ball on that.
Yeah, could be. Which
is an interesting thought. Well, not interesting, more like a sad thought. But we always look at parents and whatnot. But, like, for instance, I come from by Slavic terms, medium-sized family. By American terms, massive family, right? But, I have 5 sisters, 2 brothers. You come from a big family, Maya. You probably, I think you come from a big family, right?
8 kids.
Yeah, And we got older siblings. We're older siblings to other siblings. We always like to shove everything onto parents. But what did you do as a sibling?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
As an example.
Because I looked up to my older brother. Actually, do the oldest in my family is a male. So, brother, and then 5 sisters, and then me, and then my younger brother. So I'm actually the second youngest in my family, and I'm 36. So our family's on the older side. So I mostly looked up. As far as meaning my siblings were all older than me, and I looked up to them too. And sometimes I saw good examples, sometimes not good. So I think we need to be sensitive to that as well. When we're having these conversations as far as generations go, it's very easy to put the blame on the generation prior. Even if we're talking about, for instance, we're talking about Zoomers, we're Mills. We're like, well, it's the Xers' fault.
Yeah.
The Gen X is their fault that the Zoomers are like this. And we're just in between. And maybe the in-between generation is the most crucial, because it's up to you to make sure that the bad doesn't transfer into the next generation after you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's actually, I guess that could be my advice to you guys, is think about the next generation after you, the alphas.
The alpha, yeah.
Like you're observing us, and you could see some deficiencies in the millennial generation. And instead of just being like, well, they suck, you know what I mean? And look how the alphas are turning. Like my kids, they're alphas. Well, look how the alphas are turning out, and it's because the millennials suck. Well, instead of having that mentality, having the mentality of there's some deficiencies in the millennial generation. What can I do to be a bridge for good? You know what I mean? Instead of for bad. So that would be my advice to the Zoomers.
What is your guys' advice to us?
Yes. Share with us your Zoomer wisdom. Your Zwisdom. Zwisdom.
I don't have anything.
Come on, you guys didn't like that?
Don't.
We're programmed.
What?
What?
Said we're programmed to not give older people advice. But
Wow.
No, I really
Really?
don't know. Honestly, what to tell you guys. You guys just went so deep down the rabbit hole. Just joking.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure talking to you girls.
Oh, yes.
To Alex. All right. Thank you guys so much for coming out to KSA.
Well, thank you for having us.
Right, Julie, Maya, Pastor Alex. Looking forward to, hopefully in the future, you guys will come back on.
Shorter ones.
We definitely
Just
beat the
joking.
records by far.
We
the
beat
longest
the record.
podcast.
We're on coming up to 4.5 hours.
That's crazy.
So whoever comes on next, they better be
Yeah.
But-
funnier.
Talkative.
But were we fun? Were we interesting to watch?
Would you guys have us again? or
Yeah.
no?
Yeah, they're probably like, heck no.
In the chat, let us know.
Everybody's gone already.
I know, everybody's sleeping.
We're like talking to ourselves.
Everybody's just sleeping already. Whoever's left there in the chat, let us know if you enjoyed the guests. You know, Julie, Maya, Alex. You know, who cares about me?
I guess Andre too.
But whoever, you know, really,
I guess Andre too.
really thank you guys for sticking with us. You know, for all these hours. I want to thank you on behalf of my wife, who's not here. Right, Edge of Enlightenment, Mary Intercessor. Oh yeah, Daniel. Oh yeah, Daniel. Say hi to. Well, no. How do they say it formally? Send greetings to your congregation. Right.
Congregation.
Say sup for us. Right. Is that,
Say what's
is that a
up.
Zoom thing?
Say what's up.
What's up?
Sup. Say what's up. That was a thing back when I was going to school.
Yeah, you guys
That's
copied
still a
us.
thing.
What's up?
It was so great that you guys are still using it.
Yeah, that's from us.
Yeah, that's a point.
Oh, yeah, you
That's
guys
a
made
No,
point.
no.
That's
We
a
won.
point.
We won.
No, you didn't.
We won.
That's a point.
Dude, we won.
Okay, fine. They're pretty
Dude,
sensitive.
so Gen Z
won,
is-
They're pretty
guys.
sensitive.
Just so
we
you
should give them
guys
a win.
know,
Gen
I
We should give
guess
them the
won.
W. Right?
Gen Z won this.
Yeah, Gen
this
Z got
podcast.
the W.
Just because we took it easy on them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they roasted us.
We took it easy on you guys.
Sure you
We even
Yeah.
helped you guys
But we
roast us
still
one
won.
time.
I know we helped you
One
roast
time.
us. so.
Oh,
Okay, if you enjoyed this podcast, Kingdom Soldier Armory, I'm sorry our sign fell down, but yeah. Why don't you show that? There you go, Kingdom Soldier Armory. Right, our goal is to equip you. Yep, there it is. Okay,
There
that's
Right
there it is.
You guys saw it.
Yep, the armory. We called it the armory because that's where you go. Oh, okay, all right, Pastor Alex. I know you're excited. That's where you go to get your weapons, to get your equipment, and we want to be a vessel of the Holy Spirit. I know this episode is, you know, there's a lot of laughing and all that stuff. Is because it's real talk. We just kind of just talk in a very relaxed manner. There's also other video series. You can check the channel out. There's Victory Lap. It's about testimonies. There's Logos Tribe. That's Bible study. This is Real Talk, and we just talk about whatever. This is really just a rabbit hole conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we might be coming up with a fourth one here soon, but we'll stay in touch. We got a website that we're working on right now that hopefully will be up. I feel like you guys want to finish. I know, right? If you if you've enjoyed it, make sure if you haven't, hit that subscribe button. Also, the notification bell so you'll get the notifications. If this podcast has blessed you, I would ask that you share. You know, like. If you haven't liked this video, share it with someone. Maybe somebody will be encouraged. You could be the means of somebody's encouragement. If you feel like God is calling you to, you know, support us financially, we do have a Cash App link in either in the comments or the description. You know, God bless you if that's on your heart. What else am I forgetting here, Alex?
Watch the previous videos
Yeah, we have.
and share them.
I think this is episode 6 or 7. So we do one episode a week, or at least we try. So far, we've been pretty consistent. You know, Daniel is right. This podcast will never end. I just can't seem to.
Well, I think one thing will be cool for viewers as you grow is maybe write in the comments what some of the things that you would want to hear or to see more in
Yeah,
this
there you go.
podcast,
Yeah.
and share that with Pastor Andre.
Or a very own male version of Vanna White. Yeah, if there is something, exactly what Alex said, what Pastor Alex said, you know, if there are things that you would like to see more of on KSA, reach out to us. You know, I'd like to thank our KSA team, right? Dennis, Diana, my wife, who's usually with me, right? But she just can't really read it at this point. Matthew, thank you so much, brother, for filling in for Dennis. Right, he's doing everything electronically, all nerd-like and whatnot. So, I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
God bless you guys.
God bless you
That was
guys.
fun. Thank you for
You need to do
having us.
YouTube
Yes.
Shorts. Yeah, we're working on it. we're working on it.
Yeah.
You know, 5 hours isn't a short.
You gotta
Well,
cut
can
it
you
out.
imagine how much shorts you can
Hey, you
make
know
from
what
this
part you
video?
can cut
50
out?
shorts out of this podcast.
Literally.
The trunk part.
Yeah.
What?
Your
Whoa.
truck part.
The
Where
Or the
you got?
Camaro. The
Oh.
Camaro.
Were you?
I don't know. Were you guys just like blasted me for being vulnerable?
Oh yeah, that was funny.
I'm being vulnerable. right
That
now.
was funny.
That was funny.
That was whoa.
I didn't say that.
It
That
was funny.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you
God
for
bless
having
you
us.
guys. Matthew, cut the live, or we're not. I'm just gonna keep.